I was the family's backbone until I refused to co-sign another loan. Now they're begging for my help, but I've moved on without them. It was meant to be a regular Tuesday. Calls with clients, team check-ins, and possibly a late lunch with Layla from operations. Instead, I sat at my desk in downtown Denver, staring at my phone, stunned. The message was short. Brutal. I disown you. All correspondence goes through my lawyer. No greetings, no punctuation after the final period. Even my father, who was calculating, showed no emotion. I read it twice, then again. I repeated it a few times to ensure that I wasn't hallucinating. But nothing changed. It never does, right? Words once delivered are like bullets. And this was a hit. It wasn't like I didn't see it coming. For years I had been carrying this family on my back. When Dad's logistics firm in Fort Collins started to fail in 2016, I stepped in. I shifted my own company's contracts his way. He rebuilt his digital infrastructure from the ground up. I swallowed losses only to keep my father solvent. My younger brother Liam never had to lift a finger. His setbacks were always considered learning experiences. Every time he blew through another 5-figure investment or quit another job under unfair conditions, I was the one to bail him out. I paid up his debts. He paid for his flat. Even purchased him a used SUV last year after he crashed the first one intoxicated on New Year's Eve. But this time, it was different. Last Saturday they asked me to co-sign a new loan. For Liam, of course. A passion project. A tech startup with no product, no plan, and a pitch deck that appeared to be cobbled up during a hangover. I said no. For the first time in 15 years, I declined. The room became quiet, as if I had detonated a bomb. Dad gazed at me. His eyes squinted behind his glasses. You're turning your back on your family. I'm not turning my back, I responded quietly. I'm just done being your safety net. Liam scoffed. Wow. The golden son's finally grown a spine. Mom remained quiet. She always did. I stepped out of the house that day with my jaw clenched and my hands shaky, but my decision was firm. 2 days later, I was reading about the aftermath. I disown you. All correspondence goes through my lawyer. No hesitation this time. I started a new email and typed a single word, understood. Then I put down the phone and turned to my laptop. What Robert didn't realize in his premeditated little drama was that our firms still shared a joint account, which I had established when I took over the back end of his failing organization and invested my own money to keep it viable. And something inside of me flipped. I logged into the corporate banking portal. We still had access. I still had authorization. I withdrew every penny I had, plus the additional $46,000 I had infused this quarter. Total amount: $182,000. Legally mine. It's all documented. It's all backed up. Then I closed all of the vendor lines I had opened under Nexus Resources. Not out of spite, but out of need. If I was no longer a member of the family, they would no longer have access to my support, funds, or name. By lunchtime, the first emails from Robert's accounting staff arrived, worried and puzzled. At 2:18 p.m., Liam made 3 calls. I didn't respond. Then at 3:41 p.m., my mother's name appeared on my screen. I paused, then tapped ignore. At 4:12 p.m., a voicemail arrived. I let it sit. Then came the message. One that I knew would happen eventually, but not this quickly. What did you do, William? The entire family is falling apart. For the first time in years, I felt near tranquility. Let it fall. Mom's voicemail remained unread for several hours. It's not that I didn't care, that was the problem. I still did, much more than I cared to acknowledge. I told myself I was finished. I told myself it was just business now. But I recognized the tremor in her voice as one that occurred as the picture of control began to slide. By the next morning, I'd missed a dozen calls. Not only from Liam and my parents, but also from some of our shared family friends. Even my Uncle Keith, who hadn't spoken with me in 2 years. The hush that followed Robert's message was abrupt and frantic. Alan Ferris, Robert's lawyer, sent an email at 8:42 a.m. Per your father's wish, any future correspondence will be handled through this office. Please don't contact him personally. Any withdrawals of business assets will be scrutinized. I responded with a single attachment. A detailed ledger of my donations to our joint business account, complete with dates, wire receipts, and legal disclaimers. I copied my own attorney, William Navarro, and added this sentence. Funds withdrawn were solely mine. My involvement with Robert & Sons Logistics has been formally terminated. That was the sandline. I did not go into the office that day. I knew better. When word spread that I had withdrawn my money, the vultures began to circle. Robert's business was already bleeding. My withdrawal had just caused a hemorrhage. Instead, I spent the morning in a cafe on Capitol Hill, trying to think. The truth was that I did not have a plan. Not really. For so long, my calendar, emails, and even financial decisions were all linked to them. To keeping things together. It felt like breaking a cord that had been strangling and supporting me at the same time. By lunchtime, I had read half a dozen texts from Liam. The majority of people were upset. One stood out. You really messed us, guys. Dad is freaking out. Mom is crying. Are you proud of yourself? No apologies. There was no acknowledgement of the years I had spent holding things together. Just blame. I didn't respond. Later that day, I finally checked Mom's voicemail. Her voice was rough. William, please, I don't know what your father told you, but we can talk. The money's not the issue. We're just hurt. Everything's spiraling. Liam didn't mean to upset you. Just call me, please. It's dumb. Because of what she didn't say, rather than what she did. Nobody ever meant to upset me. They simply did, and then asked me to patch it up. I forwarded the voicemail to my therapist. That night, Ethan stopped by my house. He didn't say anything, just handed me a bottle of black beer, slumped on my couch, and turned on a football stream on his phone. We watched in silence for a while, the type of silence that only old friends could provide. Do you think they'll sue? He eventually asked without looking up. They can try, I responded. I documented everything. The money was mine. He nodded. Then screw 'em. I gave a dry laugh. Easier said than done. Ethan shot me a strange glance. You are free to feel angry, Dan. You do not have to make it appear heroic. They have betrayed you. That isn't business. It's personal. He was correct. Of course, it has always been personal. The money, the guilt, the expectations. It had never been just business. I spent the night making a list. Not about legal next steps or commercial contacts, something simpler. Only 2 columns. Things I owe them, and things they owe me. The first list was blank. I received no more communication from my father 2 days following the voicemail. There was no follow-up from his lawyer, who had already given me everything I needed to know. They were scrambling. Robert had no idea that I had been prepared for this moment for far longer than I realized. Quietly, methodically. I'd kept track of every penny I put into his firm. Contracts, communications, and personal funds are disguised as temporary loans. At the time, I preserved them for tax reasons. Or so I thought. But deep inside, I believe I knew this day was coming. It wasn't easy, even though I knew I was right. Grief does not always feel like loss. It frequently feels like liberation, mixed with remorse. When Ethan returned that Friday, he expressed the same sentiment. You're not crazy for missing people who treated you like garbage, he continued, taking sips from his drink. It is merely conditioning. You spent years as the hero. You no longer have a cape, and you don't recognize yourself without it. I did not answer at first. I was still chewing on the sentence. The hero is sans a cape. This was true. Somewhere along the way, I allowed myself to become a part of that family. A solution. Never had a son. Later that night, I accessed an old file on my laptop called Inheritance Planning. It was from 4 years ago, when I helped Robert restructure his estate. Liquid assets, warehouse properties. Even the downtown Fort Collins office, which Liam had hoped to convert into a cigar club. I had put in days of work, sleepless nights, smoothing it all out, because Robert trusted my mind but never appreciated my voice. But suddenly, the irony was abundant. The man who once referred to me as the backbone of the operation had erased me from the family with a single statement. I looked at the folder and hovered over the delete key. Then I minimized and closed the lid. Not yet. The next morning, Emily called, my cousin on my mother's side. There was always one member in the family who genuinely listened. I just heard what happened, she explained. Uncle Greg, He's telling people you hacked into the account. I laughed bitterly. Obviously he is. Never underestimate the power of delusions. Emily was quite the experience. You okay? No, but I'm getting there. I believe you, she replied softly. I am proud of you for standing up to him. We all witnessed it for years. You handled everything while Liam coasted. You are not crazy, William, you're just finished. Her remarks resounded louder than she probably imagined. You are not crazy. You're just finished. That evening Liam sent me a message. Not a call this time. Just one line. You ruined everything. I didn't respond. What was there to say? But I sat with the words for longer than I would care to confess. Not because they hurt, but because they seemed strangely familiar. I realized I'd heard it, or some variation of it, for most of my life. Anytime I didn't intervene, or mend something, or give up a little of me for their convenience. You ruined everything. That was never true. And this time I didn't even think about believing it. Instead, I opened a blank note on my phone and entered a fresh phrase. You did not ruin anything. You just ceased protecting something that should have imploded a long time ago. That was the moment I knew I was not going back. The first thing I noticed was the quietness. Not just around me, but within me. There's no buzzing phone. There are no emergency emails from my father's accountant. There were no mysterious text messages from Liam concerning tight deadlines or short-term floats. The chaos had been muted. And in its stead was a void I wasn't expecting. I was anticipating the other shoe to drop. I even charged my phone overnight as a habit. There was nothing in the morning though. Nonetheless, I wasn't at peace. I was twitchy. Distracted. Not because I missed them, but because I'd spent so much time regulating their cacophony that I couldn't bear stillness. That Wednesday, I took a couple aimless circuits in Cheeseman Park. It was silent save for the breeze and the occasional jogger. Denver was in between seasons. Too cool for spring. Too soft for winter. It fit how I felt. Uneasy. Waiting for something to bloom but not sure what. Later that afternoon I received a fraud alert from the bank. An unsuccessful transfer from the Robert & Sons logistics account. Someone, most likely Liam, attempted to transfer monies through an old company expenditure line that was no longer active. My legal withdrawal closed all of their access points. However, it appears that they had not received the message. I flagged the activity and sent it to William. Her response was fast and dry. Phishing. The separation is airtight. Allow them to waste their time. It should have felt like a victory. Instead, I simply felt exhausted. That night, Emily messaged me. Mom says Aunt Susan is ringing around, trying to persuade people to arrange an intervention. Apparently you've gone insane. Ah yes, I responded. The classic boundaries equals instability logic. You know how they are, she wrote. If you're not sacrificing yourself for the collective, you're defective. Well then, I typed. Consider me happily defective. She replied with a heart. Good. Stay that way. Nonetheless, the whispers ached more than I wanted to admit. I wasn't outraged about the lies. They were expected. What hurt was how easily people believed them. The following evening, Ethan brought me to an informal birthday celebration for one of his co-workers. I almost bailed, but he didn't offer me that option. You're coming, you need to remember how normal people operate. The brewery on K-Fax was warm, raucous and vibrant. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody cared about Robert & Sons. Nobody asked what I could do for them. At first I felt like a visitor in someone else's life. Out of place. Only half listening. But gradually, something changed. I was laughing, speaking, and existing. Someone inquired what I did. I told them I was between chapters. They nodded. There is no follow-up, no judgment. It occurred to me later as I walked home, how foreign that type of space had become. My value had always been determined by what I could provide rather than who I was. That night, I opened an old estate planning binder. 4 years of work, balance sheets, asset assessments, and contingency plans that I created by hand. All to keep something that was never mine. I hovered over the delete button. My finger twitched, but I did not press it. Instead, I renamed the folder to Closed Chapters. Then I started a new one called William's Life. It was empty, but it was mine. And that was enough for now. The next indicator of trouble arrived in the shape of a group email. It was a barely veiled attack, copied to almost a dozen family members, including cousins, uncles, and a great aunt I hadn't spoken to in years. Sent from Robert's business email with the subject, "Setting the record straight." I knew not to open it, but I did it anyway. There were 4 paragraphs of refined poison. He presented it as a professional update. Following a challenging transition time, unfortunate disruption of internal operations. At that point, my eldest son William has chosen to sever ties and liquidate assets critical to this company's function, all without family consultation or approval. That last line burnt hotter than I imagined. Family consultations. As if this were a boardroom, not a lifetime of unrequited devotion. As if I hadn't spent years requesting and pleading for accountability. I did not respond. Neither did the majority of the said names. But a few responses came in throughout the day. One from a second cousin. "Sorry to hear things got messy, hope it smooths over." Another from an uncle that I always liked. "If you need anything, let me know. I've been there." Small. Fissures in the quiet. Enough to remind me that not everyone believed Robert's version of the truth. Nonetheless, the emotional weight sat heavily on my chest. I was not ashamed. I was weary of how the past clings to significance even after you've moved on. That email was a last-ditch power play. I attempted to make the narrative official before I had a chance to revise it. That night, Emily called. "I saw the email," she responded. "Yeah," I mumbled. "He's going all in. You know he's bluffing, right? He's trying to scare you into backing down." "I know. It just sucks to see it written out like that." "I get it," she replied. "But it's also kind of impressive how calm you are. A year ago, this would have wrecked you." I exhaled with a smile. A year ago I'd have written a 1,000-word retort and spent 2 days defending myself. And now I'm considering deleting the email and going to sleep. "Progress," she stated. "Proud of you." I didn't sleep that night, but it wasn't due to anxiety. I remained up late to brainstorm ideas. Real ones. A consultation service for small firms struggling to upgrade their operations. I even created a preliminary pitch deck. I added a list of prospective leads from people I hadn't spoken with in years. It felt real. Not a reaction, not a detour, a direction. Ethan texted the following morning. "You up? Want breakfast? I'm hungover and need moral support." I responded, "Only if you pay." I'm morally fragile too. On the 17th we met in a greasy spoon diner. He looked like hell. I did not. "So," he explained between bites of hash browns. "What's next?" I drank my coffee. "I think I'm going to launch something. Small, but mine." He raised an eyebrow. "About time. You've been fulfilling other people's aspirations for a decade. Perhaps you can start building yours immediately." His remarks reverberated long after we parted. Later that afternoon, I eventually deleted Robert's email. Not out of disobedience. But it didn't matter anymore. The following punch landed quietly. A knock at the door. There was no one there. Only a big cream-colored envelope on the mat. I didn't recognize the firm stated in the return address. The game has a new name, but it remains the same. I knew exactly what it was before I opened it. 3 pages of strangely frightening theatrical language disguised as concern. Robert was now requesting reparative mediation for misappropriated funds, citing emotional suffering and the loss of shared family assets. There it was. The legal equivalent of a temper tantrum. I handed it to Daniela without saying anything. She sat at the breakfast bar, her hair in a sloppy bun, studying the document with the calm of someone looking through a takeaway menu. She closed it after one reading. "This is theater. There is no legal standing, and they know it." I nodded. "That isn't the point. He isn't trying to win. He's trying to tire me out." William did not blink. "Then don't let him." It was that simple, and that's difficult. Later that day I received a voicemail from my aunt, the first time I'd heard from her since this all started. She did not mention the letter. They didn't inquire how I was doing. Instead, her voice was infused with honey and history. "Do you remember when you helped me move into my first apartment? You were what, 12? You worked all day without complaint. Your father was so proud. I hope you know how much this has hurt him. He may never say it, but it's eating him alive. Click. No apologies. No responsibility. Just a gradual drip of guilt intended to lure me back. I forwarded the voicemail to Emily. She made an urgent call. That was a guilt sandwich on gaslighting bread. I snorted. It was weirdly nostalgic. She's dangling emotional crumbs to lure you back. Don't eat them. I am not. I'm over being hungry for scraps. There was a pause. That's a line, she stated softly. Keep that one. That night I reopens Life folder. Still largely empty. A few budget spreadsheets. A document with hazy business name suggestions. But now I've added a new file. What I really want. I sat for a minute before typing anything. Then, a morning when I'm not preparing for anything. Clients I do not have to perform for. Boundaries that don't require explanation. A chair that won't bother my back. Silence that evokes feelings of tranquility rather than anxiety. The list was not poetic. It was honest. Unfiltered. Mine. The next morning, Ethan let himself in as he always did. He placed a grocery bag on the counter containing kombucha, peanut M&Ms, and 2 bananas. The man was disorganized. I brought health and rot, he said. Balance. I raised an eyebrow. What's the occasion? No occasion. Just figured you needed someone to sit and not ask you how you're doing. I smiled. You're right. He flopped into the couch, scrolling through his phone. Eventually I informed him about the letter and message. He did not give counsel. Just sat with it. Eventually he said, You know what? Your dad sounds like a guy trying to log into a version of you that doesn't exist anymore. I smiled. Account deactivated. Password changed. We clinked kombuchas. No cheers. Just understanding. That afternoon I took a sticky note and wrote, Check the business registry. Not to prove anything to Robert. Just to prove I existed outside of him. I added the following to my doc. A life where I can write the darn list. The envelope slid under my door again. I knew the script, even though there was no stamp or return address. This time, the target was not me specifically. It was my landlord. The letter was professional in tone, expressing worry about tenancy risks caused by unresolved business issues, and noting ethical concerns regarding residents' joint culpability for financial problems. It didn't name me, but it didn't need to. The subtext was not even subtle. Robert had not only shifted tactics, he was broadening the battleground. I stood in the hallway, gripping the envelope as if it would stain. I wasn't angry, not yet. However, I could feel my pulse behind my teeth. William went to work faster than I could explain. He's bluffing, she continued, typing quickly on my kitchen counter. I'll email your landlord with full documentation, your withdrawal records, LLC closure, the clean split. He won't touch it. She pressed send and glanced up. This isn't new to people like him. They escalate when they lose control. You're not doing anything wrong. The lump in my throat was not alarming. I hadn't expected relief. To be believed. To be defended. Not because I pleaded, but because someone recognized the truth and stood by it. That night I did not attempt to meditate, write, or distract myself. I just sat, lights low, windows wide, allowing the air to pass around the room as if something was being cleansed out. Emily called around 9. Tell me, she urged, bypassing the welcome. He sent something to my landlord, trying to make me look unstable. There was a beat of quiet. Of course he did, she replied. It's controlled in a trench coat. Legal intimidation dressed up as concern. She waited. You okay? Yeah. Just tired of how many ways someone can say, I own you, without saying it out loud. You're breaking the cycle, she explained. It's supposed to feel messy. We talked for a long time, not about him, but about the weather, bizarre podcasts, and what she was growing in her windowsill garden. The talk moved like water, not coerced. It's only a present. Before going to bed, I reopened the document. What I genuinely desire. New lines. I'm not afraid to open the mailbox. Friends who stay without any purpose. A living area in which I can simply breathe. When I was finished, I closed the laptop but left the list on the screen. Let it be the last thing the room saw before I fell asleep. The following evening, Ethan arrived with Thai takeout and a random pack of sparkler candles. "We're celebrating something," he explained, lighting one and inserting it into a spring roll. "What exactly?" "No idea, felt like it." We sat on the balcony, legs leaned on the railing. He inquired about the landlord's letter but did not press the issue, preferring to listen. After a few nibbles, he said, "Your dad's launching denial campaigns. Meanwhile, you're building an actual life." I nodded. Then I said, without intending to, I renamed the folder. "Just life now?" He grinned. "That's the most rebellious thing you've done yet." We toasted spring buns, no ceremony, just a choice. A week went without receiving an email, phone call or letter. No communication from Robert, no dramatic legal tone from unidentified firms, and no document slid under my door. Nothing. It should have felt like tranquility, but instead it felt like I was holding my breath. Robert's quiet was never without strings. He did not surrender. He used strategy. I understood it wasn't absence. It was a delay. A recalibration. Nonetheless, I used the space. I cleaned the kitchen. I took down the dry erase calendar that was loaded with previous business goals. He donated a jacket he gave me for Christmas last year, which is still hanging with the tags on. I removed voicemail notifications. I deleted saved calls that I had listened to too frequently, as if examining the correct tone would have rewritten the substance. On Thursday morning, my landlord texted, "Got another letter, vague phrasing. Says you're involved in some corporate volatility and that he's noting concerns about future safety. I didn't fully open it. Do you want me to move forward?" I sat with that for a good minute before responding. I then forwarded the message to William. She made an urgent call. "He's recycling threats," she explained. "There is no legal motion attached, just smoke. But I will respond with complete proof nevertheless. I'll copy the property manager and attach the LLC's closure, final bank statements, and signed separation agreement." She hesitated, her tone softening. "Don't carry this like it's your fault. He's the one pouring gasoline. You're just walking away from the fire." That struck deeper than she probably imagined. That night, I reopened the document. What I genuinely desire. This time I typed slowly. Every entry was no longer a whisper. It was a decision. A home I am not afraid of will be taken away. A form of success that does not feel like penance. On weekday mornings, I wake up without armor. The next evening, Emily arrived with a grocery bag full of oddities, including avocados, a candle titled Midnight Fern, and a used copy of a novel with the cover partially torn off. She held it up as a trophy. "I want you to read this. You'll hate the beginning, and by chapter 9, you'll be feral." "I don't do feral," I replied. "You don't yet." We brewed tea and sat on the floor, just as we did in college. No screens, no playlists. Just the buzz of a city that has finally stopped shouting. At one point, I caught her looking at my whiteboard, which was now blank, but for a single sticky note that read, "Not about him. About you." She nodded at it. "Keep that up." After she went, I did not return to my laptop. I lit the candle. First, read the book's first 3 pages. I didn't enjoy it, but I didn't put it down either. The following morning, Ethan texted at 8:02. "Breakfast, or intervention? You decide." I texted back. "Both." He arrived with bagels, orange juice, and a $1 scratch ticket. For luck. We ate on the patio in a relaxed calm that seemed like companionship and healing. "You're building something," he remarked. "There is no lead-in. I can see it. You don't even flinch anymore." I didn't need to answer. I just gave him the scratcher. After he had left, I opened the life folder. Not the list. A new document, possibility. No bullet points, no plan. Just the title. There is a single sentence beneath it. I owe no version of myself to anyone else. The following week, I did not bring a letter. It prompted a call from an unusual number with a local area code. I let it go to voicemail. The message was brief. Male voice, sophisticated and legal adjacent. "Mr. E. Zrania, this is Richard Flores from the Office of Small Business Ethics and Oversight. We got a highlighted issue about one of your previous organizations and would like to set up a brief phone call to clarify your current role. Kindly respond within 5 business days. No emotion. There is no accusation. Just the right amount of formality to get your heart racing. I did not call back. I sent the recording to William. She responded 10 minutes later, notifying her firm's senior compliance consultant, who had already crafted a response. "You're in the clear," she added. "This is posturing." Most likely an anonymous tip from someone attempting to keep a dead narrative alive. Robert refused to give up, although he began to resemble someone fighting shadows. I sat with that. The man who once had complete control over my time, money and energy, now only had ideas and signatures. He couldn't punish me. He could only ask the world to do it for him. And the world wasn't responding anymore. That night I printed off my list for the first time. Not for dramatic effect, but because it seemed authentic enough to hold now. I did not frame or post it. I folded it once and placed it inside the cover of my notebook. A calm ritual. A method of stating, "I believe me." Emily arrived later, delivering star-shaped cookies and a used copy of an Iceland tourist book. "I'm not saying you need to leave," she said. "I'm saying maybe you start dreaming about somewhere you're not always recovering." She sipped her tea and looked out the window. "You have been unlearning for so long. Perhaps it's time to begin learning something new." Later when she left, I reopened the possibility document. I didn't include a list, only a sentence. What if healing entails more than just repairing what is broken? The next morning, I brewed coffee without checking my phone. It hit me midway through my first sip. It used to be automatic. Wake, scroll, brace. Now, I awoke, brewed, and am just here. Ethan texted at noon. "Is the window open?" I replied back, "Always." He climbed through like a raccoon. I tossed a lemon on my lap. "What's this? Symbolism?" he inquired. "Make something with it." We sat by the window for a long time. He read silently. I opened my laptop. Not to make a list, not to write a legal response, just to review what I'd already written. And then I added one more item. Not in the list. Not to the doctor. To my calendar. Monday at 10 a.m. Business registry appointment. For the first time, it was not a shield. It wasn't proof that I was doing well. It remained unmoving. Mine. As I shut off the laptop, I realized something. Robert wasn't deteriorating. That was not the point. I did not need him to collapse. I just wanted to stop shrinking whenever he took a breath. And I did. TH173. I hosted my sister-in-law's baby shower at my house, then was shocked when she asked me to leave 15 minutes before the guests arrived. Hello, I am 28 years old and have been married for the past 3 years. My husband, 32, and I have been together for 5 years. He is currently living away from home due to employment. We have a long-distance relationship, and he comes home every other weekend to spend time together. We have our own house, which we purchased a few months ago, just before he left. It's a really beautiful site, and it's close to my parents' house, making it easy for them to visit me and for me to visit them. The architecture is lovely, and it's pretty spacious, which is ideal for me because despite the fact that I'm the only one who lives here, I enjoy the atmosphere. It's simply a lovely home in a wonderful area, and I adore living here. When I hosted my housewarming party, I received numerous praises. Of all the people who seemed to admire this house, my sister-in-law Jolie, who is 30, seemed to enjoy it the most since she couldn't stop praising it. She and I do not have a tight friendship, but I believe we have always been on decent terms. So, a few weeks ago when she asked if she could have her baby shower at my place, I said yes without hesitation. Despite the fact that we are not very close, I consented for a number of reasons. The first was that she was pregnant, which I couldn't say no to. I also spend a lot of time alone at home, so I thought it would be wonderful to meet some new people and get out of the house for a change. I even took one day off to help with everything. She insisted on having the event at my house since she did not want to spend a large sum of money renting a location, especially since I had such a gorgeous home. Her own house was nice, but it was nowhere as nice as the one I lived in, and it was also slightly smaller. I guess the flattery got to me because I couldn't help but say yes, and to be honest, I had no excuse to say no because she had always been nice to me. So I agreed. Honestly, I had no idea what was going to happen. Even as we were preparing everything, She provided no indication that I wasn't welcome at the baby shower. I was involved in the entire planning process, and she came to see me virtually every day for the past 2 weeks, so we could sit down and discuss everything we wanted to do, from the food and menu to the decor. I was involved in every aspect of the planning, and was really looking forward to this event. I expected this event to strengthen our friendship even further, but I was caught off guard at the last minute. On the day of the event, I assisted the decorator in setting up the venue an hour before the guests were scheduled to arrive. Jolie arrived about 45 minutes before the event's start time and thanked me for everything. Even then, she appeared absolutely normal and spoke to me as if we were friends. However, about 15 minutes before the guests were meant to arrive, as stated on the invitation, she turned around and asked me where I was going to spend the next few hours. I was perplexed and assumed she was joking when she posed the question. She was practically having a baby shower at my place. Obviously, I assumed I'd be there. I'd even dressed appropriately and purchased her a gift. So I asked her if she was joking, and she said with a serious expression, "No." She then made a few very fair comments that I hadn't considered because I was too focused on assisting her. Jolie explained that I had not received an invitation and was not even on the guest list. Honestly, I'd noticed those things. I just didn't care since I assumed I'd be invited and a part of the celebration because I helped arrange it and was even allowing her to hold it at my house instead of paying for a location. I believe anyone in my position would have expected the same thing, and she and I didn't have a particularly poor relationship. So why would I have imagined I wouldn't be attending the event? I told her the same things, and she apologized for the mistake, saying she had assumed I was only trying to help her professionally. Which didn't make sense because I'm not a party planner or event organizer. I am a banker. This has nothing to do with my work, so I'm not sure why she would infer such a thing. Anyway, I was very upset, and I think it showed on my face. So after a while she told me she didn't want to argue with me since now wasn't the time for petty disagreements, and she also didn't want to be upset because she was pregnant. Then she informed me I had to go because this gathering was only for her close relatives and friends. Only a tiny number of individuals were permitted to attend since she desired a small and intimate setting, and I did not meet the requirements. She told me to leave before the visitors came because she didn't want to cause a scene, and the conversation was bothering her. I was so outraged that I walked out of the room and decided to phone my husband right away to complain about what his sister had done. I was in the backyard at the time since I had no idea where else to go. I tried phoning my spouse, but he was busy at work and in a conference, so he couldn't pick up the phone or text me back. I was very upset, so I did something unusual and called her husband instead. Jolie's 33-year-old husband Hubert has been with her for the past 4 years, and they have been married for 2. I haven't had much interaction with the guy, but he is normally quiet and reserved. After the incident, when Jolie instructed me to leave my own house, I was furious and wanted to retaliate. I decided to call him and explain everything. He listened without saying anything for a long time. After I finished screaming, I apologized for telling him everything, but I was so dissatisfied with how I was being treated because I couldn't speak to her for fear of offending a pregnant woman. I was telling him what had transpired in the hopes that he would confront her later and explain why. He apologized on her behalf, which helped calm me down a little. Then he said I didn't have to leave my house since it would be silly, and that he'd be over in a few minutes. All I had to do was wait till then since he didn't want any arguments between us to escalate. This looked reasonable to me. I waited 15 minutes, and Hubert came to my place before the first guests. Jolie was shocked to see him, and as soon as I heard the doorbell, I went inside my house. The 3 of us were in the living room when Hubert strolled in and told me that I could attend the baby shower without leaving. Jolie tried to argue, but he simply gave her a harsh look, and she remained silent. After that, she kept shooting me angry looks the entire time we were there, and I resolved that I would never interact with her again. I considered canceling the baby shower, but I didn't because I had put a lot of time into preparing it, and didn't want it to go to waste. Besides, after Hubert arrived, I didn't have the heart to do it, nor did I believe it was essential. So I decided to let the evening run its course. After we finished the baby shower, I simply stopped talking to Jolie. I kept my grace and dignity throughout. I can't say the same of her. After everything was over, Hubert apologized to me again for everything, but Jolie refused to look at me. She also apologized for receiving an excessive amount of negativity from her, because she felt she didn't belong at the gathering, and had imposed it on me. It was incredibly frustrating to behold. But at least the nightmare was done. After they went, I contacted my husband and explained everything in detail. He was upset and wanted to speak with his sister, but I encouraged him not to worry. At least not that night, because it would just make matters worse and lead to further conflicts. It was the last thing I wanted. I just wanted tranquility, but I guess that wasn't in the cards for me just now. My in-laws called me the next morning, and they were really angry. They told me that after the baby shower, when Jolie and Hubert returned home, they had a tremendous fight over what I said. Now Hubert had decided to leave and refused to speak with Jolie or anybody else in her family, including my in-laws. This was unusual because as far as we knew, Hubert had a very good connection with his in-laws, who were longtime friends of his parents' family. But now, following their disagreement, his entire family had blocked them on social media and everywhere else, making it plain that they did not want to associate with them. To be honest, I had no idea what this had to do with me, but my in-laws and Jolie seemed to believe that if I had simply held my tongue and done what Jolie told me, they would not be in this situation in the first place. I thought it was unfair that they were attempting to blame me for this, because it was clear that it was Jolie's fault, and I had nothing to do with it. So I lashed out at them, telling them I was not going to take it since I knew it wasn't my fault. Jolie was ungrateful to me, because I very generously allowed her to host the baby shower in my home for free. But instead of respecting that and our relationship, she decided to humiliate me by telling me that I couldn't attend an event held in my own home and wanted me to leave because she apparently didn't think I was close enough as a family member. I also told them that if my husband had been around, she would not have tried to try anything like that. I didn't regret informing her husband what she was trying to accomplish because he was the only reasonable person in the circumstance. If he decided he'd had enough and wanted to go, I knew he was making the proper choice because I trusted his judgment. So I wasn't going to try to resolve the matter because I didn't believe I had done anything wrong. I also didn't think Hubert was doing anything wrong, and if he wanted to divorce, he had my full support. I was not going to speak to him or retract anything. If my in-laws called and asked me to talk to him and rectify this, they'd be unhappy because I wasn't going to do it. After saying that, I hung up. We have not communicated since, but they have done everything they can to get me to respond. It's been 2 days, and while I haven't blocked them yet, I'm thinking about it because they kept telling me that whatever the issue was, it was between Jolie and me, and there was no reason to involve him in this. I don't see where it is coming from, because even if it's between Jolie and me, it was my decision to inform her husband, who is also a member of the family. I assumed he should know. I don't believe I did anything wrong by exposing her because she was mistreating me and being ungrateful. I thought her husband deserved to know how she was acting since I knew he was a logical guy who would intervene. They're trying everything they can to distort the facts and make me feel horrible, but I can't help it. I don't feel horrible about what's happening to her, and they keep saying that because of my decision, their future child may grow up without a father role in their lives. To be honest, I believe it is an exaggeration, but that is how they are portraying it, and I have no idea what to say. The only reason I haven't blocked them yet is because of the way they say things, which makes me question myself. Even though my husband believes I did nothing wrong, he has told me that he would try to talk to his parents and convince them that this was Jolie's problem, not mine. Instead of attempting to attack me, they should speak with her about it and be supportive. Right now, I have no idea how to deal with the problem. I have no regrets, but based on how they are acting right now, I don't think this will stop anytime soon, and I just want it to be over. Also, I have no idea why Jolie did what she did. Therefore, I have no explanations right now. Am I the wrong person for bringing my sister-in-law's husband in our disagreement and informing him how she was acting? Update 1. It has been nearly a week after the baby shower. Jolie and Hubert are still getting divorced, and it is now official. She hasn't spoken publicly yet, but he disclosed it on social media, so it's major news. I didn't expect it to happen so fast, but it appears that he has already filed the petition, and the proceedings will begin shortly. Since Hubert returned to live with his parents, they've been living apart. According to what I know, I was able to speak with him, though I didn't believe it was proper given what had transpired, and I felt a little terrible. After discussing it with my husband, he decided that at least someone in our family should contact him, and as he and I were the only 2 individuals who hadn't been blocked, he definitely kept these channels open in case we wanted to talk to him. I decided to reach out to him and apologize for all that had happened, but it didn't sound like an apology. It simply sounded like I was guilty in general. Despite this, I believe he sensed my shame and assured me I didn't have to blame or punish myself. He'd been on edge for quite some time. After much deliberation, I texted him and asked what was going on because I felt I deserved some answers, and boy, did I get them. I found all the answers I was looking for. We spoke on the phone, and I told him I wanted to learn more about what was happening. I felt like I deserved some answers because I had no idea why Jolie didn't want me at the baby shower. As far as I knew, she had only given one reason for not wanting me there. She wanted only close family to be present. However, she had invited a large number of people who did not appear to be very close to her. I had gone over the guest list and knew there would be a large number of people there. It just didn't make sense that I wouldn't be included, because I had nothing against them. And as far as I knew, they had nothing against me. Then Hubert revealed that the true reason she didn't want me there was because she expected one of her friends to attend, whom she was frantically trying to please. This friend had married into a wealthy family, and now that Jolie was preparing to establish her own business, only a few months after her baby was born, she wanted to persuade her friend's husband to invest in her venture. She was doing everything she could to please this woman, including organizing a baby shower in my house and informing everyone it was her house. Obviously, she couldn't do that with me around, which is why she wanted me to leave. But I resisted, and she didn't account for it. Fortunately, her companion got sick that day and was unable to attend the event. This did not excuse her attempt to be covert. When they came home, he challenged her about what she had told me, and she revealed that she simply wanted me to skip the event to impress her friend. She refused to admit that the house did not belong to her, and pretended that everything was normal, doing everything she could to appear to have a life she did not truly live in, order to impress someone she attended school with. Hubert told her that it wasn't appropriate for her to act this way, and that she needed to apologize to me because I had been generous, and she had just embarrassed me. But she refused to admit that what she did was wrong, and battled him. They had been experiencing a lot of problems as a result of her arrogant behavior, and it appeared that this wasn't the first time she had been caught pretending to be someone she wasn't. According to Hubert, they had been dealing with similar challenges for several years. Something had affected her shortly after they married, and she began doing this thing where she attempted to live beyond her means and show everyone that they were wealthy, and living a beautiful life in order to please people who didn't matter. Apparently, several of her friends had made unusual comments regarding their wedding arrangements, which must have troubled her. But she is an adult woman. She should not be petty. She shouldn't be bothered by such petty matters, and she should have simply cut links with those friends because they aren't true friends if they mock your lifestyle and what you can afford. Besides, they weren't living in agony. They were simply leading a normal life. Maybe they couldn't afford costly stuff, but I believe they had it very decently. Hubert is a real estate agent, and Jolie currently works for a marketing firm, but she intends to establish her own business after the baby is born. All the more reason to save money rather than spend it. They are comfortable, not wealthy. But that is just great. And I do not believe it is anyone else's concern. Jolie does not need to impress anyone. Hubert had tried to explain these things to Jolie several times, but it made no difference to her, and she continued to do unusual things to impress those around her, generating a lot of problems between them over the years. He had always overlooked problems because he loved her so much, but in recent months, it had been increasingly difficult for him to do so, as they also had to consider their future child. It would be impossible if she continued to spend money as if it meant nothing, especially given their financial predicament. She kept buying stuff without consulting him, and he was frustrated. Anyway, they had been arguing about things like this far too often, and after the confrontation at the baby shower, Hubert decided he couldn't handle it any longer and left. He told me that even if I hadn't phoned him that day, given how things were going in their marriage, he might have made this decision sooner rather than later. Anyway, I didn't have to feel horrible about my actions. I also discussed it with my husband, who stated that while he was sorry for Jolie's situation, he could not claim that it was unjustified in any way. We didn't know Hubert very well, but we knew he had been a nice husband to Jolie so far, and if he had decided to leave, I'm sure he would have considered it through. I also feel sad for Jolie since I know this may be difficult to deal with while pregnant, but she brought it all on herself. I'm not sure what kind of grown-up woman cares what her irrelevant, gossipy and vain pals think about her lifestyle. She's in her 30s, I believe she should leave this high school nonsense behind. I'll wait for them to chat and sort it out. But for Hubert's sake, I hope they can spend some time apart before deciding what to do about it. Anyway, I'm not going to get involved in this and will try to avoid these folks for the time being because I believe they already have enough on their plates. I'm going to block Jolie and my in-laws since I don't think I have anything else to say to them right now. I hope they can work things out. Perhaps the divorce will be called off or not. I'm not sure what's going to happen with them because, as I mentioned earlier in this post, Hubert has announced a divorce. But while we were talking, he still sounded very upset about things, and I got the impression that he wanted to work things out with her and give it a chance. But she was just being so stubborn about everything that he was finding it difficult to do so. Now, this may be a controversial stance, but I believe they should at least try to work things out. And perhaps she should seek treatment or something, because it is not normal to act this way in your 30s, trying to impress people who don't matter. All I know is that I want things to work out for the benefit of their child. Growing up with divorced parents is never easy, and I don't believe I'd want that for my future niece or nephew. So for their sake, I hope the two of them can work things out. I'll keep you updated, but for now I'm going to stay out of it all and hope for the best. My hubby is planning to do the same. We're planning to get together this weekend because he's coming home, but I don't think he'll be visiting his folks. I'm simply glad I don't have anything to feel bad about anymore. Update 2. Hello. My spouse returned a few hours ago, and we have been conversing. He told me that he has been in contact with Hubert, and the two of them have been communicating for the past few days. Hubert made it plain that if Jolie apologizes for everything and agrees to go to treatment, he will give their marriage another try. My husband is currently attempting to discuss this with his sister, but has yet to receive a response. His parents have told him that she is avoiding talking to anyone right now because she is sad and needs time alone. I suppose. Everyone is giving her the space she needs right now. I'm not sure what decision she'll make, but I hope she chooses wisely. Regarding the last post here, several people branded me selfish since you all believed my husband and I were greedy for not assisting Hubert and Jolie. First and foremost, I am not sure how many of you reached that conclusion. But let me clarify that we were able to purchase this house at a reasonable price. If it had been out of our price range, we would not have purchased it. Second, Hubert and Jolie are in a wonderfully stable situation, and I don't believe they would enjoy us treating them as if they needed our help. Also, my husband and I are roughly on the same level as them, so I'm not sure why they'd need our assistance or vice versa. That's bizarre and irrelevant. But because some of you mentioned it, I felt compelled to clarify. Some of you also objected to my statement that I wanted the two of them to sort out their differences, if they reconciled, because you believe Hubert deserves better. Perhaps he does. But it is ultimately his decision. I don't understand why so many of you want to vent here, call me names, and label Hubert sad without knowing who he really is. They love each other despite their current challenges. They are going to have a child together, and I believe that is quite essential. Given the circumstances, they can't simply abandon each other and go on with their lives. So, yeah. I hope, and continue to hope, that they can resolve the situation. I believe that is all I have to say for now. Update 3. Hello, it's been about 3 weeks since my previous visit, and I just wanted to let you know that Hubert and Jolie have decided to work things out and give it a go. I'm overjoyed for them, even though I'm still not on good terms with Jolie. But I found out from my husband that the two of them have agreed to try couples therapy for a few months and see how it goes. They will continue to live separately, and once the baby is delivered, they will monitor how things go in the first few months. If all goes as planned, they will return to live together. I am happy for them. I realize this isn't what many of you wanted, and most of you wanted Hubert to leave Jolie, but luckily for him, he'll do what's best for him, and everyone else will just have to deal with it. Update 4. After a few months since my last post, I guess I'm here to wrap things up. Hubert and Jolie are getting a divorce. They had been going to therapy together for a long time, but it didn't work out, and they eventually decided to part ways. The good news is that they tried, and if they decided it was best not to be together, so be it. As I already stated, it is their decision. At the very least, they are ending the relationship amicably, especially now that the baby has been born. So I guess they'll be co-parents, but at least they'll strive to provide a good life for the youngsters. Am I the asshole for not allowing my daughter to visit my cousin's house because of her autistic son's behavior? My cousin and I both have 2 children who are the same age. We have 12-year-old boys and 11-year-old girls. Her 12-year-old son, Damien, is autistic and has a lot of issues that we believe are unrelated to autism, but we are no experts on the subject. My 12-year-old son, Christopher, loves hanging out with Damien because he enjoys knowing that he brings some sort of joy to Damien's otherwise rough life. Damien has been kicked out of every school he has attended, so he has no friends. Our daughters are the best of friends as well. They are basically inseparable. Well, about 2 weeks ago my cousin asked if she could take my kids for the week. COVID outbreak at school, so school was called off anyways. I said that was fine after asking the kids if they wanted to go. Everything was perfectly fine for the entire week, I thought. I checked on the kids often. They seemed happy and to be having fun. However, that all changed when I picked my kids up. That's when they told me all the weird shit Damien was doing. Such as my daughter would wake up to Damien stroking her hair or arms while she slept, and when she caught him, he pretended to be asleep. He went into his sister's room at some point during the night against his parents' rules. I guess he also told my daughter several times that he likes her, and when my daughter told my cousin about it, she basically said it's okay to have crushes, but where you're related, you simply can't act on it. I guess he also kept trying to take pictures of her. I'm unsure whether or not she corrected her son's behavior by touching my daughter in her sleep. However, I do know that not once did she tell me anything that happened. My kids did, while she kept it hush-hush. After finding all of this out, I called my cousin and said that my kids would no longer be allowed there because my daughter now felt uncomfortable around Damien. She is pissed because he doesn't mean it. It's not like he went out of his way to be weird. He doesn't understand. It's his autism, but says she ultimately understands. However, she's still making me feel bad about it because her kid has autism and doesn't know why he isn't allowed to see my kids anymore, and I guess he has been having a lot of outbursts since that point. One of them resulting in her needing to call the police because he became violent and started throwing chairs. Now to the next story, story 2. Am I the asshole for telling my best friend I don't want to hear about her shitty boyfriend anymore? Hi Reddit, I am feeling really bad about this, and need advice. I, 23, have been friends with my BFF Kayla since we were 11. She is awesome and has supported me through some really tough times, and I have been there for her through a lot of shit too. We have never fallen out, and we always supported each other. Until now. Kayla has been with her boyfriend James for just over 2 years now. I liked him at first. He was good for her. He made her happy, so I was happy. But for the last year or so, every time I have seen or chatted to Kayla, all she has done is complain about him. Some of the stuff she has told me about him is super gross, and I have lost all respect for him, and in turn, I have started losing respect for her. She has also changed a lot since being with him. She used to want to travel the world, explore and experience new things. Now she never leaves her house and wants to be a stay-at-home mother by the time she's 25. It makes me sad to see. She has lost her sparkle. It all came to a head when we went for dinner for my birthday. She spent the whole night complaining about James, as always, telling me way too much personal stuff about him, as always, and just generally moaning. It was after we had finished our meal when I finally snapped and said I don't want to hear any more about her shitty boyfriend, because everything I advise her to do she just ignores and I have nothing left to say to her. I told her she should dump him if she hates him so much, and if she isn't going to dump him then to quit bitching about him all the time because I didn't want to hear it anymore. I had had quite a few glasses of wine and was just feeling super bummed because she made my whole birthday dinner about her and her stupid boyfriend. This was 5 days ago and she hasn't spoken to me since. I messaged her the next morning apologizing and asked her if we could meet up to talk about it, but she hasn't responded. Relevant comments. To a longer YTA comment. OP, thank you for your comment. I do actually agree with you after reflecting. I haven't ever told her that I'm tired of her not taking my advice, and I have never asked her to not complain about him. This was the first time I had challenged her. I have always been very patient with her, and let her complain as much as she wants. This has left me feeling emotionally drained after every time I see her. I should have set boundaries in a calm and mature manner, when I was sober. I was just so annoyed that she made me an entire birthday meal about her relationship issues. I had also just found out that I had got my dream job, and wanted her to be happy for me. I took out my frustration on her and I spoke to her poorly. Thank you. I am going to try and fix it with her top commenter. I mean, you took the nuclear option and drunkenly exploded on her rather than having a civil conversation about how the constant complaining was impacting you and your friendship. Of course she's hurt and pissed off. Not to say she's free and clear of taking over your birthday, but she may honestly have no idea how much she complains or how draining it can be for others. The fact that you have lost respect for her means maybe it's time for the friendship to end. If you don't like her and you don't like being around her, what's the point of the relationship? Don't expect her to forgive you for handling the situation like you did instead of like a real friend would though. Alcohol ultimately didn't make you do this. Alcohol didn't make me do this. I did it because I didn't communicate sooner, and I had a lot of pent-up anger. I shouldn't have spoken to her like that and I'm going to apologize. Commenter, downvoted. You are the asshole. Get off booze and other drugs. I accept I'm the asshole, but if I want to have a few glasses of wine on my birthday, that is my prerogative. I don't do drugs, and I am over the legal drinking age. I had 3 glasses of wine. On my birthday. Commenter, NTA, the best thing you can do is let her be right now. When she's ready to talk she will reach out to you. I'm worried that if I let her be, she will never reach out and I will lose her as a friend. I don't want to lose her, despite her frustrating me with constantly talking about her boyfriend. She is a good person. I was thinking of writing her a letter to apologize and explain how I feel. IDK. Commenter, a letter may be a good idea, especially if she has blocked you on social media or is avoiding your messages. Do you have any mutual friends willing to tell Kayla how you feel? She hasn't blocked me, but she has already ignored one message, so I feel like she would just keep ignoring me. All of our mutual friends have dropped her because they can't deal with her complaining. They're all telling me to unfriend her, but I'm not ready to do that. Commenter. Is the relationship just bad, or is it abusive? Not acting like her usual self, her spark is gone. Those are red flags. If it is an abusive relationship, and emotional abuse very much is abuse, then make sure to leave the door open for her to contact you when she's ready to leave. Abusers isolate and control their victims, and cutting off friends and family is part of the goal. If the support system is gone, it's harder to leave. So tell her that you will always be there for her if she decides to leave him. That does not mean you have to keep listening to her. Tell her that you are done hearing about this guy and set whatever boundaries you need, but tell her that when she is ready to leave him, you are there for her. It isn't abusive. If anything, she's not very nice to him. She doesn't like the guy. I don't know why she stays with him. She struggles with her mental health, and he is a very lazy guy, so encourages her to stay in bed all day. He isn't what she needs, but he isn't abusive. Who paid for dinner? I paid. It did need to be said, but not in the way it was. I want to apologize for the way I say it, not for how I feel. Commenter. So let me get this straight. Your best friend of 12 years goes to your birthday dinner empty-handed and you pay for it. She spends the whole night making it about herself and her stupid BF, and it got you to the point of yelling at her, rightfully so, and now she's giving you the cold shoulder. This girl is not your friend, she's a user. This is not a friendship worth having. IDC what financial situation is. If it's your BFF birthday, you make it work. It's not about money, it's about effort. If she truly couldn't afford to go out, then she could have made you dinner and a birthday cake and bought a $2 bottle of wine. Yeah, I guess that's true. I told her not to get me anything because she's broke. I wasn't expecting anything, but I was expecting her to at least ask me how I am, instead of just talking about her boyfriend. IDK Update 1. Edit. Thank you all for your comments. I can see you're all very divided about if I'm the asshole or not, and I get why. I have accepted that I am the asshole for going nuclear when drunk, and I know I should have spoken to her in a mature and calm manner way earlier than I did. She shouldn't have ruined my birthday dinner, but she is struggling. She didn't deserve to be spoken to like that. I have decided to write her a letter apologizing for the way I spoke to her. I am going to write, very nicely, that I still stand by what I said and that I love her, but hearing her complain repeatedly about the same issue without taking advice is very draining. I'm going to tell her I want to still be friends and that I don't want this to ruin our friendship. I will also recommend she goes back to therapy. She had a therapist in high school but ghosted her. If she then reads my letter and decides to end the friendship, then that is up to her. I will be sad, but everything happens for a reason. Right. Update 2. Firstly, thank you so much for everyone who commented and messaged me. Nice or not, it was great to get everyone's opinion. So I wrote Kayla a letter, like I said I was going to in my edit. It felt very formal and weird to do, but for some reason doing it over text felt wrong. I wanted her to know I'm sincere. I said that I love her, and I value our friendship extensively, and apologized for the way I spoke to her. I said alcohol wasn't to blame. I was. I spoke to her like an asshole and she didn't deserve it. I wrote that I have felt frustrated about the situation for a long time now, Because it upset me seeing her so frustrated and upset all the time with the person who is supposed to cherish and respect her the most. I told her that I wholeheartedly believe that she should end the relationship. I said I knew this wasn't my place to say, and that she didn't need to take my advice and that I would support her in whatever decision she made. But if she decided to stay with him, I need her to stop complaining to me about James and their relationship because it was too draining for me to hear it. I said of course she could talk to me about anything major, but hearing the same complaints on an almost daily basis was exhausting, especially when she wouldn't take or even listen to any advice. I made sure to tell her I loved her and I apologized again. I actually apologized 4 times in the letter. I put it through her front door the day after I posted here. She called me yesterday and asked to meet. I went round to her place last night and we talked for just over 2 hours. She told me she actually broke up with James the day after my birthday. Apparently me snapping at her about it shocked her into realizing how often she was upset by him and how much she complained. She has spent the last few days processing everything, so that's why I hadn't heard from her, which is so valid. She actually thanked me for doing it, which is crazy. She said although I was a bit of an asshole, it was what she needed to hear. We both cried a lot and hugged it out and then watched 90 Day Fiancé LOL. I think it's safe to say we will be okay. She is obviously struggling because she is grieving their relationship and breakups are awful. But I will support her through this, like I always do, because I know that she will support me when I next get my heart broken. I am single AF right now but who knows what the future holds. So the TLDR is that me snapping at my best friend at my birthday dinner for complaining about her boyfriend for the whole meal caused her to dump him. I didn't lose the friendship, I actually got my best friend back. I can't wait to support her while she finds herself again. Thank you all again, have a great day everyone. A stranger on the internet messaged me to let me know that my boyfriend and I are all over a couples swapping site. Throwaway, because all of my friends know my main goal. And I'm sorry if the grammar in this post is all over the place, it's late here and I'm kind of freaking out. For the sake of privacy I'm going to call my BF Ryan, and the guy who messaged me Craig. Background: been with Ryan for 6 months, the relationship is fun and great. Now let's just get straight to it. I was browsing social media before bed when Facebook alerted me that a non-friend was requesting to send me a message. Curious, I opened it and was greeted with a shock. He stopped replying after my second question. Craig. So, heard that you two are into couple swapping. Etc. LOL me. What? Craig, y'all are all over a site for that. Not trying to be a creep at all or odd about it. This would be our first time doing anything like that. Me, can you send me screenshots of that stuff? Sorry if I sound rude, I don't think you're creepy, it's just that as far as I know my partner and I aren't on any sites for swapping or anything else sexual. Ryan isn't picking up his phone. It's late. I think that someone might have taken our images and put them on some sort of sexual meetup website, and I have no clue what the etc. entailed. And since we were contacted by a man in his 30s, the site must say that we're older than the 18-19-year-old kids we are. I'm also scared because Craig's profile says that he is from the same city that Ryan and I are from, so whatever site we're on has our relative location on it. Maybe Ryan has something to do with it. I want to know how I should proceed from here. Please help. A stranger approached me for a couples swap and alerted me to the fact that my BF and I are all over a swinger site. I don't know how to proceed. Update 1. So after posting this last night I was exhausted and fell asleep. Craig messaged me again a half hour ago and then stopped responding. I'm hoping for screenshots soon. Craig. Sorry I was asleep. I'll try to find that stuff. My wife and I deleted our profile. Me. Yeah, sorry about this mess. IDK how this could happen unless there were bots or my BF was trying to cheat on me. Craig. No, he wasn't trying to cheat. The profiles had both of you. At this point, I'm afraid it's Ryan. I don't want it to be. He won't answer my text. Update 2. Thank you to everyone who has responded. Something I didn't make clear in the original post is that the first message from Craig was from early January. I hadn't seen it until last night because my Facebook settings have it so I only get alerted to messages from people who aren't my friends, nor have I been given permission to talk to me when I'm in the app or on the website. Last night was the first time I had gone on Facebook in about a month. At this point I'm just waiting to hear back from Ryan still. I'm leaning towards Craig as just some creep, but Ryan's silence is becoming increasingly worrying. I still am going to check swinger sites to make sure none of my pictures are being used. I will update again when this is all figured out. Relevant comments. Comment 1. As a couple that regularly participate in swinging sites, this kind of shit is incredibly common. A guy derives pleasure from sexual chat and fantasizes about either participating in threesomes or engaging in partner swapping. So he'll create a profile without his SO's knowledge and pretend to be swingers so he can chat with real swingers. It's incredibly frustrating as real swingers, and incredibly common. They are pretty easy to figure out after some experience also. The way it normally happens is we start chatting with a couple. After a couple days, we realize that we have only communicated with the male half. We ask for the two women to voice verify via phone or Skype so we know both couples are who they say they are. Dude ghosts or deflects back to sex talk. Reverse image search often leads to their FB profiles. Or searching their email, or their names and location. Regardless, it's easy enough to find them since most guys that do this aren't exactly careful. At that point, a decision is made. Either we're pissed off enough at the dude that we'll contact his SO over FB and rat him out, or we just make a note and move on. We actually busted my cousin's best friend's fiancé doing this. Tracked down the asshole's FB profile, found he was a mutual friend with our cousin, and then found he was engaged to cousin's best friend. As we suspected, she didn't know he was doing this. So as a couple who have been on the other end of this, we're leaning towards your BF being an asshole rather than this being a scam. OP. How should I approach him about this? I don't have any evidence besides the messages from Craig. Comment 2. It is difficult. He has the trusty fallback that real swingers keep in our pocket if anyone were to stumble across our profile on a site. Oh shit, someone stole our pics and made a fake profile. And yeah, it never happens. If people steal pics, it's not vanilla pics from Facebook. Unless you two are Ken and Barbie with very racy pictures on FB, your pics weren't stolen. So you need cooperation from Craig. You need to know which site he found you on. Create a fake profile on that site and find other profiles in your area. Chances are you will stumble across the suspected account. Also browse the MW4MW ads on Craigslist and see if any of the pics or descriptions match you guys. But really, without Craig's help, there's nothing you can do besides snooping on internet history on all PCs and phones. Hopefully Craig will cooperate. Swingers are big on honesty and consent. It's what differentiates us from cheaters. So hopefully he'll give you the details out of a sense of morality. There is always the chance that this is an innocent mistake. Maybe he tracked down the wrong person by mistake. But honestly, we've lived this exact scenario 3 times in the past year alone. It's very, very common for men to catfish couples. When we were new in the lifestyle and didn't know any better, we even had a few "my wife can't make it tonight. Do you mind if it's just the 3 of us?" attempts. OP. Yeah, none of my pictures on Facebook even show my body in any capacity. Only my face. Comment 3. Without evidence, all you can do is tell your BF what happened and gauge his response. Without assistance from Craig, you have nothing to go on. I just hope your BF doesn't have nudes of you, because we've been sent countless nudes of wives and girlfriends by catfishing husbands, boyfriends. I really hope for your sake that I'm wrong and this is just a case of mistaken identity. Maybe we're just sour because it's happened to us so many times. I really hope so for your sake. But the circumstances sound just a bit too familiar. Final update. Thank you so much again. All of y'all have made this day easier. Also, I want to mention that I hope I never came across as shaming the swinging community. All of y'all from that community were so kind and helpful, and my problem with all of this wasn't that the concept of swinging was scary, just the fact that my information and photos were being used without my knowledge. So let's get to it. Ryan ended up texting me that he wanted to see me. I got a bad vibe, so I asked him to call me instead. You all were right. It was him. Apparently the fantasy of swinging was a special kink for him and he used those sites to masturbate. I couldn't find the profiles on any sites because he had listed our ages as 23/24 and I had been searching for couples 18/19. Craig couldn't find our information because when Ryan received my text last night he went into damage control mode and deleted everything. He had used inappropriate photos of me to lure people into chatting with him. I'm young and relatively attractive, so I guess I was a good bet. I threatened to call and tell my dad, who is a sheriff, about all of this if he doesn't take down all of it. I'm meeting him at a coffee shop tomorrow to look through his phone and laptop to ensure all my photos are gone. Needless to say, we're done. Craig said he was sorry and that he didn't want to speak with me ever again. And that him and his wife only were interested in swinging because they thought Ryan and I were hot. I still don't know how the fuck he found me on Facebook, and he stopped responding. So I blocked him. Today was kind of a shit day. Relevant comments. Comment 1. OP. I read your updates and I am so sorry that this has happened to you. Needless to say that I think it was very good that you so firmly decided to not give him another chance. I just feel that I have to say one more thing. I would tell your dad anyway. Even if Ryan shows you an empty phone and an empty laptop, you have no idea if he's made a backup somewhere, an extra hard drive or a cloud service. Besides, your photos were out on the internet for God knows how long. There's a big chance that someone else have these photos on their computer now. There's a reason why posting images of unknowing participants is illegal. I recommend that you tell your dad and report Ryan OP. Yeah, I'll definitely talk to my dad. It's going to be an awkward conversation, but you're right, Ryan did something terrible to me and who knows who else he's stolen photos from. Now to the next story, story 2. Am I the asshole for telling my husband that I will divorce him tomorrow because he doesn't clean anymore? I'm at my wit's end. Everything changed after marriage and I couldn't tell you why. Our biggest problem is cleaning. My husband used to clean up after himself, but after marriage he just completely stopped with no warning. We were dating for 3 years, engaged for 1, and now freshly married. We're 28 and 29. After we got married, my husband stopped cleaning. He wouldn't pick up after himself, wouldn't do his agreed upon chores, and suddenly became a slob. It was like he's been intentionally dirtying things up. I stopped doing all of my housework out of protest a month into our marriage, and I now live in complete and utter filth. I'm rarely home due to the mess. I live part-time with my sister at this point and he doesn't even care. I come home only to sleep at night, and sometimes I don't even come home at all. It's like we aren't even married anymore, and it's draining my mental health to the point where I've had multiple breakdowns this month. I'm completely over it. I wanted to get married, but this is not the man I married. I would much rather be home where I belong, but I'm not a maid. The mess is as follows. Wet food in the sink from him throwing his plate, finished or not, in there. Bugs, garbage littered everywhere, puddles of mystery substances. The trash is never taken out. All of his laundry is dirty, clothes unfolded, crumbs galore, takeout everywhere since he won't cook. Dishes piled to the skies. I can guarantee you there's more, but I can't describe it right. It's like he's a toddler. It's exactly like mommy isn't cleaning up, so he's tornadoing through our house and not caring. Before he would scrape his plate, rinse it, then leave it. He would take the trash outside and take the cans to the curb. He'd sweep, vacuum, occasionally do laundry, and he would never eat in the bed. Now he does it all. A few hours ago I told him that if he doesn't clean up tonight, then I'm divorcing him tomorrow. I said if I don't see some progress on the house, then we're over. He told me that I'm being an asshole for no reason and that cleaning is no longer his job. I nearly popped a fucking blood vessel. We did not decide on that. He's telling me that I'm throwing everything away over pride and that all new marriages go through this transition. Bull fucking shit. He told his mom, and she called me not too long ago and told me that I need to calm down and reconcile. I really love my MIL and she's one of the most level-headed people I know, hence the reason I'm writing this post. She's making me wonder if divorce is too far because it's only a mess, but it's a mess. She told me that we can reach a compromise, and that we need to take a breather and talk about it all, but I truthfully do not want to. She reminded me of our good times and that life won't always be the way it is now, but I'm feeling incredibly skeptical. I cannot stand filth and I can't live like this even if it's for him. Am I the asshole? Edit. After writing a long comment, I'm done. I know I just posted, but I truly am done. My mill made me second guess myself, but all I needed was to think about it all and hear an outside opinion, even if it's just one. He fooled me for 4 years and marriage is not trapping me. He used to clean up after himself and be the most wonderful partner. It's a real shame that he showed his true colors after we paid so much for our wedding. I'm not a maid and he's not a toddler. Even toddlers are more responsible and respectful than him. Am I the asshole for putting my profoundly autistic daughter on birth control without her consent to alleviate her painful and confusing menstrual cycles? I, 45F, have a daughter, 19F, Layla, who is profoundly autistic. She was diagnosed as a young child, and due to the efforts of her speech and OT, and her own hard work, she has been able to gain a lot of independent daily living skills over the years. As she started hitting the teenage years, though, we started facing an extreme struggle with her period. Due to her diagnosis, she is estimated to have the developmental age of a 3 or 4-year-old child. This makes her month cycle extremely painful and confusing for her. She does not know or understand why she is bleeding or in pain. She suffers from bad cramping, which is difficult to treat as she has a hard time communicating when she is in pain. Aside from the pain, the hygienic side of her cycle is very difficult for both her and me. Due to the painful nature of her cycle, keeping things consistently clean is extremely hard as there is a negative association there, and she does everything she can to avoid dealing with her period. After trying different OT therapists and plans, both me and her father, Her OT therapist and her pediatrician have decided the best thing for her is to be put on birth control so her cycles can be managed. We safely have her skip the majority of her cycles during the year, and it has been a blessing for us. It has been 4 months, and not only has she been able to avoid the pain she goes through every month, but her general mood and demeanor has improved as well. Her therapist believes her irregular cycle was causing her a lot of anxiety. The issue comes with my Sile Ashley. She was over at the house yesterday having lunch with us when she asked how Layla had been doing recently. I told her that she was doing very well and explained to her the changes we made in the last few months. Ashley was horrified. She started ranting about how I am taking away my daughter's autonomy by putting her on birth control without her consent and that the long-term effects could hurt her fertility. Layla will never have children, and will never have an intimate relationship with others due to her developmental age. I tried explaining this to Sil, but she held firm. I honestly don't know if she has a very good grasp on autism or developmental disorders at this point. I ended up asking her to leave as she was getting louder and I didn't want her to upset Layla. I let my husband know what had happened when he got home from work. Layla had already texted him trying to shame him for allowing Layla to be put on birth control. She has now involved my MIL and has even reached out to my own mother over Facebook, claiming my husband and I are taking away our daughter's autonomy. I really think that birth control was the right choice for our daughter, but the constant barrage of insults is starting to make me question things. Am I the asshole? Now to the next story, story 2. My doctors told my husband and me that our baby has many birth defects. I want to abort, he does not. My doctors told my husband, 30M, and I, 31F, that our baby has many birth defects. I want to abort, he does not. This was a planned baby and I'm absolutely devastated. Me and my husband met in college and have been married for 6 years now. We have one son who is now 4 years old. I know some people are gonna wonder, but yes, we did discuss our moral political views before even getting engaged, and we're both pro-choice. When we were 21 and 20, we made a stupid mistake that ended in a pregnancy. We were both flat broke and not at all ready for kids. I decided to terminate and he fully agreed with and supported me. He loves our son so much and is an amazing father. He confided in me that he loved the idea of having a daughter as well. Luckily, we're in a good financial place, so I agreed and we started trying for a second baby. We conceived fairly quickly and were overjoyed. We also soon discovered that we're having a girl. My husband was so excited. As soon as he was told, he went all out and started to plan her nursery. He asked our son to help him pick which shade of pink he wanted, which crib to get, what the theme should be, etc. It was all so adorable. I don't want to reveal any personal medical history, so forgive me for being vague with the descriptions. At our last doctor's visit a few days ago, we were given the news that our daughter has severe birth defects. They think that she could possibly survive the birth, but any life that she gets to experience will be painful for her. There have been medical cases of babies with the same conditions to survive from early childhood to even the teenage years. These poor children suffer with so much pain and are uncomfortable their entire lives. They are very low functioning and need around-the-clock care as well as several uncomfortable surgeries to try and give them a better quality of life. We were both heartbroken and cried for hours together in the car. Then we drove home in silence. Neither of us said anything until my husband began to quietly mumble his thoughts. He was going on and on about how we needed to schedule another doctor's appointment so we know what medical equipment we'd need to buy for her, and we should renovate the nursery again so we could care for her more easily. He said that he'd definitely have to talk to his boss so he can take a longer paternity leave. He wants to be by her side in the NICU until we can take her home. He talked about how we'd have to ask his mom to babysit our son more often while she's a newborn. He even said that maybe we could sell one of our cars, move to a smaller house, and take our son out of private school so we'd have more money to pay for our daughter's care. I was silent until he asked me what I thought. I was blunt and said that I think we should terminate the pregnancy. Now I feel bad for saying it that way, but I was still frazzled from the news. This made him very upset. He began to cry and ask why I don't want our daughter, even with disabilities. I mentioned our previous abortion. He said it was different because it was unplanned and we had no way to take care of the child. Now we're in a pretty good place financially, so theoretically we could shoulder the cost of our daughter. I have a bit of personal history with this type of situation. My best friend in high school was at my house all the time because her parents were way too busy with her severely autistic older brother. They did love her, but she was pushed to the side her entire childhood. I told him this story. He said that we'd do better by our son and daughter. My best friend's parents were stupid for having a second kid after they already had a disabled one. He then seemed hopeful for a minute and asked if I was just afraid. He promised that he'd be by my side the whole time and we could do this together. I told him it's not about fear. Our daughter will be in pain constantly if she's born alive. It would be a short and painful life for her. I love this baby so much already, I don't want her to suffer like that. He began to yell that even if she doesn't live long we could still pour our hearts and souls into making her life as fulfilling as possible. I didn't respond and he stormed inside. It's been a couple days now and he won't even look me in the eyes. He sits in the new nursery for hours. Our son is very confused. I know he's grieving, but I really don't want to go further with this pregnancy. I love him so much, I have no idea what to do now. TLDR, husband and I learned that our planned daughter has many birth defects that would devastate her quality of life. I want to abort in order to save her from an existence full of pain. My husband wants to keep her so we can love her for however long she lives. Relevant comments. My daughter has a 20-year-old autistic bipolar daughter, my granddaughter. There are 3 daughters in total, 1 older and 1 younger. The autistic child cannot self-entertain and will always have the mentality of a 6-year-old child. My daughter's marriage fell apart and the ex-husband wasn't around to take any responsibility. Plus, my daughter was rarely reimbursed for medical and dental out-of-pocket expenses. The oldest daughter, the glass child, was parentified so her mother could work nights. She now has gone no contact with her mother and blocked her everywhere due to her childhood losses. The younger child has lived in the shadow of the autistic sister and has many issues going on. My daughter can't leave the 2 of them at home because the older sister becomes violent. When toddlers, the youngest had to have her hair cut short because her autistic sister would pull her long hair out by the roots and rip her scalp all bloodied. It was awful. My daughter is movie star beautiful, but men who have professed their love for her and had wanted to marry her, but not the disabled daughter. My autistic granddaughter cannot self-entertain and is a Velcro person so is always there. It's been a family tragedy. My daughter is a prisoner in her own home. My ex-husband would not help. I work full-time and had gone to school at night so I was pretty much depleted. Plus, my autistic granddaughter is hard to keep. I love my granddaughter, but I would not wish her life or my daughter's life on my worst enemy. It hurts me to say this, but it would be a mercy to not bring this severely disabled child into the world. What a cruel thing to bring this unborn child into the world. The husband is out of his mind with grief and cannot see the whole picture. The wife needs to make up her own mind, even with the sad choice to divorce if it comes to it. To the haters out there, unless you have walked in another person's shoes, you cannot understand this catastrophic situation. I would also want to terminate. Can you guys talk to a therapist? Do you have time? OP's reply, we have a bit of time, but if we don't resolve this soon termination will be impossible. Update. Thank you all so much for the advice and kind words. I'm sorry I haven't responded to many chats and comments. I've read through them all. The empathy and compassion shown is truly touching. After I made my original post, my husband and I rushed to get a second opinion. Nothing changed and it was still our original diagnosis. Once I learned that, I scheduled the termination for as soon as physically possible. I didn't tell my husband at first. He kept on raving about how we could give her as much love in her life as we can. I feel bad for this now, but I snapped and angrily told him I was terminating the pregnancy. That I know how he feels, but I will not allow my daughter to suffer just because he wants to love her. He was very angry with me after I put my foot down. After he realized his pleading wouldn't change my mind, he didn't speak a word to me. It was like he refused to even acknowledge my existence. I was terrified that he'd go and leave me all alone with the scraps of our family. I tried to explain it to my son, but I think he still doesn't understand. Then, the night before the procedure, he stepped into my room and apologized for everyone and promised to be more supportive of me from now on. I was so happy and relieved I started to sob and he held me all night. My original plan was that my mom would drive me to the hospital, then once it's done a close friend would take me home. Since it was only the night before, he said he couldn't miss a full day of work, but really wanted to drive me home. I agreed to let him and then the procedure was done in the morning. My son is having a long sleepover with my best friend's family. I don't want him to see me like this. The next morning the termination was done. It went fine with only minor physical pain, but the emotional toll was crushing. After I was done, he didn't show up to get me. I waited for hours and he wouldn't answer any of my calls. I ended up having to call a friend out from work to take me home. When we got there, I saw just one note on the counter saying he can't do this. A few of our daughter's special toys were removed from her nursery. My entire life has fallen apart in a matter of days. I asked my mom to watch my son for a little while. I still can't contact my husband. Everything feels so pointless. Relevant comments. I'm a doctor and I work in an ICU seeing children exactly like the one you may have had. If I were in your position, I would have done the same thing. Let me be clear and say that nobody in your partner's position has a clue of the emotional toll that parents of severely disabled children go through. Everyone thinks they know what it would be like, but they're often wrong, and more often the parents of the child are struggling a lot. Whatever happens, FYW, I think you made the harder, but smarter decision. Who's to say your husband wouldn't leave the exact same way after seeing your daughter suffer alive in actual pain? Leaves you a note on the table one night, "I can't do this," and leaves you to care for her yourself. We couldn't save our 15-year marriage, because my wife friend-zoned me and wants a platonic companionship. My wife, 35F, and I, 35M, have been married for 15 years and we've been together for 20 years. We have 2 kids, 12, 14. We absolutely adore and work tirelessly to provide the best possible life for them. For the past 3 years, things have been somewhat bumpy. I understand that our kids are at an age where they require a ton of our attention and resources with school, band, club sports, and other extracurriculars, and I'm aware of the physical and emotional toll that can have on marriages. However, for these past 3 years, my wife and I have had very little intimacy and very little sex, and we've been trying very hard to work on that aspect of our relationship. This past year has been the most difficult and by far the darkest year in our marriage. We didn't talk very much, we essentially became roommates co-parenting our kids under the same roof. It was very depressing and very demoralizing. It was to the point where we began contemplating divorce, and it became very dark and gloomy in the household because of that. We began seeking help with both individualized therapy and couples therapy, and it seems to have helped some. Little by little we started to get along and started to have deeper conversations about what our marriage looks like and what we would love for it to look like. This is where it gets tough. As time passed, my wife started to tell me she no longer was in love with me, and that she only saw me as a best friend. That she only loved me in a very platonic way. And this was one of the main reasons she didn't have any desire for intimacy and let alone sex. This was very shocking to me, and quite frankly, I was devastated. I became angry and depressed, and I couldn't fathom the thought that I was no longer wanted or desired by the person I felt completely in love with. Things began to deteriorate again, and not long after, we were back to square one. I sat down with her one afternoon and had a heart-to-heart and began to ask questions about where the root of this problem lies, and her answer was, "I don't know," and that, "I have built up resentment towards you, but I don't know where it stems from." As you can imagine, this provides very little to no insight into how to approach this. I'm puzzled, I'm frustrated, and I do not know what to do at this point. Currently, we've arrived at a place where she says that she has no sex drive and no desire for intimacy or connection. She says that all she wants is simply companionship, which basically means our co-parenting roommate dynamic. I asked her what I could possibly do, or what is it about me that is so unattractive or undesirable, and her response is always, "I don't know." She stated that she does love me, but it's not the same. That she has been feeling disconnected for years, and that our marriage just takes up too much work. Her focus is only the children for now, and that my co-parenting contributions are meaningful to her in our home. I'm at a loss, and I'm mainly venting about my frustration. It's tough to realize that the person you love has no feelings for you. I feel like at this point I'm only here to contribute financially and as a parent. I feel like what she means with companionship is that she's comfortable with the convenience of having a good father for our kids and my financial contribution to the household. In regard to intimacy and/or sex, she basically told me that it's not something she's interested in, or wants at this time. She mentioned that the only way to get to a point for any of that is to be intoxicated, which is incredibly awful and very wrong. I told her I do not think forcing herself to have sex or be intimate by drinking or smoking is good, and I declined to be a part of that, which to my surprise, it upset her and made her more distant. We're both extremely honest and transparent. We've never cheated on each other, and we are always free to look through each other's phones, emails, socials, etc. And we hardly ever do. I asked her if there was someone else and she declined. Honestly, I believe her. We then peacefully went through each other's things, and as expected it was clean. We've always been very forward, even with the hard topics, so I don't smell or feel any foul play or infidelity. Am I wrong for declining to only be intimate or have sex when she's intoxicated? I'm firm on my stance of not partaking in this only when I'm high or drunk sex, because it doesn't sit well with me. I do not know how to help our situation, and I'm starting to become a bit anxious and desperate. We're both fairly young and healthy individuals and good looking. We both have good standing careers and are good parents. I'm just not sure how our lives could have driven us to this point. I'd love some outside perspective on this matter and some insight on how to address something like this. It feels so awful to be unwanted and undesired by my own spouse. I hate it. My wife of 15 plus years is no longer in love with me and doesn't know why, and now says she can only have sex while intoxicated, or I need to settle for a platonic sexless marriage, and she doesn't know why that is, but it is what it is, and I'm in need of insight or advice. Relevant comments, missing reasons. Commenters looked at his history and found they were swingers. We did some swinging in the past. That was fun for some time. We mutually decided to stop doing it, and we have established it's not the case. When we were swinging, however, our marriage seemed to be in a good place. This is something we did disclose with our couple therapist and made sure to include it to make sure we're not neglecting an obvious potential issue. I will say, I did ask my wife if what she experienced during swinging is something that is affecting her view on our relationship, and she said it wasn't. Our swinging experience was always together and it was very sex-driven. Nothing really emotional or poly. Truth is, I have to believe her at her word. I have no reason to distrust her. To date, she's always been very forward and never afraid of dealing things head on. No matter how painful. If this is a consequence of swinging, this issue existed long before the lifestyle. I agree that swinging wasn't a solution in the end. Never was meant to be. It was more of discovering or exploring if she felt any different. If that was the case, we agreed we would talk about it, and if we arrive at the conclusion that myself is the problem and she has no problem with other men, we would part ways amicably. However, this wasn't the case. She didn't like sex or intimacy there either. She was very much in control of that whole swinging situation. And yes, I went along with it. What gives? It felt very organic, and it was her effort, if you will, to discover more and learn more about our current issue. I saw it as a means of learning if I'm the problem and was very much ready to accept that. It turns out it wasn't the case. 6 years of misery sound awful. I would very much hate that. OP on if this started when the swinging ended. Finally, a comment on the swinging topic with actual insight. You're absolutely right about the fact that the swinging experience had changes that will impact our marriage and lives forever. For example, the best thing swinging taught us, even above sexual exploration, was the level of transparent and open communication it requires. We would literally have mental orgasms having dialogue with such intentionality. We implemented that in all our lives and areas, including parenting with our children. She even agrees that we're thankful for that takeaway from our swinging. Honestly, I cannot stress it enough with people here. Yes, we explored swinging. However, it was actually a positive experience. When we decided to stop, it was because it felt natural and organic to just do so. In fact, we met with that couple who we meshed super well with the night before. We actually enjoyed the actual friendship and even spent time as vanilla friends. So it wasn't because of something negative. Wife mentioned that it certainly wasn't any better, and since she's not enjoying the sex, we both agreed there's no point to this. I agreed, and we moved on, and we're still friends with those people because it's great. All that said, I know, more often than not, swinging causes massive issues. However, this was something we explored in pursuit of a solution to an issue that was present way before. I think of it as taking a practical approach to trying to solve the problem. Update 1. I wanted to give you guys an update of how the therapy session with my wife went this week. Not sure if this is helpful or not, but I took many of the responses/comments/suggestions from my initial post and put together some things I wanted to discuss with our couples therapist to help us navigate some of the core issues that may be affecting this situation. One of the main things that is the buzzword of this has been the term resentment, and it has been really eating me up inside knowing my wife keeps telling me she doesn't know why she's resentful or doesn't know why this is affecting her emotionally, mentally. I brought this up with our therapist once again and resurfaced the conversation about being married for so long, 15 years, and being together since we were 14 years old. Our long history of growing up and how having children when she was 19 years old, me 20, significantly changed the trajectory of our lives. We experienced severe poverty and many hardships in the process, and we essentially had zero social life for the past 10 years because we were so busy raising babies, 2 kids now ages 12 and 14. She followed up with tons of questions directly, mostly from my wife about her feelings towards this, and 90% of the responses were very our kids focused. It definitely felt like she was afraid of saying yes it sucked, because she would feel guilt or shame because it would imply she regrets the kids. I mentioned this in the session, and the therapist encouraged her to look at this outside of the lens of being a mother and to try to view it a bit more selfishly and individually, and it was very eye-opening. My wife mentioned that she was very frustrated with the fact that we did miss out on many things in life. She also was very clear in saying, I do not think I missed out on other partners or dating or partying, but I certainly lost all my friends. This was huge because one of the big pieces that has caused a strain in our lives is how siloed and isolated we've been, again busy raising kids. I followed up by reminding her that it's important to have good friends and to make time for herself and her friendships. For the past 3+ years, We've had multiple conversations about friends and how it is important to have them in life. Especially when you have similar peers that can help in many areas of life that perhaps we have no experience navigating, and even simply for enjoyment. It has always been something my wife avoids. Even though she's always been someone who needs that external stimuli. The main reason for her not investing in friends or even herself has always been the kids. Like I mentioned earlier in this post, 90% of the answers have to relate to the kids to some degree. At this point in our session, I started to feel like there was a common denominator, the kids, in most of the frustrations and problems she was experiencing. So I simply asked her, "Do you think you may be upset at me because I'm responsible for these kids in the sense that I got you pregnant so young?" I wasn't ready, but she said that she was upset at me for that. She also followed up with the fact that she knows that's unreasonable because it takes two to tango. I did feel like it was progress because it kind of gave us something to work on and help alleviate some of these burdens, so we agreed to invest more time in nurturing good friendships both together and individually. Towards the end of the session, we began to discuss what actionable items we would take from this session. At this point, it was still all very ambiguous and blurry as to what the outcomes were. I was very direct and very forward in asking my wife what her plan is moving forward. Note, I had decided prior to the session that should my wife say the same thing about being a co-parenting roommate, that I would take the 180 approach and essentially do me. She started basically saying the same thing, that she doesn't have any desire to be intimate or sexual with me as of now, and that she loves me immensely and she feels bad for not being there for me, as mentioned in my first post. I also brought up the brief swinging that happened, to which for the 50th time said it wasn't a problem. I agree with her on this. This was something that was a mechanical approach for a solution to a problem that was very much in existence when we tried this. We, both, really have no issue with this. We know it happened, we tried it and mutually stopped and turned the page. I also brought up other life events that may cause resentment, and really we ended up not getting anywhere else as far as the root for resentment, which was discouraging. I then basically expressed to my wife that I will not be okay with that arrangement. I told her that I've really done everything I can and that this issue really has reached a point where it has nothing to do with me or requires me to do anything that I'm currently not doing. I was very direct and said that I will not be accepting this dynamic and that I need to be with someone who is actively involved in our marriage, works towards resolutions, and is very much interested in maintaining an active intimacy and sexual relationship. I expressed how I'm not going to be a convenience, and that there was more to life than being roommates and co-parents. I made sure she knows I love her dearly and that I do want this to work for the better. I also told her that I'm fully committed to this marriage so long as she is as well, and that if she wasn't, it's okay. However, I will not be a part of something where these efforts are not reciprocated. I told her I have no plans of leaving, and I do not want a divorce. However, I made it clear that if this dynamic continues, that divorce will be the only outcome. Of course, tears were involved and it was a very bleak and sad ending to the session. Still nothing was said and I walked out very discouraged and very determined to start working on the 180 as soon as we left the room. It's painful and very difficult because much of the 180 requires you to be very short and cold and transactional. The saddest part is realizing, this dynamic already is very cold and transactional. Here's where it gets very interesting. I started working on implementing many of the 180 recommendations that same day. I mentioned to my wife that, hey, things are going to be a bit different moving forward. I'm going to honor her roommate co-parent dynamic without reproach, and that it should be no mistake that I'm not happy here and I am never going to be okay with it, but I am done working on it if she wasn't going to work on it. She agreed and went to bed. I started to build distance and started to basically focus on myself. Very short and transactional. She asked for help on some of her personal things, to which I declined, and it really shocked her. She was upset, saying I was being petulant. I explained to her that she is now fully in charge of her own life and her own issues. We didn't talk all day and we only spoke when necessary. Few days I keep this going and she's very visibly upset and stressed. I typically react to that with gestures of help or nurturing, but I didn't this time. That night she was crying, telling me she's stressed and she thinks something is wrong with me because I'm indifferent. I simply listened, then I told her that this is the dynamic she proposed and that I'm simply, much like her, taking care of myself and focusing on myself. I'm not going to lie. It has been very hard to be cold and distant because, as I mentioned before, I love her and I wish I could hold her and love on her. However, I know this is somewhat manipulative in a way, just to get her way and still keep me in the friend zone. So I've been staying the course. We're now going on a week of this 180 and let's just say, there has been many changes on her side. I think she is starting to realize there is more to me than just friends and co-parenting. I sent her a text a few days ago essentially itemizing bills and separating the financial responsibilities 50-50ths, and she lost her shit. She basically told me it was out of left field, to which I responded, hey, Friends go in 50/50ths, and as your friend I expect nothing less. This was very eye-opening because it gave me a glimpse of how I'm really taken for granted and how her level of comfort and convenience at my expense is really overlooked. I pushed through anyway and basically told her that this is the new dynamic she asked for and that it's still a bargain, because she would have to be 100% if she was on her own. I'll wrap up with this. While the 180 has been working in many different areas, I am still very much sad about the overall situation. There have been many eye-opening statements being said and realization that have not been pleasant to encounter. It has also sparked new energy and new efforts on her side as well. She's definitely seeking to talk to me more often, and while it's hard to turn down, I hope if things improve this continues to happen. I've also noticed that she's making more time for herself aside from being a mom, which is huge because she pretty much neglected herself for years. I'm very pleased seeing her be more herself. My hope is that as we work on ourselves, the marriage improves. There really is no telling at this point where this will go. We are very much cordial and amicable even to this day, and that's a very good sign. Boundaries are set and expectations are very clear, and I feel that no matter the outcome, I will be at peace with everything that has been done. We're still going to continue the couples therapist until we either rekindle our marriage or end up in divorce. I feel like having this unbiased third party really helps as a witness and as a guide through this. No matter what, I will always love my wife. However, I will not participate in a sexless, intimacy-less marriage because we both deserve better. Thank you all for all the kind words and recommendations and feedback. This will be my last post on this topic, and I wish you all the best. TLDR. My wife friend-zoned me once to just co-parent at my expense, but I started the 180 method to try and find a solution because she doesn't want to work on us, which seems to be working on getting her out of her rut and helping me discover more about how she feels. Also, therapy is paramount and highly recommended to all couples. Relevant comments. Comment 1. So, I'm going to assume that your wife has a lucrative job and you are both going 50/50ths on childcare, as you both work and share children. Because otherwise, this approach is just plain financially abusive, and if you're planning on saying I won't pay the bills unless you have sex with me, sexually abusive as well. Assuming that is the case and you aren't a total POS, I'm actually interested in how this works out for you. I feel like I'm in an unstated, similar situation. We both work and have blended finances, but we don't go to bed together or eat together, have barely any intimacy, a kiss or two, hugs every couple days, and spend maybe 8 hours a week together, just the three of us, him, me, and the toddler. Even less, just the two of us, maybe 3 hours a week. Otherwise, he is on his game, or out playing sports, watching YouTube, or whatever else he does. It barely feels like a friend situation, let alone a marriage. I'm curious how she handles it, as the spouse that presumably was pulling away first. I hope you keep us updated. OP, yes, we both have degrees, good careers, and while I make significantly more money, her salary is very proficient and above average. The 50/50ths was not to cripple nor hurt her financially, that is cruel, but mostly to send a message on what a roommate dynamic looks like in the real world. I really dislike how people immediately jump to conclusions about the finances as a way of manipulating her. It's not the case at all. Plenty of money left over after bills. However, 50/50ths means she has less whatever money, and the understanding that roommates share everything equally. Prior to this 180 approach, we did everything together and with our kids. We always saw ourselves as a unit that does things together. Both alone and with the kids too. That's changed now, where I'm choosing to focus on more independent types of pastimes and focus. That is what has sparked her reaction and realization of there's more than just roommates here. Comment 2. How does one dump half of the household expenses on the other person if they share a bank account? Or are your finances kept separately? Just curious how this would work if applied to my life. OP, excellent question. We shared everything. The proposed 50/50ths was suggesting we place the necessary amount to pay bills in the same account, and any leftover money can be deposited to a new account. I think this is why she was very upset. She felt a huge loss of control knowing she won't be able to monitor my finances. Also, she felt a huge loss in her leftover money with this arrangement and saw that I would keep significantly more of my own. This is still being worked out because I think she is calling my bluff here, but my plan is to notify her next week as I modify my direct deposit and open a new account. It will definitely be more real there. To be clear, for all the trolls here, yes, she will have less leftover money after responsibilities, and it's still enough to live on. Example, for reference. Assume I make $3,000 a month, she makes $1,000 a month. Responsibilities are $1,000 a month. So she'd contribute $500 and I would contribute $500. where before she would contribute only $250. This is the last comment I'll add regarding money and finances. She's fine and she's not hurting. I promise when asked what if she leaves for another man. Interesting. She has no shortage of men hitting on her and we're by no means jealous people. So I've witnessed this multiple times and her reactions are somewhat indifferent. I will say, if another man for her was the answer, she'd tell me or she'd have some inkling maybe. There's no telling, but I think the problem is deeper than superficial attention from a different person. You might be right, and if this is the case, so be it. However, I'll live with peace knowing I left no stone left unturned. Crazy thought, I know I would be disappointed and saddened if she did leave for another man that would accept the bare minimum. But I'd also feel a peace knowing it's not all my fault. I know I'm responsible in some way to some degree. That's just marriage. I know sadness and depression will creep but we'll both overcome, but if this does happen at least there will be clear reasons and clarity as to why it did. Also, I know for a fact that she wouldn't cheat. We're both very blunt, open and transparent. She would definitely tell me that she wants to step out on our marriage before it actually happens. As would I. We owe ourselves this respect for each other and we actively practice it. New update. I debated for a long time on whether to submit an update on this matter. A few significant changes have taken place and I felt it would be good to not only share with you, but also to allow myself to process all of this in a uniform way. We're now almost 9 weeks in on the 180 method I mentioned I was starting and it started to render some positive reactions from my wife. I explained in the previous post that she started to notice things that she previously took for granted, started to ask more about my whereabouts and also started to notice I would go out with the kids more often without her and she started to invite herself, to which I didn't decline. So much has changed and it has changed for what seems to be for the better. This past Memorial Day weekend, my wife asked me if I wanted to go out for coffee because she wanted to talk to me about something. This was huge, because I can't recall the last time my wife asked to talk to me about something important. I must admit, I was very nervous and worried about what this could be about and my mind was racing with the plethora of scenarios of what it could possibly be. Of course I agreed and we took some time away from the kids to have this conversation at a local coffee shop. The talk was very constructive in nature. There was a ton of insightful information about herself that helped me further understand where she is in life both emotionally and mentally. We summarized what the core issues we are encountering are and she asked me for help. This is new and I cannot tell you how excited I was to hear something so sincere coming from my wife who for the last 2+ years has been absent. So after she was through sharing all her thoughts, I proposed a plan that I felt was right for us. This is something that I had been thinking about these last few weeks and I was planning on bringing this up in a few months if I noticed that things were not changing for the better. This date felt like the right place to share it since it goes hand in hand with what she talked about, and it also relates to the help she was asking me for. I started by first acknowledging her feelings and her concerns. I told her they are valid and how she feels is personal to her and that I care that she feels this way because I don't like the thought of her being sad or depressed. I also told her that my goal still is and will always be for us to reconcile and be the happily ever after we vowed to be for each other and that my love for her is as strong, if not stronger, as it was the day we said I do. I continued the conversation by telling her how I felt about the whole situation, read my previous posts for details, and how it affects me every day. I also clarified some things that she mentioned she was feeling because I have been very distant and monotone, transactional, lately. I explained to her that I was very much trying to protect my feelings and emotions from the rejection and neglect and that it wasn't personal. It was simply me safeguarding myself because I cannot control her, I can only control myself. This was a perfect segue way to the core of this approach, which is focused on self-accountability. I told her that for the longest time I was always working hard to make her happy and do things that I knew she enjoyed or wanted. However, I was always met with rejection and disappointment which caused a load of stress on me. I explained to her that I had to make a change for myself. After all, I can only control myself and make the changes that I want for myself. I mentioned how I was starting to implement new habits and routines that help edify me all while still executing all of our shared responsibilities including parenting, finances, and daily living activities. I explained that the goal is to continue to improve myself both as a husband and father, learn more, and be healthier, among other things. She was very receptive to this. She told me that she sees what I'm doing and that she is proud of the changes she has seen. She also told me how she's starting to realize that she feels left behind and that much of the things that have affected her negatively are her own fault. Toward the end of the conversation, which was about 3 hours, there was a very high spirit of reconciliation in the room. I told her that my goal is to ultimately make this work, however I was very clear that I was not going to live under the current circumstances. I told her that my heart wants her to be happy even if it means elsewhere and that I also deserve to be happy myself. I also explained that I do not want our children to grow up thinking this was okay or normal because they deserve better as well. She told me she doesn't either. She told me she doesn't know what to do, to which I replied, let's set some clear goals. However, the goals will be for ourselves, not for each other. So here is what we established. We are in charge of our own happiness. The key here is that she's not responsible for making me happy, and vice versa. We both need to seek what that personal plan looks like individually. Also, we're both encouraged to include each other in taking those steps if we want, but it is not required. We are in control of our own individual lives and our own journey. This means we're both responsible for finding the resources necessary to grow, change and heal. We can definitely help one another when help is requested. However, unsolicited advice or help will not be rendered. We are responsible for communicating. This ensures nothing is left unsaid. If it was never brought up or discussed, it never happened. We're not mind readers and we need to take ownership when we fail to communicate. Make a list of needs and wants. This gives us both clear directions about meeting each other's needs. This also gives us a choice as to what we choose to do, compromise on, or decline to do. This list also will not serve as a checklist for accountability. We made it clear we would not be bringing this list up for the purpose of arguing. And it was up to the other person to use the list as a tool for growth, transparency or clarification. We concluded that it was up to us to decide if we will be happy doing these things for ourselves because we care, not to simply check a box. This was very important in order to establish long-term habits and not short-term band-aids, because you cannot make someone change or do something they don't believe is important. Established a deadline, Memorial Day 2025. At the end of the conversation, we concluded by setting Memorial Day 2025 as a hard stop to evaluate our lives and our progress. We agreed we would do this with the clear understanding that we will independently decide if we are happy here. If we determine we aren't happy, we will be getting a divorce. We would also both assume full responsibility for what happened should we get divorced. For example, if needs were not met, it would mean my partner chose not to meet them. This places full responsibility on each other in all areas. The whole process requires that if needs were not met, the next question should be, did we do everything to address this issue? If yes, then we will have a clear conscience of what transpired and know we left no stone unturned. If, however, we didn't do everything to address the issue, it will mean the issue was not important enough for you or didn't care to meet those needs. This goes both ways in all areas, like everything else. We established that the main motivator for change should be ourselves, and that if we did that, we would in turn begin to see beneficial changes towards each other. The goal is to ensure that everything we are doing for one another to meet each other's needs is being done because we want to do it for our spouse, not because she asked. Instead, it was done because I know it makes her happy and I love seeing them happy. I felt it was important to mention to her that we are no longer required to do anything for each other. It is now more of a I want to do these things for each other. Ultimately, I felt the conversation was very positive and productive. Many tears were shed and lots of hugging ensued. I know this doesn't mean or guarantee anything, however, this has never happened before and I can honestly attribute it to the 180 method. I cannot give any more insight on this method other than it's the only thing I did differently and something new happened for what seems to be better. I've decided I will conclude and will refrain from this method moving forward as the plan now has changed. I'm planning to devote myself entirely to not only myself and my growth but to also work on her needs and wants because I want her to be happy by my side. She said and agreed she would do the same for herself. We agreed we would help and build each other wherever we request for it and that we will be approaching this as a team. As of today, some of the biggest changes I have noticed are her commitment to therapy and mental health. She is taking some antidepressants that are helping her. She is also more confident and in a far better mood more frequently. We have started to explore more ways of intimacy in multiple areas such as physical touch and words of affirmation. Sex is starting to make an appearance, which is exciting. Side note, sex was very awkward to start when you've been abstinent for so long. We've also started to work out together, which is great, and have lost weight, which is also very exciting. Overall, communication has improved, and I cannot wait to see where this leads. I hope this helps someone out there. I'm still very much interested in your feedback and thoughts on this. You all have been a huge help in giving me hope and insight into this tough journey. Trolls aside, many of you have really been instrumental in my journey both emotionally and mentally. I will not be providing any more updates until Memorial Day next year. I think it's now time to keep focusing on myself and start working on all the new opportunities that hopefully will arise with my wife. I wish you all the best in life and your relationships with those you love. TLDR, Our marriage took a turn for the better after the 180 method, and we're now working on ourselves, each other, and rekindling our marriage. We also set a deadline for next year to either remain together or get divorced. My husband abandoned us to see the Grateful Dead's final show, leaving me and the kids broke. I've decided to plan our divorce. Am I the asshole? My husband is a deadhead. His entire identity is built around this band, and he's seen them and their various incarnations over 50 times. Normally I don't mind, but 2 years ago I was in an accident that left me unable to work. I now receive a tiny disability check once a month for it. He works, but it hasn't been easy with the cost of everything skyrocketing. My disability check doesn't even cover the full cost of our rent, even though our rent is the lowest in our area. Long story short, Dead & Company is made up of what remains of the Grateful Dead, and this is supposed to be their last tour. We live on the East Coast, where he's already seen them twice, which was already more than we can afford. But a few days ago he took out a loan and bought tickets to go see their final show in San Francisco, along with round-trip air and hotel and whatever else he needs out there. Me and the kids are left with $10, some pocket change, and what feels like a very big fuck you. School starts back in a month and the kids both need school supplies and clothes. I could name 1,000 things we need, things that we're going without while money is tight, but this is what he chose to do. We're not going to starve over the weekend, but I don't even have enough money to go get them a pizza while their dad is having a blast on the other side of the country and hanging out with his online deadhead fam. I understand that this band means a lot to him, and I tried to be supportive of that, but I feel like he's crossed a line here. He refused to talk about how much all of this is costing us, but when I looked up the cost of concert tickets, flight tickets, hotels, transportation and food, the bare minimum figure I get is still around $1,000. It could very well be, and probably is, a lot more than that. I've supported him through a lot of things, but this weekend, while he's off having fun and leaving us to fend for ourselves, I'm slowly planning my divorce. I'm playing nice while I get all of my ducks in a row, but this is it for me. I'm tired of watering down essentials like shampoo or laundry soap, living off rice and beans just for him to turn around and take out a loan so he can go to a show all by himself across the country. Edit to say I commented somewhere below to let everyone know the current plan. Apologies if you have to scroll to find it. OP adds an update to a deleted comment. You guys, I wish I had the time to thank you all individually for the overwhelming support I've received here. I really was not expecting that when I posted. Even though I'm dealing with something so fucked up, I feel so much better than I did a few hours ago, knowing there are so many decent and kind people out there, so thank you for that. I mean it. As for everything else, divorce is inevitable. He might not be a total monster, and I'm sure on any other day I would have been able to tell you 1,000 different things that are good about him, but this is a huge betrayal and I just don't see how we're going to come back from that. We're only barely making ends meet now, and this one single selfish act of his leaves us thousands of dollars in the hole overnight. I'm occasionally capable of small miracles, but pulling money I don't have out of my ass isn't one of them. It's the weekend now, so I won't be able to even think about speaking to a lawyer until Monday at the earliest. I wish I could say I'm packing up now, but the reality is I'm stuck here, at least for a little while. The $10 I have in my account doesn't go very far these days. I'll have money again on the 1st, so tomorrow I'll be packing just the essentials, birth certificates and the like, and taking them to my friend's house for safekeeping for now. I'll also be calling my landlord to see about having my name removed from the lease agreement. I'm not going to tell my husband I'm leaving yet though. He's going to come home and tell me what a beautiful experience it was. Tell me how much he wishes I could have been there and how he'll take me one of these days and make it up to me eventually. And I'll smile and play along for the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure where I'm going yet, but I do know I'm not going to pay 3/4 of the rent just to be immediately broke again and have the lights and water and phone all turned off a few days later because he put us in this financial pit. I hope his social media fam are impressed enough by his presence and Instagram stories to make all this worth it to him. I hate it. I can't even begin to explain how hurt and shocked and tired and angry I am. I'm also numb. I don't know how it's possible to feel all this at the same time, but hey, here I am. Thank you though from the bottom of my heart. And for the handful of pecans wringing their hand about me being a leech and sucking the joy out of his life. Keep in mind that I worked from the time I was 16 up until I got hurt, and there were plenty of times throughout this relationship where I was the breadwinner. I provided for him during those times because that's what people in relationships do for one another. I'm very sorry you've never cared enough about someone else or had anyone care about you to understand that. I draw disability now because I paid into a system that was put into place to do for people exactly what it's doing for me right now. Edit. I appreciate the offers, I really do, but if you need to donate to anything, Please donate to your local animal shelter or food closet or a needy family in your neighborhood. This blew up way bigger than I thought my rant was worth to anyone, but the kids and I are gonna be okay. We're leaving tonight to stay with a couple of friends. Everything is moving very quickly now. It's sort of surreal. OP updates the original post update. I wasn't expecting I'd need an update already, but he knows. Someone here decided to share my vent elsewhere, so he saw it on Facebook. He's angry that I've made him look like an asshole. I told him all I did was talk about it without naming him. And if people decide he's an asshole based on his actions, he's got no one to blame but himself. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking and I feel like I might vomit. Some friends have offered to come help me pack and let me and the boys stay with them until I can figure out something more permanent. Edit. Also, please don't try to send me, or anyone pretending to be me, pretending to collect on my behalf, anything. We're in good hands right now and we're not going to go without. I figured, since this whole thing blew up today, I might as well tell all of my friends what's going on and they've really pulled up for us, so we're definitely going to be okay. Relevant comments. Comment 1, divorce him. He has made it clear he doesn't care about you or your kids. Anyone that's selfish needs to be held accountable and the only way to do that is by leaving him. OP, I'm finally realizing this. He's always been a bit selfish, but usually it's smaller things like buying one of his fam birthday rounds with our last $5. We were already struggling because his last 2 East Coast shows really set us back hard. He missed work for both those shows, but we could have skimmed because he used his PTO for those shows. But not only did he take out a loan for San Fran, he has no PTO left and he's missing 3 days of work, which means his next paycheck is going to be super slim and we'll have a new loan payment to make. I'm expecting this to set us back at least 2 or 3 months, but probably more. The kids go back to school in a month. The youngest had a massive growth spurt and literally none of his clothes fit. He's got a single pair of jeans, 2 pairs of shorts, and I think 5 t-shirts that he can still wear. I have no idea how I'm going to do this, but I'm tired of making all these sacrifices just so he can go do whatever he feels like. Comment 2. That is shockingly bad. He doesn't care if you and his own children are low on food and necessities. If he's gotten this low, who knows what he will do in the future, and you said he's always been selfish. This goes beyond selfishness and I agree with all the other comments about divorce. There's no going back from this. At least that's my opinion. I wouldn't be able to ever see him the same again and I'd be absolutely heartbroken. I'm sorry he did this. Don't let anyone downplay his actions. OP, I keep going back and forth between heartache and rage. We've been together for almost 20 years and I cannot believe he would stoop so low to just leave us like that. Life feels so unreal right now. I have a doc appointment this week that I'm gonna have to call and cancel first thing Monday morning because I don't have the money for it anymore. This is so fucked. It's 8 in the morning and I didn't sleep at all last night worrying about this stuff. I can't wrap my head around it. Update. I was injured in a work-related accident that has severely affected my mobility, and this process has been ridiculously slow, in part because my lawyer told me we needed to know how well I might expect to recover and a slew of other things, and those things require time and doctors. I've been basically guaranteed a fairly large settlement. The problem is I'm planning on filing for divorce tomorrow. I had a fairly solid career before my accident while my husband sorta skipped from job to job. I was fine with that at the time, but I'm on disability now and my husband has made a series of increasingly awful financial decisions that, well, let's just say they're bad and I can't stay married to him anymore. Are either of us entitled to alimony? Will he be entitled to any of this settlement when it comes through? If I collect child support from him, is that going to have any bearing on my other case? I'm calling my attorney and maybe a divorce attorney tomorrow if my current attorney can't do it. Hopefully he can recommend someone, but I don't know how long it'll take to set up a meeting and I guess I just wanted to ask here first so I'll have some kind of heads up. Married almost 20 years in South Carolina, if that matters. My accident was about 2 years ago. He's never acted as my caretaker or anything because I stayed at my mother's home with our children where she did most of the caretaking when I actually required it. Relevant comments. Comment 1. He shouldn't be, but this is something you should talk to your divorce lawyer about. They'll have far more information and the steps you will need to take to protect yourself and your kids. This is a little above Reddit's pay grade. OP. I'm planning on doing that ASAP. I'm just very nervous and freaking out a little because of course everything blew up over the weekend when all of the offices are closed. 9 a.m. can't get here fast enough. Thank you though. Comment 2. Congrats on moving on. It's never easy. I think that the settlement payment should be separate property if received after the legal separation. Filing date. When you file, you list community assets, debts and separate property/debts which include things you had before the marriage and had after the separation. I would think that since you don't have a judgment or payment yet, you should be entitled to that as separate property. OP, thank you. It's been nerve-wracking and kind of scary. When you file, you list community assets, debts and separate property/debts, which include things you had before the marriage and had after the separation. This part scares me. A few days ago I found out he'd taken out a loan for personal reasons. I have no idea where or how much it was for. All I know is I didn't get a dime of it. I tried to guesstimate how much he got based on his plans, but I've been told by others that number is likely way off. I'm worried that he's done this before, because while he makes decent money, we've been so broke and barely scraping by. After bills and stuff, he should have at least $500 left over every month, more if he's had any raises since starting, but we can't even afford the basics anymore. So if it turns out he's been getting credit cards or other loans and owes a ton of money without my knowledge, am I on the hook for that? Even if I didn't benefit from it in any way? Comment 3. Unfortunately, most likely the answer is yes. Sign up for a credit monitoring service and run a credit report. Better yet, sign up for 2 accounts, one in his name. You'll be able to see what loans and credit cards are taken out and account payment history and balances. And importantly, lock your credit so he can't take out more cards or loans. You'll have to lock in with all 3 credit score companies. Do this now. I have face blindness, and my BF's tests are overwhelming. How can I clearly communicate that this behavior is hurtful and unacceptable? Hi y'all, sorry for posting this. If it's not okay, I can delete it. I've been with my BF for almost a year now. I love him dearly, and he loves me too, I'm guessing, but there's one thing that's causing a lot of issues for us. I suffer from prosopagnosia, face blindness, which means it's really hard for me to recognize people's faces. I usually go by other characteristics to put a name to a person, like hairstyle, facial hair, marks, skin colors, accessories, etc., but it's still really tough. It's caused me severe anxiety and other mental health struggles. I'm lucky to have wonderful people around me though, who are aware and try to help. They'll introduce themselves when we start talking, wear something they know I've linked to them, or whatever. Usually my BF does this too, but sometimes he likes to test me and it's incredibly stressful. He shaved off his beard once, a few times he wore a completely different style of clothing, or changed his hairstyle, all without warning me. In those moments he won't tell me who he is, or say someone else's name, just to see if I'll figure out it's him. He'll make jokes saying he'll try to switch with one of his friends and see if I'll stay loyal. I usually do realize it's him, but it causes me a lot of anxiety. We've had big fights on this. He says he's allowed to change his look. I'm not a cartoon character. I ask him to warn me. Don't get me wrong, he cares about me, but I don't think he gets how stressful it is. How do I make it clear? We have a lot of great times together, there's just this bump. Update. It's hard to imagine I made this post 19 hours ago and now I'm in the middle of breaking up with him. I'm very tired, so I'm going to keep this short. I went to talk to him, showed him this and told him he can't do it anymore. The conversation was a lot. First he was angry I made this post, then he was angry I was taking it all so serious. Lots of apologies and so on. He again said he was just trying to make a tough situation more light. I said it's too much. He said I can't take a joke and I need to let him be him. That he always tells me when he's been joking, and if he was really keen on hurting me he'd just do things and not tell me, so his telling proves he cares. That one made me feel uncomfortable. At one point he said he just wanted to test if it was real, because I could just be using it as an excuse to do anything. I left after that cause we were just going in circles. There was a lot of me making an issue of one small thing. I'm exhausted. He's still blowing up my phone with love and apologies, but you guys made me realize a lot. Thanks, really. I'm trying to stay rational about it, but it's hard because I do care about him a lot. I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep. Thank you again. Relevant comments. Comment 1. He is messing with your safety. Does he not realize that? OP. I don't think he realizes how confusing it all is. There was a moment he did the opposite, acting all weirded out when I thanked him for a nice date, saying it wasn't him, and though I knew it was, I still started to doubt myself. He did say it was a joke soon after, but it caused such a panic. He hasn't done it again, but it took me a long time to feel comfortable again. Comment 2. Making someone feel unsafe is not a joke. Gaslighting someone you care about is not a joke. Comment 3. Holy smokes, that's terrifying. Not to recognize a familiar face with a major change like that. That is like nightmare fuel. That your BF does it to you, multiple times on purpose, is scary. I don't know if there is a way you can explain it to him if he doesn't get it. It seems he enjoys your panic. Which is not a good thing for a partner. If this was my partner, I would get a tattoo or something. And I don't have any. OP, my dad actually got a tattoo on his arm for me, which is a great comfort. I hadn't realized how messed up everything is until reading all these replies. Comment 4. Your boyfriend is basically abusing you in emotional situations. He thinks it's hilarious you struggle and get severe anxiety, which isn't normal, nor does it mean he cares about you. This is a huge red flag. OP, abuse is a really big word, but I do agree it's not okay. I'm seeing him soon, we'll see how it goes. Update 1. Hi y'all, hope it's okay. I will post a little update. Things went batshit crazy. A lot has happened in the last days. I'm really grateful to you all, honestly. I wasn't aware about the real meaning of his pranks, and what it said about him and our relationship. I went to talk to him the same evening I made that post, with the intention of making clear he can't pull all that anymore. The conversation escalated. We talked for hours into the night and every day since. There's been a lot of messages. He got angry about the Reddit post I made, I showed him. Angry at you guys, angry that I couldn't take a joke and listen to strangers. Said things like he in the beginning didn't believe I actually suffered from it, and would use it as an excuse to cheat on him. That now he does believe, but, due to bad breakups in the past, he has a hard time trusting I won't use it as an excuse regardless. Said he was joking about it because he wanted to make a tough situation lighter, and that's just his sense of humor. That if I loved him, I'd accept that. When I made it clear I was done, it got even worse. He began apologizing a lot. Said he didn't realize it was such a big thing for me. Again, didn't make any sense with all said before. In the same breath he said that he at least told me. To the people who thought he actually had planned to trick me by using one of his friends, I think y'all may be very right. To be honest, I was done. I do care about him a lot. Can't just shut that off, but it's never going to work. There's been many messages / calls / etc. He dropped some vague hints that sometimes he pulled pranks I wasn't aware of. I don't know if that is true, or he's just in a bad place right now. He also came to my place to apologize again. But I suspect he didn't expect I'd immediately recognize him, as he didn't apologize till I said his name. He's not evil, but just very messed up. I blocked him everywhere, told him not to show up anymore and that a friend would give him his stuff. I'm going to delete this account soon, but I wanted to thank you guys for helping me realize it. I genuinely don't think I would have. I'm heartbroken, but a bit relieved as well. Thanks for all the support and kindness. Relevant comments. Comment 1. I'm glad you broke up. Someone who loves you shouldn't ever do that to you. Just curious about your condition. Do you also have issues with recognizing voices as well as faces? I can only imagine how hard it must be to deal with. OP, actually voices are one of the traits I go by to recognize someone. Voices, posture, tattoos, hairstyle, and so on. Thank you loads. Update 2. This is probably a bit stupid, but that boy has got me questioning my own mind. Either way, sorry if this is a bother. I broke up with my BF a few weeks ago. I had realized, in part thanks to Reddit, that some of his behavior was absolutely not okay, and when I tried to talk to him the conversation escalated to me breaking up with him. I have a pretty severe case of face blindness, prosopagnosia. It means I can't remember people's faces and go by other characteristics to try and put a name to someone. Voice, hairstyle, posture, etc. People around me know and introduce themselves when we meet and other things to make it easier. I have a lot of anxiety because of it. He used to try and test me, which gave me a lot of stress. Changed up his look without warning to see if I knew it was him, and a lot more. He called it pranks. He is a jokester. So we broke up. It's been a lot. He'd been calling or messaging non-stop with both apologies and non-apologies, till I blocked him. In moments of a lot of emotion I said things like I never wanted to see him again, and he'd reply that he was hurt, that I wouldn't even know if it was him and I was lucky he wouldn't do it. Made me feel icky. He contacted me again yesterday, through a new account, saying he just wants one more face-to-face conversation, if only to give him his stuff that is still at my place and get some closure so we can both move on. I said my plan was to get a mutual friend to bring it over to him. He was hurt. He did seem a lot more calm than before and told me we were together for a year, he just wanted one conversation after I suddenly broke things off. That he had some time to process now, etc., and that he doesn't understand how he suddenly, after a year of loving each other, became so evil I couldn't have one chat with him. But I don't feel good about it. My gut is telling me this will not be a good conversation. My worst fears are telling me he might play a trick to prove some point. Beta if I don't reply anymore, just say no. Edit, I didn't expect all these replies. I hope it's okay to respond like this. Thank you all, really. I think I knew already but somehow started to doubt myself. The past weeks have been a lot. I really appreciate and need these words. I'm ready for all of this to be over and done with. Also just a little thank you in general. Reddit's been a wonderful community and it's helped me a lot. Update 3. It's been a wee bit, and since I'm still getting messages about this, I thought I'd just give one big update for this. So more than a month ago I broke up with my BF because he kept pulling pranks involving my face blindness. I can't recognize faces and am dependent on other aspects to recognize someone, and even then it's still confusing. After that he'd been bugging me that he wanted to meet up, so we could get some closure. My gut was telling me not to, but I felt guilty. With you guys' advice, and my own gut feeling in mind, I decided not to go. I asked a friend, Roger, to go bring him his stuff and kept him blocked, including blocking the new accounts he'd made. Roger came back with a letter from him, to me. The letter in itself was apologetic. He even said he was grateful for our time together and took full responsibility. It ended with him saying he'd respect it if I chose not to reply or message. Honestly, a lot of very respectful words. I still decided not to get in touch. Still trying to get over the breakup myself. But I did appreciate it, till I found out he wasn't letting go like he said. Roger and some other mutual friends let me know he was asking them about me. A lot, if I had read the letter, if I was seeing someone else, already. And so on. Couple of days ago he showed up at my place. He was clearly not sober and upset. He just seemed so broken, so I, stupidly, let him in. For a while he was just being miserably nice, while I got him water and stuff. But the more sober, the more angry he got. At that point I messaged basically everyone I knew to come. I didn't think he'd hurt me, but I didn't feel comfortable being alone with him regardless. Among the many accusations of me not even having the decency to reply, that I clearly never cared about him and that I was a horrendous person, he told me I cheated on him and didn't even know it. So how could I blame him for not trusting me? I'm not gonna lie, I was trying to stay calm but failed. And I know I should have not lost my cool. I screamed at him, asked him what he was talking about. Apparently on a night out with him and others, he asked his friend Mike, who knows of my face blindness and has similar characteristics as my ex, apart from a different voice and smell, to swap out with him and kissed me. And I didn't know. I don't know if he's lying or not. But knowing I was drinking and in a crowded loud room, I know it's a possibility. Especially since Mike tried to kiss me another time, though then I immediately realized it was him and lost my shit at him. When I told my then BF, he was more angry than I had ever seen him, so IDK if the time was a plan as well or not. Either way Mike is a disgusting human. I know it's just a kiss, but it did make me sick to my stomach just thinking about how they might have played me. I told him to get out, he didn't. Luckily it didn't take long for some people to arrive and get him out. I'm endlessly grateful for the people I have around me. I'm staying at my parents' place now, took a break from work and am looking into therapy. My mom and dad, who got a tattoo years ago just so I would never doubt it's him, are treating me like a princess and reminding me of the kindness people deserve. Haven't looked into a restraining order, but might if it continues. Thanks to you all for helping me see what's right in this situation. Reddit has been a wonderful community I am very grateful for. I probably won't update anymore, as this is over and done with. But I'm glad I got to pour my heart out to y'all. Update 4. We broke up nearly 3 months ago. It wasn't pretty. There were a lot of things not right between us. Among other things, he kept joking with the fact that I have a severe case of face blindness. I wasn't perfect in this relationship either BTW, not trying to make him the villain. Usually I go by voice, obvious traits and so on. I'm lucky enough to have a lot of wonderful people around me who'll introduce themselves once we start talking, warn me if they change their looks or even wear something that'll help me, like my dad who got a tattoo just for me. But it's still hard and gives me so much anxiety. So maybe I'm imagining it all? I stayed with my parents and wee cousins for a while after the breakup, but since I'm home, I feel like he's still around. The first time, I went to a club with a friend and her BF, started dancing with a guy and went outside with him to get some air. The moment we stepped outside and I heard his voice, I knew it was him. I was so sure. I freaked, went inside again and left with my friend. I messaged him later and he denied it vehemently, telling me he was not even near there. That we can meet up and talk if I want. My friend says she's not sure. She was off with her BF and didn't see him. So maybe I'm wrong. My gut says it was him, but I can't trust my brain with these things. There's been more incidents like this since. If I go out, sometimes I just feel like he's there. Like I'll see a guy focused on me and will know it's him, but he'll deny it. Or someone will come to my job and I'll recognize the voice, but he responds so confused and I'll feel like a crazy person making a scene, so I just quietly give him what he needs. I'll go to the grocery store and a guy will suddenly be next to me. He won't even say anything to me, but the smell traits tell me it's him. But then later he denies it all. It's not every day, or something. Once a week, maybe not even that. But it's enough to make me feel so on edge. The thing is, I could be wrong. Maybe it was never him. I don't go out a lot anymore, unless I'm with someone. I keep my phone in my hand in hopes of snapping a picture to show to my friends. Looking into how to get a camera. I don't know what else to do, really. I'm afraid if I talk to others about it, they'll simply dismiss it. At the same time, he's still messaging me, just as kindly as when we first started dating. He says he's worried about me, that he wants to help. And I just feel like I'm going crazy. Maybe I am. Update 5. I have a quite severe case of face blindness, but have my own ways to get around, like all of us. But still, I can never be completely sure who's in front of me until they confirm it. I'm sure you know the feeling. Now I have had wonderful people in my life who make it so much easier for me. But have you had people who don't do that? My previous BF messed with me sometimes and I sometimes worry he might still be. But it's hard to be sure, when I can't trust what I see. Sometimes I'm so sure it's him, but he'll deny it and I can never convince myself to be 100% certain of what I saw. Do you have any things you did to deal with people who messed with you? Or didn't you take your prosopagnosia seriously? New update. First, thanks to the mods for allowing me to post this update. I don't know if anyone will see this, but I keep getting messages about this, very kind ones, for which I'm grateful, and thought I'd just do a wee update. I'm not in the best place mentally, so I will keep this short. This will also be my last one, as Liv taken plenty of your time as is and don't really know what to do with the attention, though I'm extremely appreciative of all the support and advice. I posted here a while ago about how I wasn't sure if my ex was messing with me, and my face blindness, or if I was just being paranoid. I now know it's both. I really did feel like a crazy person. The day I made the post, I broke off contact with him again. I got a few more messages from him, all kind and concerned-ish. Even some mutual friends, and one girl I barely know, reached out saying they were worried because of what my ex told them. But here's the thing, I did manage to subtly make two videos, 2 different times, in which my parents could clearly see him. Honestly, I was an absolute mess. Since then I've also been staying with my parents again and took a break from work. We're trying to look into a restraining order, but it's not that easy. There's some redemption though. A friend did what I didn't have the balls to do and completely exposed him. Got some very angry messages from my ex after, in which he, among other things, said he just happened to be in the same place, but now I'm making him out to be some kind of stalker because of my insecurities. Doesn't explain why he didn't just say it was him though. Or how it happened at least twice in less than 2 weeks. That's where we're at right now. I wish I could tell you more. I'm kind of stuck right now. I have no proof about the previous times. Even more so, there's been moments in the past weeks I also thought it was him, and it wasn't. Either confirmed by video, or because I wasn't alone. Then there's been some times in the last weeks where I didn't manage to get any recording, photo. Though I am relieved to have some answers, I'm also heartbroken. I don't know how to process knowing there's people that'll abuse my flaws in this way. I feel incredibly paranoid and it's exhausting. I'm looking into moving away. At the same time, I'm hopeful this is the end of it, that him getting exposed will be the end of this. Multiple people have told him to back off and leave me alone. I'm happy to be home with my parents for now. I'm safe, thanks for all the advice. Relevant comments. Commenter, dude is an abusive psycho. Put him on blast. He has serious mental problems. OP, I'm gonna sound like an absolute idiot, but I still often feel conflicted about it. I wish he'd just admit to everything. There's a lot of things that feel uncertain and I'm having a hard time letting those go. Like, I only have proof about those 2 times. What if he's right and it was only those 2? Still wouldn't be okay, but IDK, either way, just hope it all ends here. Am I the asshole for telling my friend, who is vegan and doesn't drink, that I'm tired of catering to her choices? My 50F friend Lauren, 46F, is a vegan who doesn't drink. That's awesome and I have no issue with that. The problem is that she is part of a small group of friends who don't get out very often, but when we do it always has to be limited due to Lauren's choices. We live in an area where our food choices suck to begin with, so having to go to eat where she can be satisfied is very limited. There really isn't much to do otherwise at night. In addition, she gets upset when any one of us eats something that has an obvious meat to it. For example, she doesn't say anything if we get a soup with chicken or something, but if we ordered a hamburger she would cause drama. Then she doesn't drink, which is no big deal, but she will then send us videos on the harmful effects of alcohol if we get a drink or two with dinner. It has gotten on my nerves to say the least. It's been a while now, so I am done with everyone catering to her needs. I have tried inviting everyone to specific places and invited Lauren as well. Then she puts into a group chat, "Hey ladies, since I can't eat at X, why don't we go to Y?" Then of course the other ones decide we should go to Y instead. I have backed off of going out because I don't want to spend money on food that sucks. Remember, it's vegan, not vegetarian, so it's very limiting. And is expensive, or have my intelligence questioned by sending shit about the effects of alcohol as if we are not beyond old enough to know or Google it. I barely drink anyway, but enjoy a glass or two every so often. She asked why I keep bailing, so I told her I respect your choices, but by the very nature of them they have limited mine. Being that I don't have the ability to go out often nor unlimited funds, I am only going to go when I know the entire experience will be what I want. So if I'm in the mood for a steak and a vodka tonic, I want to have them in a relaxed atmosphere, and that obviously bugs you. If I'm in the mood for a salad and water, I will gladly join you, or we can just hang out at the beach when we have time during the day. She didn't like that too much. She said that isn't what friendship is about, and I should enjoy the company enough not to care. I told her that I understood and I would gladly hang out with her when food or drink isn't in question because it's too expensive not to enjoy it. She said that there is nothing else to do around here. Then I asked if it's just about friends. Maybe she can eat first and join us out sometimes, and other times we can go to where she wants. She then told me that she's not going to sit around watching people eat meat. I said, okay, I get it, and you need to get that I'm not catering to your needs each time I'm free to hang out. I later got a text from a mutual friend that Lauren was upset, but she agreed with me because she was tired of the same shit. Of course this friend doesn't like conflict, so just listen to Lauren. So Ida, for not wanting to continue to eat food I don't like or refrain from having a drink or two to keep the peace here, or am I right in feeling like she's being selfish, expecting the rest of us to do what she's comfortable with each time? Relevant comments. Comment 1, NTA, but drop the friends that don't like conflict. Why surround yourself with spineless morons? OP, true. It was all getting on my nerves and why I was happy not going anymore. However, I sometimes wonder if I'm an asshole when others just easily bend to other people. I appreciate that. Comment 2, NTA, Lauren is an ass though. The condescending comments about meat and alcohol are beyond me. OP, the alcohol really pissed me off. It was such a self-righteous type of behavior to me. Comment 3, NTA. She's exactly right. That isn't what friendship is about, and so why can't she enjoy hanging out with her friends who are allowed to eat and drink whatever they want, while she eats and drinks what she wants? I'm sorry, there's probably not a great ending here, but the way she's framed the situation can easily be turned around back on her, so she's not right. Neither is she wrong. It just may be that you two are incompatible as friends. OP, yes, I'm feeling we are not a good fit. To be honest, I am working hard on setting boundaries, but sometimes I question if I'm not going overboard, especially when many other women my age seem to just go along with something. I felt like she was being extremely selfish, but thought I could be missing something, and why I asked. OP on if she had a problem with Lauren being a vegan and doesn't drink. OP, no. The problem is that I'm expected to become a vegan and not drink in her presence. I don't care what she does, but she cares what I do and the other women as well. OP on the food choices in the area. OP, nice try. I live in a small beach town. There is shitty food to begin with, so the options are extremely limited here. So I can't tell you how many salads I have been limited to eating while going out with her. There are no solely vegan restaurants and very few that have vegan options. She doesn't make it worthwhile to listen to negativity to get what you actually want, so that leaves fucking salad. So just because you misinterpret what I meant or assume the worst in people doesn't mean you're right. Fucking fame? Seriously. Damn. I thought my life was pretty lame just asking this question, and to think someone thinks I'd actually make this shit up. FFS. Update. Thank you so much to the countless people who commented on my post shown below. You made me realize that I wasn't an AH and shouldn't have put up with her BS. Many asked how I put up with it for so long. I don't have a good answer, but it was more about the group itself, where I didn't want to create drama. My experience with friends has been lucky, as most everyone has been loving, fun and selfless. We can also call each other out on BS by busting chops and laughing. This was my first group who met semi-regularly, and the others were very sweet to where I felt uncomfortable rocking the boat. Anyway, yesterday it was a bazillion degrees out here in Florida, and I was playing tennis with Lauren and 2 others. We were dying. I don't normally play with her, but these women are all on my team I joined coming up in the fall, so we needed to start practicing. No, I did not join because of Lauren. LOL. I've played against the other two throughout the years and they have been asking for me to play for a long time now. I live in a small area, so it's common for circles to mix like this. One of the ladies had to stop due to dizziness, cramping and nausea. We all decided that we should only play much earlier in the summer. Except of course Lauren, who didn't want to wake up early because she said she didn't play well then. That's when I had it. With the power of thousands of random Reddit strangers in my head, I basically told her off. I told her I've never met someone so self-absorbed in my entire life, and it was disgusting that she would even think that way in front of a teammate who clearly had heat exhaustion, let alone have it come out of her mouth. I said all this while her ass was sitting down, while the other woman and I got a cold wet towel for this woman and got her to drink. Lauren stormed off. These other two thanked me. One was her usual partner, who is the sweetest person alive and said she has been wanting to tell her off for a year now. The other one, who was feeling like shit, said she is going to tell the captain that she needs to go because she is like a cancer on the team. I am very happy to say that I will not be dealing with her selfish BS any longer. She can go shove a carrot up her ass for all I care. LOL, thanks so much everyone. Tonight I'm going to have a giant hamburger and a cold beverage in your honor. Cheers. Relevant comments: OP not respecting Lauren's wishes and trying to make this whole thing about herself and not Lauren. OP, I did say something and suggested other things. She wasn't having it. I wasn't pouting. We are busy and have lives, so this isn't the end of the world, and I was quite happy with that choice. I kindly told her my feelings and she told me I wasn't being a good friend because it isn't about the food. So then why do we have to eat her shit every time then? I wasn't hurt over the videos. It was fucked up to cross others' boundaries like that, as she was some self-righteous queen of health. She's controlling, as thousands have pointed out. That should be clear with her not budging on playing in the mornings after her teammate got sick from the heat. I spoke with her already calmly and nicely. She never budged and only expected me to continue to bend to her needs, inferring I was not a good friend. I still ended that conversation in a respectful manner to then learn she goes to a mutual friend to bitch about me. It was after the above that I felt she was extremely selfish, but I still wasn't sure because she turned it around on me. That's why I came here to Reddit. I didn't go off on her about the food. I went off on her because there was a woman about to throw up due to extreme heat. While another woman and myself were trying to cool her down and make sure she was okay, Lauren made it again about her. She sat there bitching about not wanting to play earlier because she doesn't play well early in the morning. BTW, that is complete bullshit because the matches start early in the mornings and she's played in this league for many years. I'm sorry, but you must be extremely infuriating to anyone who needs your help and needs you to listen. You fill in gaps to stories that don't exist. You assume what people are feeling and why they have done certain things, and then come across in a very pompous manner that you are correct. Yes, you're absolutely correct to the shit you literally made up in your head. However, you are very far off from what happened with me, how I felt and why I acted the way I did. Now to the next story, story 2. When a girl in the gym asked for help while recording, I refused, sparking an unexpected turn of events. Was I wrong? I think I acted rudely with a girl in the gym and wanted to get opinions on if I was the AH in this situation. I, 41M, go to the gym early in the morning around 5:30 a.m. There are generally very few people that come to the gym at that time. There is a girl, early 20s, that also comes to the gym at the same time. We always say hello to each other and have small talk between our sets. She comes in early because the gym is empty, and she likes to record herself working out as she wants to be a fitness influencer or something. She seems dedicated and we have known each other for at least a year. This morning, as I was working out, she came to me and asked for help. She was very excited and told me that she wanted to go for a PR on barbell squat. She asked me if I could spot her as she was not confident if she would be able to do it. I said okay, as this is not the most uncommon thing. For people who are unfamiliar, this is an exercise where you carry a barbell with weights on your back and perform a squat. The spotter has to stand behind the person and support the person in case they fail to get up. As she was getting ready, I saw her phone in the corner and asked her if I could be off camera or if she can stop recording. She said she really wanted to record herself doing it and I will look good on camera. I told her that I really do not want to be on camera as my wife or co-workers may watch the video if she posts it online and may not look good for me. Another reason that I did not tell her was that she was wearing a very revealing outfit, small sports bra and tight shorts, and I really did not feel comfortable being recorded standing behind her. She promised me that she will record it for herself, and not post the video. However, I just did not want to be recorded. I told her that I really feel uncomfortable. And if she waits for 30 minutes, one of the trainers may be able to help her. She became really upset and asked me why I'm making the situation weird. She accused me of sexualizing her. She asked me if she was a man, would I have done it? I felt she had a point as I have done it for other people. I told her that I would be okay doing it, but I just don't want to be recorded doing it. She again went on a rant about me body shaming her and me being uncomfortable with her perfectly fine outfit. I felt bad that I upset her as she was just trying to work out. I have also asked people to spot me in past, and people always helped. However, I just did not want to be recorded. Am I the to refuse to spot her because she was recording it? I don't want her to feel that it was because of her clothes, or because she is a girl. However, as a married man, I need to observe some boundaries and really don't want to be recorded in that way with a girl half my age. I am also worried that she recorded our whole conversation and may post it online. I do not know what I should do in this situation and am a bit worried. Relevant comments. Commenter, NTA. People who are pointing out the line of how you think it would look inappropriate if a coworker or wife saw you aren't familiar with lifting. If she reached failure, it would absolutely look bad on you, because people don't understand what spotting and having to assist with squats looks like. OP, that was exactly what went through my mind. Plus, who knows what commentary someone can put on top of those videos to make it go viral. Update. I had posted on a different forum 3 weeks ago about me refusing to help a girl in the gym for spotting her barbell squat because she was recording us. I did not think it would blow up so much that my wife got this story on her TikTok. What happened after was pretty unexpected and my life is a bit absurd right now. I was worried that she would post our conversation about me refusing her help online and show me as the bad guy. I told my wife about the conversation, and she said that she has seen posts where young girls do add nasty voiceovers and make men my age look like creeps for views. My wife told me that I should just complain to the gym management about her for recording me without my consent, just to get ahead of things. When I went to the gym next week, I saw her again. I tried to keep my distance, but she kept on smiling at me. As I finished my sets, she came to me and asked me if we could talk. She wanted to apologize for her behavior from the previous day and how it was wrong of her to assume that I would be okay with her recording me. It was a pleasant surprise, as I was not expecting that. I told her that it was okay, and I just don't like to be recorded in general. She followed me outside and continued the conversation. She asked me how long I have been working out and I could advise her on her form. I told her that there are some really good personal trainers in the gym I could recommend to her, but she told me that she is unemployed and cannot afford them. She told me she will buy me a coffee if I can give her some pointers. At this point, I felt I was just being rude and told her sure, and we went to a nearby coffee shop. Her name is Haley. She graduated last year, moved back to her mom's house and is looking for a job. She was very chubby last year and wants to look like the TikTok fitness models and is trying hard to get in shape. We had a nice conversation, and I was able to help her with some of her questions. She already knew my name and asked me if my wife would be okay if she follows me on Instagram. I told her that the main purpose of that account is for my wife to spy on my friends' lives, so I generally don't use it. She asked me if I use Snapchat, and I had to remind her that I am twice her age. This is where it got crazy. When I came home, I told my wife about what happened. My wife loves her Reels and TikTok and wanted to see if she ever posted the video from the previous week. I only knew that her first name was Haley and how she looked and told my wife about it. When I came back from work in the evening, my wife was already home and sitting on the sofa. She was grinning ear to ear and told me to immediately sit next to her. Apparently, this girl had been posing about me and calling me her gym crush for the last 2 months. My face is blurred out in all the videos. A lot of videos were of her sitting in her car every morning and making up completely fictional romantic stories about our interactions. Each video had like 100+ likes, which my wife says is not a lot, but feels like a lot. She had posted some videos of us just passing each other and smiling, or our conversation where I was telling her to stop recording, with a voiceover about how I approached her in the gym and complimented her body. There was a video from that morning about her coming to me while I was packing up, with her saying how I asked her out for a coffee. She is just making up fictional romantic bullshit for getting likes, and people were commenting and cheering for her. There were also other videos of her working out and posing in the gym locker room. My wife was laughing uncontrollably about how big of a sucker I am and how I'm internet famous now. I told her this needs to stop, but my wife insisted that she is too invested in the drama now and wants to see what happens next. She said that this girl is really young, and just trying to establish herself and get more followers. Plus, she has not done anything inappropriate and is not showing my face in the videos. My wife just wants me to play along and see what crazy Haley does next. So for the last 2 weeks, I have been going to the gym, talking to her every day, and my wife keeps me updated on what story she came up with for the day. We go for a coffee every Wednesday and I am mentoring her about nutrition and what she should focus on, to the best of my abilities. It's all a game for my wife, and I do want Haley to succeed as long as she does not cross a line. However, the whole thing feels really crazy, and I'm too old to deal with this shit. I am not sure how long I can keep up with the act. Her behavior seems innocent, but also, I'm getting a bit uncomfortable with the whole thing now. Relevant comments. Did the girl know OOP is married? OP. Yes. She knows I'm married. I wear my ring in the gym and also I talk about my wife all the time to her. I also feel it's a bit weird for a 22-year-old person to make up stories. My wife feels she is just using me as an NPC in her fiction to gain more viewers and create drama. We discussed it and she told me about how some girls just make up stories about bad first dates on TikTok as it gets them a lot of views. My wife feels it's weird, but I need to see the humor in this situation. At least it's entertaining and she wants to know where her story goes next. What was all about in the coffee discussion? OP. What are the coffee discussions like? It seems weird for her to do that if it is just for TikTok attention, it's easier for her to make stuff up. The coffee discussions are very fitness oriented, and she genuinely has legit questions. We do discuss stuff about our lives, mostly hers, and she shares her struggles in getting a job and life in general for a Gen Z person. However, she has never said anything inappropriate. I feel she must have had some footage of me passing her and smiling and greeting her and just used that in her edits. My stepsister stole my fiancé and taunted me with postcards. Now they're broke and begging for a job at our family business. I, 28F, was engaged to my college boyfriend about 4 years ago. We had been together throughout college and got engaged at 23. A week before our wedding, he ran off with my stepsister. My ex-fiancé Greg, 28M, and my stepsister Melissa, 28F, eloped just before our big day, leaving only a letter behind. In the letter, Greg admitted to starting an affair with Melissa a few months after our engagement. He said he realized he couldn't marry me because it would be unfair to all of us, as he and Melissa were the ones truly in love. He believed the universe used me to bring him to his true love, and marrying me would deny us all a happy future. And that was it. They left, and I didn't see them again until recently. Greg's parents were so embarrassed by his actions that they covered all the wedding costs, so I didn't have to pay anything. That was the last time I interacted with his family. My own family was beyond embarrassed, they were furious. My father even considered hiring a private detective to track them down and bring them back for answers. Just to let you know, my father is actually my stepdad, but he has been my father ever since I was very young, and I have always called him dad because he is the only father I've ever known. My biological dad left shortly after I was born, and my mom never saw him again since he gave up his parental rights, and they were never married. My mom married my dad when I was 8. Melissa and I went to the same school, which is how our parents met. For some reason, Melissa took a dislike to me and treated me terribly for years. She was a true bully, constantly picking on me at school with her friends. The torment didn't stop at home. She would find ways to make me feel bad there too. Despite my complaints, our parents' attempts to discipline her weren't effective and she wasn't afraid of them, so she continued her bullying. My school years were a nightmare because of her and her friends. Much like my dad was absent, Melissa's mom wasn't around either, as she had passed away a few years after Melissa was born. Her mother died in the middle of the night from an epileptic episode, so whenever my mom tried to discipline her, Melissa would retort that she had no right because she wasn't her real mom. My father attempted to stop her bullying, but it was futile as she was fearless. They tried everything from scolding to gentle talks, but nothing curbed her behavior. Occasionally, they threatened to send her away, but she would boldly challenge them, knowing they were empty threats. In middle school, she was already troublesome, but by high school, her behavior worsened significantly. She picked up bad habits, becoming almost a juvenile delinquent. She started smoking and sneaking out to drink with her equally problematic friends. The turning point came when she was arrested with her friends one night for breaking into a house while drunk. This incident finally pushed our parents to take action. After weeks of pleading and protesting, they managed to send her to a rehabilitation center for troubled teens. Though she was unhappy, my father was adamant, insisting that if she wanted to stay with us and be part of the family, she had to improve. He couldn't allow her behavior to continue and disrupt everyone else as she was becoming a menace to society. Melissa left during our sophomore year and didn't return until after we had graduated. She enrolled in a school near the rehab center and stayed with her aunt. I didn't see her during those years because I had no interest in how my biggest bully was doing. My parents visited her every weekend and always asked if I wanted to join, but I always said no. Her friends ignored me after she left, which greatly improved my high school experience as I no longer had anyone constantly bullying me. Melissa continued her education in rehab and, when she returned, the first thing she did was apologize for everything she had put me through. She seemed much calmer, and I thought she had genuinely changed, so I forgave her. We were both heading off to college in a few months anyway, so it didn't seem to matter much. Once college started, we both moved out and only came back home for the holidays. During those times, she was much nicer to me, not in the sense of being friendly, but she simply ignored me instead of constantly picking on me as she used to. I had no reason to suspect anything even after getting engaged. They both acted as if nothing was happening. I never thought Greg might have feelings for Melissa. It never crossed my mind because Greg convincingly acted like he was in love with me, all while cheating on me with Melissa. She also pretended to be my friend, so I didn't find out the truth until it was too late and they had already left. My parents wanted to track them down and bring them back, but I convinced them to let it go because I just wanted to forget everything. It was already devastating that Greg and Melissa made a fool of me by running off a week before my wedding. I couldn't handle any more drama. I was deeply depressed and emotionally drained. For weeks, I buried myself in work and sleep to avoid confronting my heartbreak. My heart was shattered and I felt numb, but worse was yet to come. A couple of weeks after the day that should have been my wedding, I received a postcard from Melissa. She was in California, and included a bunch of photos of her and Greg looking incredibly happy. It was clear she was rubbing it in my face. She mentioned being sorry about the surprise before my wedding, but it was obvious she wasn't truly sorry. She just wanted to hurt me. That's when I realized she had never forgiven me for what happened years ago and blamed me for being sent away. She never wanted to be my friend. She used me to get to Greg. I had trusted her and ended up being a stepping stone in her malicious plan. I have to admit, for days after receiving that postcard, I couldn't sleep because I was losing my mind over it. It was a traumatic experience, and I needed months of therapy to heal and address my trust issues. The postcard wasn't a one-time thing. She sent me pictures of her and Greg for months. It only stopped after about a year because I never responded or engaged with her drama. Our parents were furious and cut all ties with her after the first postcard. They never reached out to her again, which was a significant loss for Melissa because she was poised to inherit her dad's business. She was a business major, partly because she wanted to join our father's company. However, after her betrayal, our father severed all ties with her and offered me the opportunity to work with him instead, feeling he needed to make amends in a significant way. Unlike her, I had a degree in history, which had nothing to do with business. Therefore, I needed to learn the ropes from scratch. My father assured me this wasn't an issue and was eager to teach me everything he knew so I could eventually take over the business. I agreed and started working under him to learn how to run the business, allowing him to retire and hand over the reins to me. After a few years of hard work, I was promoted last year, and my father retired. It was a fantastic feeling, having started from the bottom and learned everything I needed to know. Now, the business runs smoothly under my management, and my parents can enjoy their time together without worrying about it, thanks to my efforts. For a long time, I immersed myself in my work, which helped me move on from Greg. The combination of work and therapy allowed me to heal, and I no longer think about Greg or what he did. I never expected to hear from them again, let alone have them ask for my help. It would take a lot of nerve and a serious lack of common sense to ask for my help after betraying me, humiliating me and flaunting it. Yet Melissa and Greg must indeed lack sense, because that's exactly what they did a few days ago. It was the weekend, and around lunchtime, my doorbell rang frantically. Thinking it was the pizza I ordered, I didn't think much of it. To my shock, when I opened the door, instead of the delivery guy, there stood Melissa, looking extremely worried. Speechless, I waited for her to speak. It was clear she was there to ask for help. She looked destitute and her appearance betrayed her situation. Melissa, always impeccably dressed, now wore old faded clothes that looked long out of date. Her jeans were too short, and she appeared malnourished. I had already decided that whatever she asked, my answer would be no. She explained that she and Greg had been struggling ever since he lost his job a few months ago. Instead of job hunting, he had taken to drinking. Although she had been trying to find a job, her efforts were unsuccessful because she had left the workforce to handle household chores when she moved away with Greg. This gap in her resume made her a less attractive candidate for the job she applied for. She had heard from relatives that our father had retired and handed the business over to me, so she came to ask if I would hire Greg. Melissa admitted she hadn't approached our parents yet and came straight to me because she believed I had a kind heart and felt immense guilt over her past betrayal, confident I wouldn't turn her away. Now that she needed my help, Her entitlement was so absurd that I laughed in her face and told her to apply elsewhere because I don't hire cheaters. Then I shut the door on her and walked back to the living room, ready to call the cops if she didn't leave soon. Fortunately, she left that day, but she hasn't stopped bothering me. After her visit, I called our parents to tell them about it. They said they'd heard from neighbors that Melissa was back in town without Greg but hadn't mentioned it. In our small town, news travels fast, so we quickly found out that Melissa had been in town for about a week, staying with an old high school friend. It was likely this friend who told her where I lived and that I had inherited the business she thought should have been hers. She was now really playing that card. A few days after visiting me, she went to our parents to complain about how heartless I was. She expected them to side with her, thinking she had the upper hand by playing the victim, but she was wrong. My father told her that the business was mine to run and I could make my own decisions. He wasn't going to interfere. My mother reminded her that she had betrayed me by running away with my fiancé after pretending to be my friend for years, so she deserved whatever was happening to her. Melissa had lost the right to ask any of us for help, especially after sending me postcards to torment me. She tried to defend herself, saying it was all in the past and she was a different person now, but my parents told her to leave, wanting nothing to do with her anymore. She threw a tantrum, accusing them of always favoring me and treating me like the golden child while ignoring her. My father responded that he had made more allowances for her behavior than any other parent would, but she insisted it still didn't matter. I had everything she was supposed to have, including the business I was flaunting. She claimed it wasn't her fault that Greg fell for her and chose her over me, yet she felt she was being punished for it. She said the postcards she sent were sincere apologies, not attempts to torment me. Honestly, I haven't stopped thinking about her words since my father told me. It's true she was supposed to inherit the business and be in my position, but she lost that because of her own actions, not mine. I never asked my father to cut her out and give me the business, he did that on his own. It seems unfair for her to blame me. She also accused me of being the golden child, which isn't true, but I can see why she thinks that. She believes she was sent away because I complained about her bullying. It's a big deal for a parent to decide to send their child away, and I know it was hard on my father. But again, that's not my fault. If he hadn't intervened, Melissa might have ended up in even more trouble because of the path she was on. I also doubt her claim about the postcards being genuine apologies. She was probably just trying to cover up her intentions. I feel sorry for her because her husband turned out to be completely useless, and now she has to bail him out. She even came to me for help, which must have been incredibly hard for her. I regret how I treated her before. I have everything now, and she has nothing, so I can't help but pity her. That's just who I am. Besides, it's been a long time, and I'm tired of holding on to this grudge. But I also don't want to help her. I can offer my sympathy, but I don't want to hire them or give them money. I think it's enough that I even feel bad for her after everything she put me through, which most people wouldn't do. The only reason I feel bad for her now is that this business was supposed to be hers. Now that I'm in a position of power, I'm finally getting back at her. And it feels wrong. Maybe it's because of what she said about me being the golden child, or maybe it's just imposter syndrome, but I feel weird about this. So am I the AH for refusing to hire my ex-fiancé, who eloped with my stepsister, now that they're struggling with money and need help? Update. I was at a loss and the comments here only made things more confusing. Some of you thought I was right to turn them away, while others claimed I was always the favored child, causing Melissa to act out. This wasn't as helpful as I hoped. I decided to talk to my parents, as I've always sought their advice when facing problems. They assured me I had no reason to feel sorry for Melissa. They said everyone had gone above and beyond to help her become a better person, but if she wasn't willing to change, there was little we could do. My father mentioned he had intended to let her take over the business if she had behaved and been a good daughter, but she failed and embarrassed the family. Given that, she couldn't expect to take over or even be part of the family anymore. Talking to my parents made me feel much better. So, I'll try not to feel guilty about things I haven't done anymore. Update. About a week had passed since Melissa had shown up at my door and visited my parents. We hadn't heard from her, and I almost thought she had gone back to Greg until today when she appeared at my workplace and caused a scene. It was terrible because she just walked in, knowing the place well from childhood, and easily bypassed security. She stood in front of my office, shouting that I had stolen the business from her by pretending to be a perfect daughter to our parents and constantly sucking up to them to gain their approval. She accused me of falsely claiming she had bullied me throughout our childhood and convincing our father to send her to rehab just to solidify my position as the favored child. She declared that the business was supposed to be hers, But I was refusing to let her be a part of it because I was jealous Greg had chosen her over me, unlike our parents who had always favored me. She said I had lost my mind from being overlooked and had turned our parents against her. When I heard the commotion, I called security and went to see what was happening. I tried to tell her to shut up, but she continued for a few more minutes until security finally threw her out of the building. I called my dad before contacting the police to get his opinion, and he was furious. He told me to go ahead and call the cops. Luckily, when the police arrived, she was still lurking nearby, likely waiting for me to leave so she could confront me again or maybe even physically attack me. The police took her away and charged her with trespassing and disturbing the peace. They are minor charges, and she might get off with a fine or community service at worst, but it will go on her record, which is never good. I informed my dad about the charges and arrest, expecting him to be upset, but he just seemed exasperated and said he was tired of dealing with her craziness. I feel bad for him because it must be hard having a daughter like Melissa and being blamed for everything that goes wrong in her life, even though it's usually her own fault. Honestly, we have all been really patient. Update. So I think Melissa has gone back to California because we haven't heard from her in a few days, which is unusual since we expected her to lash out after her arrest. My dad asked around and found out that some people saw her heading towards the airport recently, so it seems she's left. Honestly, it's a huge relief that she's gone because I was really worried she might do something drastic to get our attention, which is never good. I have no idea what she plans to do about the situation with Greg now, as it seems unlikely she'll get help from anyone after this. I just hope she finds something to do and gets out of this mess, not out of kindness or compassion, but because if she doesn't, she'll just come back here with Greg and bother us again, and I don't want that. So I genuinely hope and pray that either she or Greg finds a job and can support themselves. For now at least, I won't have to hear from her for a couple of weeks, and I believe this nightmare is finally over. Mom and stepdad asks me to have S*X with the stepdad. She is a piece of crap for allowing and enabling such behavior. My mom had me at 18 right out of high school. Long story short, my dad died at 19 while he was away at uni. Then my mom remarried at 21 and had my sisters. My stepdad, we'll call him Scott, was the only father I've known. He's been a great father, nothing out of the ordinary. Absolutely perfect parenting until I turned about 19. I remember Scott was becoming a little more touchy than normal, and a little too personal. He would offer me wine, I declined, and would ask me about my sex life after one too many glasses. I brushed it off because I thought maybe he was being a nosy father and just wanted to make sure his daughter wasn't having sex. Then this kind of stuff continued, to the point where my stepdad tried to kiss me last year. I told my mom and she just laughed and told me, "That's how he gets after too many drinks." I knew then I had to make plans to leave, so I started saving up. After that incident things died down a bit until my mom got pregnant at 39. It's a higher risk pregnancy so she's on a lot of bed rest, and taking extra care of herself per her doctor. A couple of weeks ago, my mom and Scott sat me down and told me her doctor said she should avoid sex during her pregnancy due to various health reasons I won't get into. They asked me if I could have sex with Scott just until she was able to have sex again. Of course, I said no. I was livid, I was crying. She told me she'd be okay with it, and she'd be in the room as well. I told her that was even worse. Like, what are they thinking? I have enough money now for an apartment, I got approved, I'm signing my lease next week. My parents are ignoring me and the whole house is full of tension. My younger sisters don't understand what's going on and my mom told me not to say anything. But my sisters are smart, they know something is really up and won't stop asking me about it, especially the oldest. She came to me crying today and told me I better tell her what's going on right now. I didn't say anything. So any advice? What do I tell her? What do I say to the younger ones? How do I tell a 16-year-old about this without being inappropriate or bashing my parents? Response to OP: bashing your parents would be unfairly putting them down for something benign. What they've done is wrong and sick on so many levels. Forget about not wanting to be inappropriate because it's more important to prevent you and them from dealing with more abuse. It is highly likely that your other sisters will be subjected to this if they have not already, and they are younger and more easily victimized. You could speak to your teen sisters privately and ask them if they have had any uncomfortable experiences with your stepdad. Like him talking too much about sex or making advances, and make it clear that you're a safe person to confide in. I would also reach out to a trusted family member or someone you can ask for help from. OP: last year when he tried to kiss me, Child Protective Services interviewed all the girls, and the girls were very confused because their dad has never said or done anything to them inappropriately. My aunt, who is a child therapist and called Child Protective Services to begin with, talked to each girl and said there were no signs of foul play, which upset her because she really hates Scott, but made her happy because he's done nothing to them. Child Protective Services said it was like a roommate complaining about sexual assault since I'm not his biological daughter. My aunt has been fighting to make my mom leave for years, but since Scott is not abusive to her or the girls, and makes a lot of money, she won't leave. But my aunt has actually mentioned he's been manipulating her with kindnesses all these years so she would be okay with him having sex with me when I became an adult, and it worked. My aunt and I don't think he's going to hurt the other girls, but you never know. We most likely will call child services again. My aunt and I are probably going to call again and try to get the girls out and with her, or my grandparents who want them to stay there. My concern is telling the girls. I would be devastated if I was 16 and someone told me my dad tried to have sex with my sister, so now I have to live with my grandparents. So what do I say to her? Do I break her heart? Response to yes. You need to break her heart so that she will not be groomed into a sexual relationship with him. Then you can encourage her to get therapy. Another response. Do I break her heart? You will never be the one to break her heart in this situation. It's your mom and stepdad who are breaking her heart. You're just the one who has to tell her. None of this is your fault. You are not responsible for the trauma inflicted on anybody here. Much easier said than felt, I know, but I can't articulate how strongly I believe this. Their trauma will involve you, but it will never be because of you. You're a good sister. A really, really amazing sister. Update, the original post is above, too long. Didn't read? Basically, my mom and stepdad asked me to have sex with my stepdad. I declined, freaked out, and am now leaving. My concern is for my sisters. My aunt did what she said she was going to do. She barged in with 3 other people, one of them a social worker friend of hers, who was off duty, and my uncle. None of them are allowed at the house, so as soon as Scott found out they were there, he called the police. Before the police even showed up, I told my 16-year-old sister and the 14-year-olds what happened. The 16-year-old got angry at her dad. She was walking around the house ranting at her dad and crying. Eventually she decided to come with my aunt and I, and then we would figure out where she could go from then on. However, the 2 14-year-olds did not believe me. They actually started laughing. Then they got angry and told me I was trying to destroy our family, and how could you make up a sick lie? It got to the point where they threw my and my 16-year sister's stuff out the window. By that time the cops came and told my aunt, uncle, and the social worker they had to leave the property. The social worker friend let the cops know everything that's been going on. The cops didn't care. They just cared about the noise and the trespassers. So I, my 16-year-old sister, my aunt and uncle and their friend left. Very soon after, my grandparents came and got the other 3 girls, after the 14-year-olds called them and came to their senses. I found out from my grandma that one of the 14-year-olds confronted her dad and he didn't deny anything. In fact, he called me a whore and said I should have had any problems doing what he asked. That's when they packed a bag and called my grandparents. My grandparents explained everything separately to the little one. She told my grandpa she prefers him to our dad because grandpa doesn't yell at her. As much as that pained me, I hope it's enough to keep the girls at my grandparents for good. My 16-year-old sister is going to emancipate herself and stay with either our grandparents or our aunt. Child Protective Services was called, but it was my grandparents this time. I have multiple screenshots on my and my aunt's phone of my mother incriminating herself, so we will be able to file charges and hopefully get Scott on the sex offender registry. That way the girls can stay with their grandparents permanently. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate each and every one of your comments, and to the survivors who shared their stories, you're also strong, thank you. On why aunt wasn't allowed over. Because they hate Scott and know he's a creep. Many years ago when I was about 13, at my younger sister's gender reveal party. My cousin, my uncle's daughter, who is trans, decided at university that she was female and came back as female. We all accepted and loved her the same except Scott, who got drunk and lifted her skirt and said, "Do you still have your boy parts?" That's when my uncle beat the shit out of him and knocked over a couple of tables. From then on, half of my family wasn't allowed back at the house per a trespassing order. They knew then that he was an absolute perv. But I, as a young child, didn't fully comprehend it. Good comment, the cops didn't care. Why is this always their fucking default setting? Now to the next story, story 2. I, 26 female, want my husband, 27 male, to immediately block one of his friends, Kyla, 27 female. He thinks I'm overreacting, and wants opinions from some cool-headed people on if I'm just acting crazy, or this is something that would cross the line for you. My husband has a group of 8 friends he has been close with since his college days. Kyla is one of his friends. When my husband and I started dating, he introduced me to all of them, and everyone was very friendly. I used to hang out with them frequently. I am an introvert, and so is my husband. I would always ask him to spend time alone as being in social settings just saps all my energy away. His friends, and especially Kyla, always made it a point to tell me how he hangs out with them less after he started dating me. Kyla also had a weird energy around me. If I was with my husband, she would be the friendliest with me. However, as soon as he walked away, she acted like I did not exist. My husband hates to be touched by others, we both are neurodivergent, but Kyla would always tease him by trying to hug him, mess his hair, etc. I never felt she was flirting with him, but just teasing him to make him annoyed. Overall, she just feels like a person who has a severe social boundary issue. We got married 2 years ago, and things have been great between us. Last week, we had our second marriage anniversary and invited a bunch of people. His friends stayed back after all the guests left, and we were all drinking and chatting. One of his friends, Jen, became a bit tipsy and started complimenting me on how beautiful our house is, how I care for my husband, and how he has changed for the better since marriage. Everyone was laughing at my husband at how much of a slob he was when he was single. Jen then pointed at Kyla and said, "You better pay up, 'cause you had bet that their marriage would not even last for 2 years. Everyone became silent and started changing the topic. I also did not want to spoil the mood, and let it go, but it stuck in my head. After everyone left, I asked my husband what Jen was talking about. He also had noticed Jen saying that and was ready with a full explanation. He told me the story of what happened when we got engaged. When he proposed to me, he had not told his friends that he was going to do that. We went on a trip to Puerto Rico, and he surprised me there. We put our engagement pictures on Instagram while we were on the trip, and it was a big surprise to everyone as we were only dating for 1 year. When he came back and met all his friends, everyone congratulated him. However, Kyla started ranting about how he was a fool to propose so quickly, and she felt that I was not the right girl for him. Seems like she said some unkind things about me, implying I was a gold digger. My husband's family is wealthy, but so is mine. She had said that she bet we would break up within 2 years if we got married. That is why Jen was taunting her about how happy my husband was with me. I was very furious at this point, as I feel this is something he should have told me. I asked him to tell me truthfully if he had ever dated Kyla or had any history with her, as he has always told me that he has never dated anyone from his friend group. He said that he has of course not dated or hooked up with Kyla. However, Kyla had asked him out a few times when they were in college, and he always politely declined. I asked why he said no to her, and he said he just does not have any romantic feelings for her. I can see that because my husband does have a type based on me or the other people he has dated in the past, and Kyla is the opposite of that. I am just mad at her for saying bad things about me, especially after knowing that we were already engaged and betting against my marriage. I told my husband that he needs to minimize contact with Kyla and she is not invited to parties at our house anymore. He feels I am being too harsh for something she said almost 3 years ago. He also pointed out that she has been very supportive to both of us, and also helped a lot during our wedding arrangements. He feels she is just blunt and forthright when she speaks, but does not mean those things. He told me to take some time and calm down, and we would revisit this topic in a week. He is worried this will completely change the dynamics within his friend group. Am I the A for wanting him to block her and stop inviting her to our house? Do you think I'm overreacting? I think betting against our marriage and bad-mouthing me behind my back seems like a huge betrayal. I am also mad at my husband that he kept this fact from me, and also never told me that Kyla asked him out during college days. Am I just being crazy and reactive? How would you react in this situation? I don't want to distance my husband from his friends, but I also do not want to see that bitch Kyla's face again. Relevant comments. Commenter. Info. How has Kyla acted since the wedding? Has her behavior changed? You describe a bad behavior in the past tense, so one might believe she's not doing those things anymore. Does she still exhibit boundary issues with your husband? OP. Yes, her behavior with my husband has not changed at all after marriage. However, she is the same with all other friends too. With me, she is fake nice, where she acts like we are best friends in front of my husband, and barely talks to me when he is not around. Commenter. What did he think when you told him that she's totally different when he leaves? OP. He just says she does not know you that well, just ignore her. She has never said anything negative to my face. However, as a girl, you just know when someone does not like you. It's hard to explain to him that it's your feeling and not based on anything she has specifically said or done. Commenter. On blocking her. Especially with the physical contact too. She's so clearly into the husband, and the fact that he's not shutting it down means he likes the extra attention from her. It's one thing to get a friendly hug or maybe an occasional touch on the shoulder from a platonic friend, but shit like playing with his hair. That is 100% flirty behavior. And the fact that he's not shutting it down himself is gross OP. I have to reply here. So my husband is physically allergic to people touching him. He has a startled response. Either he jerks them away or tenses up when someone hugs him and his face turns red. The weird thing is he can hug his parents or sister and does not get the reaction. He never had that issue with me, even when we first started dating. However, even if my sister or parents hug him, he gets that response. So the fact that he shuts down any touch from Kyla is an understatement. Mini update in comments. Just remembered about my post and logged into the account after many months. Things were really horrible for the last few months and that bitch Kyla almost ruined my life. I don't even know how to describe it. I might write about it next week as I saw a lot of messages asking for an update. I just want other women to be careful of such snakes. Update post. I had posted almost 6 months ago regarding my husband's friend Kyla betting that our marriage would not last for more than 2 years. I was upset and had asked my husband to stop talking to her, because she disrespected our marriage. Since then, Kyla has pulled some really pathetic shit to stir up issues between my husband and I. After I wrote the post, my husband was trying to convince me that Kyla was just joking when she made those comments, and it happened so long ago. Kyla messaged me the next day apologizing for her comments and also not making more efforts to connect with me. I accepted her apology and started warming up to her. She started inviting me for brunches and girls' night out with them and I felt included in their friend group. One day during brunch, I brought up why Kyla really thought our marriage would not work out. Kyla told me that my husband broke up with his long-term ex-girlfriend Joanna 2 months before he started dating me. I knew that part, but Kyla told me that my husband was really heartbroken after the breakup and swore to her that he would stay away from dating anyone. When he met me, my mom set us up on a blind date. She was surprised how quickly we hit it off. Kyla thought that I was his rebound relationship, but when he proposed to me within a year, she was worried that he was making a very rash decision. My husband's family is rich, and she thought it was unwise for him to marry so quickly without knowing me well. She did not know enough about me and that my family is also very well off. That is why she was concerned that I was taking advantage of his vulnerable state. She apologized to me and said that it was wrong for her to assume that, and over the years, she has seen how happy we are together. I appreciated her honesty and Kyla and I became good friends since then and started hanging out more frequently. Around 2 months ago, my husband went to a conference in Seattle for 3 nights. After he came back, I got a "Hey girly" message on Instagram from Joanna, his ex. She told me that my husband contacted her a few months ago and they met in Seattle during the conference, and she could give me more proof if I wanted. I went through my husband's Instagram, but he seems to have blocked her. I made a mistake of mentioning it to Kyla, as she was the only person honest to me about Joanna and she went into detective mode to help me. She was still friends with Joanna on Instagram, as they all went to college together, and opened her profile. The message sent to me was from a different profile, with no followers. We checked her photos, and we saw that she attended the same conference as my husband did in Seattle. Kyla suggested I should ask Joanna for more proof and also ask my husband about the same before assuming the worst. I asked my husband if he met Joanna, and he said yes. He told me he just met her in the expo hall and chatted with her for a few minutes. I asked him why he did not mention it to me, and he told me it was just a quick conversation, and he did not think too much of it. He asked me how I knew it, and I told him that Kyla mentioned that she saw her pictures at the conference, and I thought he might have seen her. I messaged Joanna again to share more proof. She told me that they have been chatting for the past 2 months and plan to attend the conference together. She shared a log of their messages, where my husband was actively flirting with her. The screenshots did look legit, but I did not see any of those messages in my husband's Instagram profile. I talked to Kyla about it, as I did not know what to believe. I messaged Joanna to tell us what happened between them, and she told me that he invited her to the room at nights and they hooked up, but she does not have any photos as he insisted. They do not take any pictures together. I immediately realized it was fake and messaged Joanna to fuck off. She kept on insisting they were telling the truth, and she spent the nights with my husband in his room on all 3 nights. I told her that my husband and I were playing video games, Sea of Thieves, for almost 2-3 hours each night after his dinner, as that is what we do to catch up when he is away. Unless Joanna was sitting behind him watching us play until he fell asleep, she was full of shit. I also told my husband about the whole incident and he told me I should have come to him sooner. He told me that he has gone no contact with Joanna ever since they broke up and he just ran into her at the conference. He told me I could check his phone and everything to verify that he has blocked her everywhere. I told him I do not need to, and Joanna might have run into him and just decided to fuck his life by making up stuff. When all the friends met that weekend, My husband and I told everyone about how Joanna sent messages to me and faked everything. Kyla was also telling what happened as she had told her about it. Kyla accidentally let it slip out that it's luckily, we are nerds and played video games at nights before sleeping. Else, props go to Joanna for making up a convincing story. I never told Kyla about the video game stuff. I just told her Joanna is full of shit and I blocked her. It took me until I came home to connect the dots. I told my husband about it and he confronted Kyla. She denied it and told him that I told her about the video game stuff on a phone call, but I don't remember doing it. We have since decided to keep our distance from Kyla. Kyla has called me multiple times to meet up, but I just make up reasons that I'm busy. I do not know why she did it, but at this point, I am not interested in it, and we have decided to just see her on social occasions and avoid hanging out with her as much as possible. I feel stupid that she played me for a fool, and I should have not gone to her when Joanna started messaging me. In hindsight, it seems suspicious that Kyla started telling me about Joanna and at the same time, Joanna claimed to have an affair with my husband. I do not know what her intentions are, but I am mad enough that I will avoid her as much as possible. I wish I had some real proof that she was the one messaging me, so that I could expose her. I also feel bad for suspecting my husband. But I am glad my husband and I are on the same page now. Relevant comments. Commenter, does your husband also believe that Kyla made up a fake Instagram account, pretending to be Joanna? Because that's pretty psycho behavior. OP, yes. He believes me because I told him that I never told Kyla why I thought the account was fake. It's possible she guessed it if I ever mentioned to her that we play video games at night, but it seems suspicious she would guess that was exactly the reason why I realized the account was fake. Commenter, why didn't you try to message her real Insta since you knew the one she used to message you wasn't her main? Why not message her main account? That would have cleared it up pretty quick, I would think. Commenter, why didn't you try to message her real Insta since you knew the one she used to message you wasn't her main? Why not message her main account? That would have cleared it up pretty quick, I would think. OP, her Instagram was private. I did not want to follow her as it would have looked really bad for me to add her, when my husband has blocked her. The only way I could see her Instagram was when Kyla showed it to me on her phone. To another commenter, trust me, I thought about this. Firstly, I will look crazy if I reach out to Joanna, my husband's ex, behind his back. Secondly, even if it was her messaging me, she would just lie and tell me it was not her. I also cannot disregard the fact that I started getting messages a week after my husband ran into her and told her that he was happily married to me. I have to accept that Kyla, if it was her, will get away with the BS. We do not have any proof it was her, and all we could do is distance ourselves from her. Commenter, why did you lie to your husband about the fact that this woman had messaged you in the first place? You are the problem here. OP, agree, I should have told him right away. I tried to be sneaky to know if he really met her at the conference. I was half expecting him to deny it if he was trying to hide something happened. I think I let my insecurity get the worst of me. Lessons learned. Commenter, did he bring a gaming PC or Xbox with him to a work conference? OP, we both use Steam Decks to play games together when he is away. My stepdaughter wants her real dad to give her away, even though he breaks her heart by skipping town and breaking promises he makes to her. My stepdaughter will be getting married on August 3rd. The wedding planning has consumed most of her and her mother's life. I say her mother because we aren't married, though we've lived together for 10 years, for the past 6 months. My stepdaughter graduated last December from university. I paid for her to go to college, though it was a state school, it still ran $40,000. She does not have a job and has been living with us for the duration of her college career and since her graduation. I also bought her a car to get back and forth from school when she finished high school. From time to time her deadbeat father would pop into her life and she would fawn all over him. Although he has not contributed a cent to her education or paid any child support, though that is my girlfriend's fault as CS was not part of the settlement, she still loves him and wants him in her life. He stays long enough to break her heart by skipping town and breaking some promise that he made her. The wedding venue holds 250 people max. I gave them a list of 20 people that I wanted invited, since I was paying for everything. They told me that was no problem and they'd take care of it. So I let these people know they'd be getting an invite and they should save the date. Saturday, I saw one of my friends on this list at the golf course and asked if he was coming. He told me that he wasn't invited. He told me that he got an announcement, but not an invitation. He had it in his back seat, along with probably 6 months of mail, and showed it to me. Sure enough, it was just an announcement, and my name was nowhere on it. It had her dad's name and her mom's name and not mine. This led to a pretty big fight with my girlfriend, As I found out that none of my list of 20 made the cut for the final guest list because 250 people is very tight. I was pissed, but not a hell of a lot I could do because the important people in my life had already been offended. My girlfriend said, if some people didn't RSVP yes, I might be able to get a couple people in. But that is an ultimate slap in the face in my opinion. So, I was boiling on Saturday. Yesterday we had a Sunday dinner with the future in-laws family and us and a surprise guest, the real dad. At this little dinner my stepdaughter announced that her real dad was going to be able to make it to her wedding and that now he'd be able to give her away. This was greeted with a chorus of, "Oh how great and how wonderfuls." I don't think I have ever felt so angry and so disrespected. I was shaking. I took a few seconds to gather my composure because I honestly wasn't sure if I would cry or start throwing punches or both. Once I was sure I'd be able to speak, I got up from my chair and said I'd like to make a toast. I can't remember exactly what I said, but the gist of it was this. I'd like to make a toast. The sound of spoons against glasses rings in my ears. It has been my great pleasure to be a part of this family for the past 10 years. Ah, how sweet. At this point in my life I feel I owe a debt of gratitude to the bride and groom, because they have opened my eyes to something very important. Confident smiles exchanged. They have shown me that my position in this family is not what I once thought it was. And now a glimmer of confusion and shock begins to spread on the faces in the room. Though I once thought of myself as the patriarch or godfather of the family, commanding great respect and sought out help in times of need, it seems instead that I hold the position of an ATM, good for a stream of money, but not much else. As I have been replaced as host, both on the invitations and in the ceremony, I am resigning my financial duties as host to my successor, real dad. So cheers to the happy couple and the path they have chosen. I finished my drink. You all can let yourselves out. Is this selfish? I'm supposed to shell out 40-50 grand for a wedding that I can't invite anyone to? That I am not a part of? I'm so done with this crap. I'm done with my stepdaughter. I'm done with my girlfriend. I transferred the money out of our joint account last night. She has not had a job since she moved in with me. This morning I called all the vendors I had written checks for deposits to refund my money. At present, it looks like I'll lose around $1,500 for the venue, but the other vendors have been great about refunding. Too long, didn't read. You want your real dad to be on the invitation, to give you away and to sit at the head table. Fine, your real dad can pay for everything too. Update 1. The immediate aftermath was a tantrum and people sitting there mumbling while not actually saying anything to me, but to each other. After much yelling with the GF about me being selfish, I spent the night in my home office and no one knocked on my door, not once. Today's aftermath is kind of depressing for me. GF brought me bride's wedding planner to show me how much work I was ruining. I thumbed through it, found a page in the music section for father-daughter dances. All of the songs were catered to real dad's taste. So I thought they were just being disrespectful, but now I'm feeling like they never really gave a crap at all, especially since the menu included 2 ingredients I'm allergic to, that actually made me laugh. Either way, I'm glad to be done, returned to the planner and asked her when she and the bride could move out. Also, I never promised to pay for the wedding. I offered them the use of my home when they were sure it was going to be small, but other than that, all I've heard is how it's the bride's family that should pay. So, let it be the bride's family then, aka, not me. Final update. Girlfriend and bride are now moved out. They are moving in with the groom. It was very hard not to be petty with some of the belongings they took with them, but it's done and I switched out the locks and now it's time for a brew. I can't believe how popular this story got, but I feel good to be given support by so many. If I find out what happens with the wedding, I will let you know, but I can't guarantee that I will put in the effort to find out. From what I've heard, they are trying to scale things back and get his parents to help out. GF burned bridges when I found out she tried to write herself a check on our joint account the day after the unpleasantness. By then I had already moved money, so I guess I'm a bigger ass than her, but I could feel it coming. That's all. Thanks. Now to the next story, story 2. Am I the A for keeping the truth from my wife? Our baby's death was my fault, and I couldn't bear to tell her the devastating reality. I, male 25, and my wife, female 24, had our daughter Angela last year in November. We met at university. We dated for 2 years and got married after graduating. It's our first marriage and we are very in love. My wife, who we will call Kim, got pregnant during our honeymoon and we were both very excited. My parents are out of the picture and Kim only grew up with her dad. We both knew that we wanted to have children and give them the best life we could. Kim's pregnancy was normal. It was our first child, The baby was born healthy and beautiful. She had perfect chubby legs and round face. I never thought that one day I could love a woman more than I love Kim, but my daughter stole my heart completely. Everything was perfect, but we were very nervous. Since we didn't know anything about babies, Kim's father constantly called us and also gave me advice. My grandmother also taught us how to change her correctly and feed her. We were blessed with a lot of help. Kim's family came from their home country to meet our daughter for Christmas. They were going to stay until the new year, but on December 28, Kim's father had a heart attack and was taken to the emergency room. We went to the hospital and my father-in-law had to remain under observation since his condition was serious. To give you an idea, he might not wake up again. I told my wife that I would stay with her, but Kim asked me to go with Angela home. Whatever had to happen would happen in the next 24 hours. She didn't want to leave her father's side, but she didn't want to leave the baby at the hospital all night. We agreed that I would stay at home with Angela and she would stay at home with her father and her relatives at the hospital. The next 24 hours passed and my father-in-law began to improve, so the stay was extended to 48 hours, and for 72. Kim came to get some clothes and see our daughter and she returned to the hospital. Due to her concern, I had not slept in those 2 days, so after giving her bottle to my daughter, I put her to sleep and I myself fell asleep. When I woke up, it was almost night. Angela was still asleep, so I decided to have a coffee and watch television. After 2 hours, I decided to check on her and she seemed asleep. However, my heart stopped when I realized that she had vomited, and when I picked her up, she was cold. And I wasn't breathing. I panicked. I shook her, I patted her on the back, I just desperately wanted her to breathe again. I called an ambulance begging for help. The operator gave me instructions to do CPR. When the doctors arrived, we immediately went to the hospital. I called to Kim and between my mess of tears and hyperventilation, I tried to tell her what was happening. When we arrived, she was already there. Kim cried and screamed at the doctors, begging to save her. I did too. They did everything they could for about an hour, but in the end there was nothing to do. My baby died at only a month old. They explained to us that Angela had vomited while she was sleeping and choked on her own vomit. She tried to calm us down by explaining that this can happen and that it wasn't our fault. Kim and I are a mess. I haven't told her that I fell asleep while my daughter was dying. I haven't told her that I killed my daughter. I want to end all of this. I can't continue with this. I miss her. I want to hear her crying. Having her in my arms. I want to change her diapers, change her clothes. I want to hug her with all my strength. I want to see her. I miss her so much. I hate myself so much. It should be me and not her. It's my damn fault. I want all this pain. It's over. I want to end everything. Relevant comments stoked for breakfast. Not the asshole. I'm a doctor. This does happen. Not just to children but also to old adults who aren't able to adequately manage their own secretions, etc. See a therapist and a psychiatrist. Both are better than just one. And you'll get through it. You're not the asshole. At all. Sometimes bad things happen. It sucks. Mary Moose 923, not asshole. Please get grief counseling. This is not your fault. Even if you and your wife weren't dealing with a family emergency, and even if you weren't exhausted, your darling baby could have passed in exactly the same way during the night, or a nap. Even the doctor told you that it wasn't your fault. Like any other parent, you feel responsible for what happened. That's natural. So please get therapy. If not for yourself, think of your wife. How would she cope with losing both you and your daughter? Also, encourage your wife to get therapy. She's hurting as much as you are. New post, wife's post. Editor's note, below is the wife's post placed in the correct section of the timeline to assist with the context. Her post took place 4 days after OP's post. Plus added paragraph breaks for readability. It's not easy for me to talk about this. It happened very recently and I don't like talking about my problems with strangers either. But right now, I, female 24, feel alone and lost because I can't talk to anyone. This is the situation. As the title says, my baby died recently and my family is broken. This happened on New Year's while my husband, male 25, was taking care of her. My family, my father male 66, my aunt female 57 and my 2 cousins female 28 male 30, had come to visit my husband and I to meet our newborn daughter for Christmas. I told my father that we could go ourselves halfway through this year, 2024, since due to his delicate health I was worried about him making such a long trip, but he insisted because he wanted to meet his granddaughter. For a few days everything was fine. My dad loved my daughter very much. He kept saying that she was just like me when I was born. I was able to see my cousins and my aunt again. She was the closest thing I've ever had to a mother. Everything was fine until my dad started feeling bad a few days after Christmas dinner. In a moment he just collapsed due to severe chest pain. It didn't take us long to understand that it was because of his heart. So we took him to the emergency room where he stayed for at least 3 days. During all that time, my husband stayed at home with my daughter, because I did not want to leave my father, since his condition was serious at first. When he started to get better, I went back to my house to see how my daughter was doing. I felt calm when I saw that my husband was taking good care of her on his own. However, I asked him if he needed me to stay with him. He told me to be calm, that he would take care of everything and that I focused on accompanying my dad. My husband knows how important my father is to me, so I was grateful to have a man like him supporting me. I returned calmly to the hospital, but a few hours later my husband called me crying. It took him a while to calm down enough to tell me that my baby was dying. He had drowned. I remember very little what happened after that call. At one point my husband had already arrived at the hospital with my daughter, but they were unable to save her. Before you think it was negligence, no, my husband did not neglect her. The doctor explained to us that the baby died of sudden infant death syndrome. She choked on her own vomit while she was sleeping. My husband could not have prevented it unless he had been watching her non-stop. 24 hours a day, so no, it wasn't his fault. My daughter's body was cremated as my culture dictates, and her ashes are now in my house, in her room. The most difficult thing was to tell my father. He woke up from his comatose state on January 1st, but I couldn't go see him until the next day. Prudently, my father had not been told anything about what happened. I tried to put good face until my father asked to see my daughter. I tried to excuse myself, but eventually he had to find out only a couple of days later. I wish he hadn't told me, since it caused him to relapse, and this time, it has taken him a long time to recover. During the entire month of January my cousins returned home, but father stayed with me at my house along with my aunt to help me take care of him. My husband practically stopped doing anything. I focused all my energy on taking care of my father and maintaining the house in order. It was a longer and more difficult time for everyone. My father was finally able to return to his house on January 30th, and since then it's just my husband and I. He doesn't talk to me, he doesn't eat, he doesn't sleep well, he can't work, he works from home, he doesn't want to talk to anyone, not even me. My family has tried to talk to me, but I don't want to talk either. I just ask for updates on my father. I don't let them ask me about anything else. For my part, I'm back to work and I'm thinking about taking extra hours since I spent part of my savings on hospital bills. But I really want to get away from my house. I feel like I'm suffocating there. I can't get into my baby's room without crying. My husband, for his part, spends most of his day there. I don't know what to do. I cry to my baby every night. I cry into his clothes, his stuffed animals, his blankets, until I fall asleep. Now I'm eating twice as much. I devour the portions that my husband doesn't want, and I keep asking for more. The house is a disaster. I feel like we are both dying and we are doing nothing to prevent it. Relevant comments leader_inside. I think you need to read this. It sounds like your husband posted it a few days ago. It was deleted, but I found the post on Reddit. I'm so unbelievably sorry for your loss. I'm 34 weeks pregnant with a baby girl right now. I read the other post shortly after it was posted and haven't stopped thinking about your family. Please consider getting professional help for yourself and your husband if you can get him to agree. If you ever want to scream into a void who will just listen, please feel free to DM me. I'm praying for peace and healing for your family. And again, I'm so sorry for your loss. Edit to add, not the wife. My God, it's him. I have to talk with him. big_fly_1561. I'm so sorry. I can even be able to imagine the pain and heartbreak. Just take it 1 hour at a time, one day at a time. Anytime you can do something for yourself, do it, but the main thing is to focus on working through the grief. When you are ready to talk, I would suggest you and your husband do both individual counseling and marriage counseling. A loss like this is incredibly hard on both of you individually and as a couple. Try not to lose your husband or yourself. This wasn't anyone's fault, and I hope in time you and your husband can work through the grief and pain and find joy in life once more. My heart goes out to you. The fact that you're even here expressing this story shows how strong you are. Wife. Thank you very much. I don't want to lose my marriage. We haven't talked about divorce. Actually, we haven't talked at all. I know we need therapy. Thank you for your words. Update. Hello. Am I the A? I came here a few months ago to vent about the loss of my daughter. To be honest, I didn't see the post until a week later and I saw that my account was suspended. It's not important since it was just a discard account. So I opened another one just to let you know that I have read all your comments. Kim and I we are fine, however we are in the process of being fine. Kim is also an active Reddit user and saw my post. We talked a lot, we cried, and I have to say I'm glad she saw it. Since Angela is not with us, I have spent most of the time in her room, and Kim returned to work very quickly since she no longer needed maternity leave. But our therapist gave us a lot of advice on how to deal with grief. I have been diagnosed with depression and I'm working on it with the help of Kim. She's also in therapy. We support each other in every way we can. My father-in-law is as well as can be. He recovered, but he hasn't been well since we told him about Angela. Kim calls him practically every day. She can't do much more since he lives in another country and it's already difficult enough for us. Right now we are looking to sell our house and move to a smaller place. We bought the house thinking about having a big family, but we are going to postpone that for the moment. No matter how broken I am inside, my wife is my priority right now, so I have to prioritize my marriage. I will not update again. I wanted to assure all the noble souls who supported us that we are still here and we appreciate your words and support. You're all wonderful people. God bless you. Relevant comments. Dehydrated rain. Absolutely heartbreaking, but it might be better for her. Staying home and unoccupied gives the mind a lot more time to focus on the empty room and intrusive thoughts. 8 hours of work distraction and a good therapist/psych might speed up healing. I'm not saying this to sound callous. I speak from personal experience. Family emergencies for 2 people, but not as bad as this story. Crazy 11. A part of me just broke seeing her comment, "My God, it's him." 2 parents grieve the loss of their newborn baby. Neither can handle that grief and are rapidly slipping away, and they're both so hurt that they can't even talk to each other about it due to all the guilt and heartbreak. They both reach out to strangers online hoping for a place to vent, have unbiased people judge their actions, and just some place to put this all down. Without the members of these communities pointing out how similar her post was to her husband's, they might still be both grieving alone. He would still be shattered in that room contemplating suicide and feeling like it was all his fault, and she would be working herself to death. To all those involved, their child died and that's beyond a tragedy, but you might have just saved their lives. Catmo, I remember reading the original post by my husband when it was new. I had no idea there was an update. I'm so glad there was one. The original has been living rent-free in my head ever since I read it. This was definitely a tough read. I'm so glad this worked in their favor and helped them get the help they each so desperately need. As a parent, things happen all the time that are out of our control. Even if it's something completely out of our hands, I think it's a pretty natural response to blame ourselves in some way. We're supposed to be their protectors. It's hard to remind ourselves that it is literally impossible to protect them every second of every day, but it is oh so important. You can drive yourself mad with that kind of worry. He could have been sleeping right next to her bed and still not been able to do anything to save her. These kinds of things tend to be silent and happen quickly. I'm glad that Kim understood this and didn't blame him or resent him for it. It's easy for one parent to do to the other. It's hard to not have someone to blame in a truly blameless situation. I hope one day he will be able to truthfully tell himself that this was not his fault. It's going to take time, but with them supporting each other, they will get there eventually. Losing a child is not something you ever get over. They will never really recover from this, and that's okay, but hopefully they can learn how to manage their grief in a healthy way and remember their baby fondly. To any parents out there who have lost a child, I am deeply sorry for your loss. I hope all of you have found at least a little bit of peace along the way. From one parent to another, I'm sending love and hugs to you all. Am I the A for not letting my stepson 12 live with us? I don't want anyone to interfere in my life and the child is unnecessary in my marriage. I have 2 boys, 10 male and 5 male, and I'm getting married in the next few weeks to my boyfriend who has a 12 son from a previous relationship. My future husband's son asked his dad if he could come live with us after we get married because he wants to experience a genuine family dynamic with parents and siblings, given that his biological parents never married anyone else. My husband is on board with this idea, believing it would contribute positively to the boy's personal growth. I expressed to my husband that I have reservations about having him live with us, based on observations during the weekends he spends at our place. Firstly, he appears to have a strained relationship with my younger son. He rarely includes him in activities unless I specifically prompt him to do so. When I ask him to assist the younger boy, such as accompanying him to the bathroom, he does so with obvious reluctance. Secondly, he displays an excessive competitive streak towards my older son. He consistently aims to outperform him, and even taunts him when he succeeds. I find this overly competitive atmosphere uncomfortable. I desire my children to grow up in a nurturing and supportive environment. The third and most significant concern is his academic and behavioral performance. My boyfriend has informed me that his son has been struggling academically and has faced minor behavioral challenges. I am concerned about his potential negative influence on my children, particularly my older son. My husband dismisses these concerns as typical for his age, believing that with our guidance, he could improve. I sought advice from my mother, and she disagrees with me, asserting that providing a united family environment could greatly benefit my stepson. Both of them label my reasons as unreasonable. Am I the A? Edit. Many people didn't quite catch the bathroom example I provided. Let's say we're at a park. I can't let my 5-year-old go to the bathroom alone. So I might have my stepson accompany him for safety reasons. It's the kind of thing an older child should do for a younger one. Update. I know that I am not the best person, but I never mistreated or ignored my future stepson. I care for him, and I would never think of hurting him. I realize now that I was being overly protective of my own children and not considering things from my future stepson's perspective. I was afraid that my future stepson might bully my kids. For example, excluding the younger one from activities he enjoys like building with Legos or teasing the older one when he wins, but now I can see that if he wants to live with us, it's because he cares about his future siblings. Moreover, as a responsible adult, I understand that I have an obligation to help him with behavior and school grades. I talked to my boyfriend, and I accept that he can come live with us. Now we'll need to move to a new house so that each child can have their own room, and we'll have to work on getting custody. Relevant comments. Info on stepson's mom. Unfortunately, my stepson is the result of a one-night relationship, not a marriage. My fiancé said he even tried to have a dating or more serious relationship with her, but she declined. She has always had custody of the boy, and she has never been married. It's just her and the boy. I work remotely, so even though I have work obligations, I'll be the one providing more assistance to the children. I don't see it as a problem, even with one more child. He lives with his mom, who has full custody. He seeks my fiancé to ask if he can live with us because he wants to have a family with siblings. I don't know his mom very well. I only met her a few times, like on his birthday. After the update, we're going to talk to him and his mom tonight. I'm going to tell him that our house is his home, and he's more than welcome here. We're going to say that we are even planning to move to a new house to give him his own room. But it also depends on the conversation with his mom. My fiancé thinks we won't have any issues. OP is voted you're the A. This sums up the majority opinion well. You're the A. You're marrying his father, so you should start considering him as your son as well. If your eldest son, 10 male, started displaying all these behaviors, then surely you wouldn't just kick him out and give up on him. I would get your BF on board with ways to deal with the behaviors that you're not happy with. Update post. I initially want to thank the comments that helped me understand that I was in the wrong. I learned that I was being extremely selfish, only looking out for my own children and my fear that they might somehow face bullying at home, but I wasn't considering the feelings of my stepson. I've also learned that the dynamics between siblings, something I never experienced, inevitably involve a bit of competition and rivalry. I was so focused on myself and my kids that I couldn't see that if he wants to live with us, then obviously he cares about us, especially the idea of having siblings. So I hope we will work together to build a great dynamic in our house. I talked to my fiancé, even showed him this Reddit post, and told him that I agree our stepson should live with us, that I was wrong about my reservations concerning the boy. He talked to the mother of my stepson, who has legal custody of him. I didn't participate in the conversation, as I understand it's a moment for the biological parents. Despite being reluctant, after hearing from her own child that he wanted to live with us, she agreed to work out an arrangement where he will spend a significant amount of time with us. My fiancé and the boy's mother will still have to discuss the details. After that, my fiancé and I took my stepson out to eat his favorite burger and talked. I told him that we're happy to have him as a new member of our household, that we're going to look for a new house to better accommodate the family now that we'll be 5, and he can have his own room. He was very happy. We didn't address some concerns that I still have, like the issue of discipline and following rules. I avoided that topic so it doesn't seem like I'm threatening him to go back to living with his mom. I want him to feel accepted unconditionally in our home. But of course, we'll have that conversation about discipline with the older two soon to prevent any issues, and also emphasize the importance of maintaining good grades in school. P.S. There's no need for anyone here to send me messages cursing me out. I've received dozens of offensive messages, and it doesn't help anyone. I've also received supportive messages with advice, and I appreciate those messages. The internet and this community don't need to be a place for hate. Relevant comments. You need to discuss discipline as soon as possible to be on the same page. I'm aware of that. This issue has always been one of the key points for me. I always believe that when a child is disciplined by a step-parent, they might perceive it as unfair, which can significantly impact the relationship between the child and the step-parent. However, we've discussed making a list of rules and the corresponding consequences for breaking each rule, so I hope that no one feels unjustly treated. If something comes up that isn't on the list, then the decision will need to be a joint one between me and my fiancé. OP's stance. I've always told my fiancé that if my stepson came to live with us, then it would be for the rest of our lives, as my stepson isn't an object that we can return for some reason. I've always had that very clear. He was always a member of the household, you're the new one. Honestly, I think the issue here is just the choice of words. When I said member of our household, my fiancé and my stepson understood that I was referring to him becoming a new resident of the house, as he didn't live here before. Regardless of whether you agree or not, the fact is that he lived at his mother's house, and in practice was a visitor at ours. Of course, I did everything to make him feel that our house was also his, but there's a difference between living here and spending weekends. I never meant to say that he wasn't a part of the family. I've always treated him as a family member. This is a part I haven't quite grasped yet. Many people talk as if I treat my stepson poorly. When my husband read the comments on the other post, he told me not to worry, because I treat his son very well, and I think it's obvious that if I mistreated him, he wouldn't want to live with me. So, where does this idea come from that I treat him poorly? I know that when I said that I didn't want him living with us sounds rude. But there is a huge difference between how you treat a kid and what you discuss with your fiancé. Further info on the housing situation. It's still his own house. I completely agree with this, which is why I mentioned that I did everything to make him feel like the house was his too. But there's an aspect I didn't mention, and perhaps it's another reason for my choice of words. My fiancé is moving into the house I live in with my kids, so chronologically, it makes sense for me to refer to it as my house, and say that my stepson is a new member of it. Of course, from his perspective, we are the new members of his family. Child's perspective is very different and very insightful. Yes, that's true. The best I can do is treat my stepson the same way I treat my own children. And I don't believe there have been any instances where I treated him differently. In fact, I realized I was expecting behaviors from him similar to those of my older son, without considering his different experiences, which made me unfair to him. Does stepson have his own room? Are you spending enough time with him? This is a very important point. I completely agree that it's crucial for children of divorced parents to understand that they have two homes, and to have their personal belongings in both. The thing is, we've been gradually adapting over time. First I got to know my stepson, then he got to know my kids, and then they started spending more time together, until it got to the point where he practically spends every weekend here, even though legally, my fiancé only has custody every other weekend. He always had his things at his dad's house. But my house is bigger and my fiancé is moving in here. Unfortunately, my house only has 3 bedrooms, mine and one for each child. So he was left without his own space. When he comes over, he has to sleep in my older son's room. So in reality, he's been kind of like a visitor, you know? That's the reason I'm looking for another house. I want to give him his own space, just like my kids have theirs. Yes. I understand that my stepson isn't in the best situation right now. We were already looking to move to a new house after getting married, regardless of whether he would come to live with us or not, precisely because of this issue. But we were both planning to sell our houses to buy the new one, so it would still take several months. Now, we'll be renting a house in the next few weeks. Since we were already exploring the real estate market, we already know of a house that we like. Clarifying the bathroom example above. I never used him for free childcare. I was unfortunate in the example I gave about the bathroom. But I'll explain again what happens. We have a young child who's 5 years old. I can't expect a 5-year-old to behave in a mature appropriate manner at all times, but I can expect the older ones, aged 10 and 12, to understand that the 5-year-old is a little child who doesn't yet grasp various situations. So, for instance, if the older two are playing video games for an hour without letting the little one join in, it's obvious they need to stop and let the little one play a bit too. Otherwise, the little one will feel sad and angry, think that his siblings don't like him, and so on. I'm not asking them to play with the little one all the time, but to look at the situation from the little one's perspective so as not to hurt him. In the bathroom situation I mentioned last time, it was just me, my stepson, and my youngest son. When my youngest son is with any of the boys, he refuses to go to the bathroom with me. That day, he was practically on the verge of tears, not wanting to go with me and wanting to go with his brother. So in my view, my stepson, upon seeing the boy almost in tears over a trivial situation, should have understood he should help to prevent him from actually crying. But he only helped after I insisted a lot. Anyway, I believe my stepson will grasp this dynamic soon, just like my older son already does. You need to adjust your expectations. You need to adjust your expectations. You are correct. Now to the next story, story 2. I have had enough of my stepdaughter, so I moved back to my parents with my son. I'm also 8W pregnant and I don't know what to do. Update. Hi everyone. I don't know if this is even ethical because it's about a minor. I will keep it anonymous and hope for the best. I am at the end of my tether here and I feel paralyzed and in desperate need of advice. I, female 38, met my husband, male 44, about 4 years ago. I'm 8 weeks pregnant, only husband and I know. I have a son, male 8 with my BF who passed away in a car accident before my son was born. My husband has a daughter, female 13, stepdaughter for stepdaughter, from a previous marriage. My stepdaughter lives with us every other week. When we got married, my ex-wife tried everything to get full custody of stepdaughter and failed. But it was made very clear to me, by stepdaughter, ex-wife and husband, that I am not her mother and am not allowed to participate in raising her. Stepdaughter basically ignored me and my son for weeks. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't hurting anyone directly. My son learned very early not to cross stepdaughter and kept to himself when she was around. I suspected the ex-wife behind stepdaughter's coldness towards me and thought this must be hard for stepdaughter with all these changes. I tried to befriend her over the years but she wasn't having it. It got worse when my ex-wife remarried and got pregnant with twins 2 years ago. She started ignoring stepdaughter, trying to get my husband to have her more, we happily obliged, and basically stopped being a mother to her. It didn't help either that the new husband didn't like stepdaughter and wasn't shy about not wanting to raise another man's daughter. I asked my husband if we could take stepdaughter full time and try to raise her because I saw that her mental health was deteriorating and that she needed stability. The ex-wife blatantly refused this suggestion so we continued with it every other week. The twins were born about a year ago and all went downhill from there. It seemed like the worse stepdaughter had it at her mom's, the more she hated me and my son. She would throw fits a couple of times every time she's with us. Break our stuff. Call me a bitch if I tried to tell her off. It's her house because her father bought it and we're just guests. She would yell at my son and she even hit him a couple of times telling him to keep to his room if he didn't like her treatment of him. When I told her not to put her hand on my son she told me, "What are you going to do about it?" My son grew fearful of her and would ask me to take him to Grandpa, late BF's father, when she's living with us. I talked to my husband about it. I told him stepdaughter needed professional help because she's not feeling well and she's making us miserable when she's around. So she started to go to therapy. 6 months now. Other than that my husband didn't know what to do either. If he tried to talk to her about being nice to us, she played innocent and told him she was playing around and hugged and kissed my son in front of him, and if he tried to be stern, she threw a tantrum and accused him of loving my son more than her. 3 months ago, my son's grandpa passed away. This hit my son and me very hard. My son was inconsolable for many weeks and couldn't really understand what it meant that he couldn't see Grandpa again. Grandpa was a carpenter, so was my late BF. So from a very young age my son loved hanging with him in the garage, working. Many times when he's there he comes home with something they made together. Butter knives, boxes, chessboards. And for my 38th birthday last summer I got a stool that my son designed himself and built with his grandpa and then painted. This was the last project they had together since Grandpa passed away a few weeks later, so the stool was priceless to us. We had it in the kitchen. The stepdaughter made a lot of negative remarks about the stool, how ugly and poorly made it was. She laughed at my son's poor taste and he was very distraught. This was the first time, however, that my husband got very angry at her and asked her to go to her room. She was so scared of his reaction that she went without any protest. This Christmas, my stepdaughter was supposed to be with her mother. On Christmas Eve her mother dropped her off at our house very early in the morning. Her new husband had decided he didn't want her to go with them to his parents' house where they usually spend Christmas. The stepdaughter was on the verge of tears standing there listening to her mother making excuses to my husband and me. My husband hugged stepdaughter the whole time and I tried to fight away my tears. After her mom left, she went upstairs to her room to sleep. I also went to sleep since we don't usually wake up this early on holidays. When she saw me, she smirked and said she didn't want ugly furniture in her house. I pulled her away and told her to go to her room and tried to get the pieces of wood out of the fireplace. That was when she threw a scalding hot liquid in my face. It was hot cocoa. I yelled in pain and my son started panicking, so I ran to him to tell him that I was fine. The stepdaughter stood there laughing. I took my son upstairs and went back to her. I grabbed her hard in her arm and started pulling, pushing and dragging her up to her room and locked the door. Husband came home with my parents moments later. My mom took me to the emergency room and my son insisted on coming with me. I had second-degree burns on my cheek and neck. When I went home, my husband was so mad at me for assaulting stepdaughter by using force to get her to her room. He told me I should have had compassion knowing how hurt she was by her mother's abandonment. I told him that I have had enough with this. I am living a nightmare 1 or 2 of my life. Having to go on eggshells in my own home whenever she's around. My son is a prisoner in his own room when she's living with us, too terrified to cross a boundary of hers. I told him that I didn't know how to handle this, and that it was a mistake from the beginning that I wasn't allowed to be a parental figure in her life with authority. He disagreed and told me that she has a kind heart and needed patience. But the thing is, I don't think she does. She targeted my son's handiwork, fully aware of its sentimental value. And my face because she always hated the fact that my husband thinks I am beautiful and is open with complimenting my eyes and smile. I didn't stay there for Christmas. I took my son and parents and went to my parents' home where I live now. My husband is in panic mode. He's been texting and calling me all the time trying to get me to move back and work things out. Stepdaughter even texted apologizing, he probably made her. But I don't know what to do. I love him so much, but I'm ashamed to say that I hate that girl. My son starts hyperventilating of the thought of living with her again. And what about my unborn baby? I feel sick of the thought of having 1-2 custody, and being at the mercy of his half-sister when it's my husband's week. This thought makes me want to have an abortion. Please tell me if there's another solution to this hell I'm living. Update. Hi everyone, I hope you enjoyed the holidays. I'm overwhelmed with the support I received from you. It helped a lot. I was literally losing my mind and wasn't sure if it was wise of me to take these drastic measures. I'm sorry I didn't make an update. I just didn't think I had anything to add, plus these last weeks have been so hard. But I came here now to tell you that I have moved on with my plans. It's just hard for me to talk about it since it was a planned pregnancy and both soon-to-be ex and I were longing for him/her. It was also hard to see my soon-to-be ex broken over my decision. He thinks I have acted so fast and can't fathom how I could just throw away our life together so fast. I think he still doesn't realize the severity of stepdaughter's actions. He even had her with him when he visited me at my parents' house the first time. He wanted us to have a sit-down. When I saw her in the car, I immediately told him to drive back. He was shocked, however, when he saw the dark scars on my face. They'll fade away with time according to the doctor. I can't help but blame myself though. It's my fault that he thought this was a sudden decision. Had I been more honest and open with him, he would have known this was hurting me and my boy for months now, years really. This blame will lie with me and me alone. I thought by keeping my mouth shut I would minimize the damage. How wrong I was. My stepdaughter is living with her grandparents full-time now and I think it's going to be a permanent thing. Her stepdad is adamant about not having her around his children. I think this is so messed up on so many levels, but I don't know if I have a say in this. It's her parents' call even if I think it a grievous mistake. And I can't say that I care either. My boy is doing better. He loves living with my parents. He knows he will have to change schools and he's so scared about it, but he still thinks it's great that we moved. We started therapy. In one session the therapist tried to explain to him how stepdaughter is not feeling well, and that she needed help. He got upset and told the therapist he didn't agree with her. He told her stepdaughter isn't the only one hurting. Many kids have bad parents and that he never knew his father and lost people he loved, but still he wasn't mean to his family. I cried for days after this. I am so sorry for what I put him through. I just want to spend the rest of my life making it up to him. My beautiful baby. With Omicron we're back to working from home, so it really doesn't matter that I live 5h from work. I work in a bank and I have talked to my boss. She will help me apply to a nearer office. I think I have covered everything. If anything major happens I will make a new update. Thank you again for the support. You helped more than you can imagine. Ciao. Edit. We have rebuilt the stool. We couldn't make it perfect and we had to patch it in many places and repaint it. But we love it. Some explanation from OP. I'm sorry I haven't been able to answer all your questions. I wrote my update very late and went to sleep. When I woke up it was locked. I will try to answer some here soon. To be ex. And his ex got divorced because the ex cheated on him. Her relationship with the affair partner didn't last. An affair partner left her when they got busted. This happened way before soon-to-be ex and I met. But the resentment came from soon-to-be ex. Moving on. From what I understood, soon-to-be ex and his ex were planning to give their relationship a second chance right before I met him, and he allegedly changed his mind. He blatantly denies this, but I've heard it from his ex and even stepdaughter. I know I was harsh on the stepdad, simply because I don't think him to be a good human being. His reluctance towards stepdaughter started way before the twins, and even before they got married he made it clear he would prefer it if stepdaughter didn't live with them. He even tried not to have her at their wedding. But after the incident, I don't blame him, even though I know he was happy he got a reason to get rid of her now. The problem is that stepdaughter loves him and the twins. She never speaks ill about him and always praises him. When she felt hurt by them, her hatred for me increased instead. I don't know how to explain it, but I kind of understood her. My soon-to-be ex isn't an evil man. He's probably a bad parent, but I don't think he is malicious. He knew his daughter was hurting and his solution was to spoil her when she stayed with us. It didn't help either that stepdaughter saw that he loved my son and treated him well. She always accused him of favoritism, and that drove him to spoil her even more to prove that she's his first priority. A vicious circle. On the morning of Christmas Eve when my stepdaughter was dumped at our doorstep, soon-to-be ex cried after she went to bed and felt hopeless. I think that's why he couldn't understand the severity of what she did. She had bruises from where I dragged her to her room. Getting mad would probably have been my first reaction if I didn't know the full story and my child was bruised by an adult. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm trying to understand why he reacted like he did. About my stepdaughter moving with her grandparents. I think soon-to-be ex, even though he doesn't want to admit it, is repulsed by her run. It's so sickening, but I don't think he can help it. He feels terrible about the termination, and he's on sick leave now. This is so hard for me to write, but I think this is the brutal truth. I have promised myself not to get involved or utter an opinion about this matter to him or anybody else. She's not my responsibility, and maybe it's for the best because her grandparents are decent people. Even though I don't know, more feelings of abandonment is what stepdaughter needs. I don't think she's a psychopath. She has feelings, and a lot of them, especially rage. I don't think she's faking her rage. It feels very genuine. Many accused me of being a bad mom who only reacted when I personally was assaulted. I will have to live with this guilt and make it up to my boy for the rest of my life. These few weeks have been so dark. I keep thinking that she would have hurt my son with the hot drink instead of me, and I wouldn't have had the time to prevent it because it went so fast. I can't stop beating myself up about it, and I probably deserve it. My only defense is that her violence escalated very quickly and after the twins were born. Before that I deemed the situation to be manageable. I was wrong, and I'm so sorry I let it go for so long. I don't feel well. The termination was so hard on me because I loved and wanted the baby. This has nothing to do with my political views or beliefs. I don't live in the US or any other religious country. Where I live, abortion is a basic human right and not a political view. It was hard for me because I have longed for a baby. Please stop abusing me in the chat, calling me a murderer and whatnot, or at least do it here and not hide in the private chat. I'm going to live with my parents for a while now, even after we settle the economy and separate our finances. I feel like it's good for us. ATM. My son is so happy with them even if he misses soon-to-be ex. He knows if he chose soon-to-be ex, it meant stepdaughter too, so he's trying to adjust to a life without his dad. We're getting a dog. He has always wanted one but couldn't because stepdaughter is allergic. I hope this answered all your questions, and thank you again for the support. Relevant comments. Commenter. OP mentioned soon-to-be ex feeling unwell right after mentioning pregnancy termination. My speculation would be just some negative feelings or depression about losing the prospect of losing an unborn child and correlating the cause to be his daughter, and particularly the burns she caused to OP, which he got to see the scars caused by it as a surprise when visiting her. I am assuming OP's injuries were bandaged up when she came home from the ER, and was confronted by OP and had no idea about the severity. Seems like things went from blissful ignorance to shocking realization of the current state of things around him. Some sort of a breakdown. From his life going from being married with child, stepchild, plus unborn child on the way. No more marriage. Stepchild is gone along with the wife. Discovery that bio-daughter was violent towards wife and stepson, which resulted in wife getting second-degree burns and scars on neck, dart face, and that ended up being the direct cause of termination of unborn child. Pretty much went from thinking he's got a near-perfect life to where did everyone go in the span of a single day. Commenter. I'd like to hear more about why stepdaughter is with her grandparents rather than father. All we have is conjecture. Understandable that we won't get an answer if OP has completely broken it off with him, which it sounds like she has and is certainly for the best. My husband accused me of murder out of the blue, and now our marriage is falling apart. How can I salvage our relationship and rebuild trust? This is long and ridiculous, sorry. My 30 female husband, Luke, 33 male, had a sister, Laura, 29 female. We were all close and saw each other 2-3 times a month, along with their parents. Almost 6 months ago, Laura fell down the stairs at their family home and died. It was a freak accident. There's a window on the half landing and she hit her head on the sill. I was the last person to see her. I was there for less than 10 minutes and she was in her pajamas making coffee. I didn't even stay for a drink, and I struggle with how such a brief and meaningless interaction could have been her last. She deserved so much more. My husband and I have only been married for a year, but we've been together for 4 and have known each other for 20 plus. When Laura's parents found her, they called my husband straight away and we rushed over. We faced the whole thing as a family. In the days after, Luke started quizzing me. Exactly what we talked about, what she was wearing, where we were standing, etc. It progressed to saying I was providing conflicting information. On tiny details he was deliberately misunderstanding, and accusing me of withholding information because I couldn't tell him things like what pajamas she was wearing. This escalated quickly but lasted for less than a week, as I lost my cool, and made it clear that I was done answering questions. He didn't bring it up again and I wrote it off as a grief quirk. His behavior was generally that of a normal grieving person. Last Friday he outright accused me of murdering her, in front of his parents. Out of the blue. We were all stunned. There was an inquest which recently concluded, and there was never any doubt the verdict would be accidental death. He said it was completely obvious, and he couldn't believe that no one else could see it. He claims I went through his phone and found his messages with Laura. I have absolutely no idea what messages he's talking about. I have never looked at his phone, and that I went over to confront her and things got out of hand, and I pushed her downstairs. By the end he was shouting about going to the police and getting the inquest overturned, and how I wasn't going to get away with it. Let me be clear, Laura and I had a great relationship. We all did. I have no idea where this has come from, other than these messages I haven't seen, and even then, I don't think there's anything I could ever see on someone's phone that would drive me to murder. It's just ridiculous. He's been with his parents since this happened and will not talk to me at all. I've had some contact with his mom, but she's not being very communicative. The last I heard, she didn't know what messages he was referring to either. I am still completely stunned and I have no idea how to proceed. I made a commitment to be there for him always, and I understand that grief can manifest in strange ways, but part of me feels like my love for him died the second he called me a murderer, and I don't know how we could possibly work through this. I also really don't want to be thought of in this way, and I have no idea if he has said anything to people we know. I obviously haven't. A brain tumor or psychotic break has crossed my mind and I suggested it to his mother, and she just said she'll talk to him. Other than the questions before, he hasn't been acting odd. Obviously he's been grieving, but he seemed sane and sensible other than this. I feel like I'm going mad. Does anyone have any advice at all? Too long, didn't read. My husband's sister died in a horrible accident. And my husband, for absolutely no reason other than some mystery messages, thinks I murdered her. Edit. It has come to my attention that I accidentally used Laura's real name once in this post. Can I kindly ask anyone who commented, who is, real name? Delete their comment, as I really don't want this to bleed into my real life. For obvious reasons. Relevant comments. Moral talk. Fuck no. You don't salvage this. You get a lawyer and get the fuck out. Best case scenario. He has just admitted to sending messages with his sister that he thinks would make you angry enough to kill her over them. I have some ideas about what those might be and they're all bad. How did the parents react when he did this? OP answer. When he first laid out the accusation, at his parents' house, both his mother and I just kept asking him about the messages, and all he would say was that I knew exactly what messages he was talking about. She was as stunned as me, and his father just said he didn't understand what he was talking about. He's a man of few words, but there was plenty of head shaking. The whole thing was surreal. No one knew how to react. Wonderful. Prior 381. You need to get a lawyer to protect yourself in case he does go to the police. I would write down everything that you can remember that happened that day and keep it just in case. He may be having a psychotic break. As stated, don't talk to him or his immediate family or your friends without someone present, or preferably by text or email. Save everything. You need to take his accusations seriously and cover your ass. OP answer. I was interviewed by the coroner's office after her death, as I was the last person to see her. She died about 3 hours after I saw her, and I'd been to the supermarket and was home by that point. It's all verifiable and was a recorded interview. I haven't spoken to anyone but his mother, and that's only been over messages. She's never been a big texter, but she has seemed very cagey over the past few days. I don't know if this means she's seen the messages. I've asked and been ignored. Grulsh good. I think they mean to record everything you remember about the day your soon-to-be ex accused you of murder. OP answer. I'm feeling so freaked out at the idea that he came up with this, almost immediately after her death, and has either been sitting on it or planning his confrontation, that I'm basically trying to dissect the past 6 months. Maybe it's time I start writing things down. Right until it happened, things felt very normal. Obviously her death has been felt deeply by all of us and things aren't anything like they were, but there have been no signs of anything like this, even on the day. OP on getting the messages. I'm absolutely desperate to see these messages, because I'm right there with you on the sheer wackiness of what they have to contain. It hadn't occurred to me that they might not exist. I've never known him to lie, but I do think a mental health issue is a real possibility. His relationship with his sister didn't seem odd, and I've never been interested in his phone, but he's never been defensive about it either, so I think you might be right. If I had such incriminating messages, I'd probably worry about them before now. When told to find an old iPad to use to access them, I have his iCloud password. It has a backup from yesterday. I have no idea how to turn this into something I can actually use. It doesn't have a messages folder or any signs of how to use it for anything other than restoring a whole phone, which I don't want to do. Does anyone know how to actually get the messages from this? Sorry to throw a tech support request in. I can't believe I didn't think of this. Huge thanks to the person who suggested it. Can I force my husband to get a mental health assessment, and do I risk being arrested, or prosecuted? We're in England. I'm in a bizarre and complex situation with my husband. I have broken the law, and I feel I have no choice but to do so again for my safety. I don't know what type of solicitor I need, or what the next steps should look like. We're in England, and I'll try not to editorialize too much. My husband's sister died suddenly at the start of the year. Her death was an accident, and there was no suggestion to the contrary. The inquest was recently concluded and a verdict of accidental death returned. I was the last person to see her, but her time of death, which was almost immediate due to her injury, was confirmed to be hours after I had left the house. All of this was verified at the time. In the immediate aftermath, my husband behaved strangely and kept trying to trip up my story of the last time we saw each other, which was a brief interaction. Last week, months after this was first and last mentioned, he outright accused me of murder, in front of his parents. He says I saw his messages with his sister and confronted her, and that he's going to have the coroner's decision overturned and have the police investigate. I haven't seen or heard from him since. Today is day 9. I posted for advice on Reddit. I'm pretty desperate at this point. And it has spooked me. Quite reasonably, I think. But also led to me committing a crime and planning another. My husband's iCloud credentials were saved on an old iPad in his office, and I downloaded his backup last night. I have read all of his messages with his sister, and there's absolutely nothing like he describes. I understand this is illegal and I'm concerned about the possible ramifications. I am also waiting for a call back from a locksmith to change the locks on the home we own together, which I believe is also against the law. So this leads to my actual questions. I feel justified in what I've done for my safety, but is there a degree of pragmatism under the law for these issues because of the situation, or am I shooting myself in the foot? I am resigned to the fact my relationship is over, but his parents don't seem to be taking this seriously, and they're icing me out. I believe this is a serious mental health issue which may put people, namely me, at risk. Can I do anything about this when all I have is the fact I'm being accused of murder? I feel he needs to be detained and this should be investigated as a full-blown psychotic break. Sorry, this is all a bit mental. In addition, what type of solicitor do I need? My understanding is that a coroner decision can't be appealed, is that correct? Are his accusations going to go anywhere? Can I protect myself from this or stop him escalating to telling others? We live in our hometown and everyone knows everyone. This could follow me forever and it's either a lie or a delusion. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Relevant comments. When told OP can't lock out her husband or force him to get a psych evaluation, OP answer. Thank you so much for your response. Locking each other out doesn't sound like a pattern I want to get into, but I think I'll go ahead and change them once on the basis that it isn't. You did this so you have to leave the house, and also you'll be prosecuted. Levels of seriousness. In terms of him being deemed to lack capacity, is there any way I can trigger the process that you know of? Is something like this sufficient for the Mental Health Act to kick in? I've been Googling and you can be detained if professionals think your mental health puts you or others at risk, and you need to be in hospital, seems very vague. Obviously I'm biased, but accusing someone of murder and screaming about how they aren't going to get away with it feels like risky behavior. Does he need to have made explicit threats or is there a clearer bar to meet? Sorry for asking so many questions. No Firefighter 9257. You are jumping ahead of yourself and playing out situations that have not occurred. If your husband reports you to the police for accessing his data, and you are subsequently arrested or taken in for questioning, then obtain the services of a criminal solicitor for advice. With respect of changing locks, ending your marriage, seek a solicitor that deals with family law or divorce. If you feel that you are at risk from your husband, talk to a domestic abuse helpline. If you feel you are at an immediate risk of harm, then call the police. If you think your husband is mentally ill and presents a risk to himself or others, call the police. Answer. I don't think that's a fair assessment. Being accused of arguably the most serious crime to exist has most definitely occurred. My understanding of the law is that something is illegal whether you are reported to the police or not. Those messages are evidence as far as I'm concerned that his accusations are false. They were apparently the trigger to me literally murdering someone I was extremely close to. I have illegally accessed them, and I don't think it's unreasonable to inquire as to the potential impact of that. I am fully aware that I need a solicitor, but as you're probably aware, today is Sunday. I don't know if I need to seek someone out based on a divorce, which honestly, if this is a mental health issue, is not going to be something I go for, or a criminal solicitor, or someone who deals with the Mental Health Act, as my absolute priority preference is getting him assessed. My only exposure to the legal system in my entire life was through the inquest. And that is obviously completely different to any of this. I'm not educated in this area. Commenter, it's sad, and slightly suspicious, that OP is jumping ahead to mental health assessments to defend themselves from accusations of murder when their husband is clearly going through some serious issues coping with the death of his sister. OP answer. What else can I do? He has blocked me everywhere, and we went from a normal couple dealing with the new normal 6 months after the death of his sister, to me being accused of murder over a family dinner because of messages which clearly don't exist. And it's been 9 days, and I've heard nothing since. Can I remind you that the inquest was held and concluded? I dropped off some Tupperware, grabbed an umbrella I'd left behind the previous week, went to a big Tesco, then went home and called my mum. I was already home by the time she died, and my whereabouts were extremely easy to verify because my husband was home all day. It's obvious that he's going through some serious issues coping with the death of his sister. That is the exact point of all of this. Update 1. Firstly, thank you to those who helped me get to my husband's iCloud backups through an old iPad. I wasn't expecting much from Reddit, but I got valuable practical advice before my post was locked, and I appreciate it. There were no crazy, or even suspicious messages. I've searched for over 100 terms and scrolled back over the years. I saw a side of them both I wasn't expecting, but nothing that explains the claim I murdered Laura over their chats. Nothing to suggest he was cheating. Absolutely nothing to suggest incest. I repeat, no incest. No weird gaps where deleted conversations or a switch to another app would fit. Just siblings making plans, sending memes, and gossiping. They said unexpectedly horrible stuff about a few people but not me. It was a sort of relief, but it raised more questions than it answered. I sought legal advice, also from Reddit, after posting here. Turns out my options are divorce him or sit down. I contacted my community mental health team, who said they'd reach out, but made it clear it wasn't urgent. I then called his mum and said that if I didn't hear from him by this weekend, I would get a solicitor and ask for a mental health assessment as part of the divorce. In response, he made a ridiculous post to Facebook, which neither of us have used in years, and everything blew up. I'm going to try to keep this succinct. On Friday night, he made a long accusation on Facebook, with new information. He said he'd been planning to leave me for months with his sister's support, and I found the messages, and murdered her. The coroner has reopened the case and the police are preparing to arrest me, and he needs to make sure people know before the trial stops him talking about it. It was well written and seemed vaguely plausible. He messaged people with links so it got some attention. We live in our hometown, and have a large circle of friends because we've been here all our lives. People I haven't spoken to since school were reaching out to me asking WTF was going on. It was madness. In response, I posted the export of his entire conversation history with Laura, also to Facebook, when I finally got back in. I linked to the chat along with a post explaining my side, and noting that I had changed my ex's iCloud and Apple passwords, and that if he wanted them back, he should comment on my post and update his own, admitting that he was lying. He eventually did. When I started getting messages about his post, I panicked, and changing his password seemed important to preserve everything because he'd know I had access. When I spoke to him the next morning, it's clear he's not having a mental episode at all, but is claiming one because he's been caught in a big lie. As soon as he was outed, he called me, clearly drunk, begging and promising to explain everything if I deleted my post. I hung up and told him to call back the next day. He did. After many missed calls and texts. And he tried to bargain and guilt-trip me with his mental health until it was clear the wrong people had seen his conversation. It's hard to describe, but it seemed fake. It was too well rehearsed, and then this morning, when it was clear he was getting nowhere, he blocked me. Begging for mercy and reciting facts about mental disorders doesn't align with someone in crisis with a sincere belief that someone murdered their sibling. The question of why he did all this remains unanswered, and he will not be getting his passwords until it is. The legal advice subreddit said this stuff is technically illegal, but it's beneath a court to take action, so I'm going to count on that because I felt like I had no other choice at the time, and now I don't see any other way to get answers from him. I am desperate and it's all I've got. So there we are. The relationship I have believed was my destiny since I was a teenager has boiled down to petty, convoluted and vindictive bullshit, played out on social media, for reasons still unknown. My hope for a brain tumor is fading, and clearly tomorrow morning is going to be when I lawyer up and stop posting about this. I am mortified. I have no idea whether some people might believe him, and I still don't know why this all happened in the first place. Sorry I don't have a happier update, and thanks once again to everyone who offered advice. Relevant comments. OP on her husband's reaction after confessing to lying. OP answer: he didn't react at all. He'd called me tens of times at that point and we'd had 5 conversations on the phone about it. He was laser focused on me deleting the chat log from the get-go. But when I made it clear that posting that comment and editing his original Facebook post was the only way to progress the conversation at all, he finally did it. Then he went silent publicly as far as I can see, but continued begging me behind the scenes. Henna Karina. What on earth is in those chats that he's so desperate to keep people from seeing, and that would conceivably lead you to kill someone? Is there any chance they were using some kind of code or something? OP answer: I think it was the fact that it proved his story false, alongside the way they spoke about some people. It was really damaging stuff and I can see why he panicked. I hated to do it to him, but I really couldn't think of anything else because so many people had questions. Sonic Blue 2117. Sounds like he's staging mental issues to get rid of you, or create a reason he's not responsible. Cheating? Money missing from work, personal or family? OP answer: this is exactly how it comes across. He kept saying about how various behaviors he's shown over the years fit anxiety and depression, they don't. And that his vulnerability has led to a complex grief-related breakdown. He is not particularly informed on mental health issues, so I don't understand how he went from a drunken shambles to that level of insight overnight, when he had apparently been in an active crisis, posting horrible lies on Facebook, less than 2 hours before calling me initially. You make an interesting point about finances that could be something weird, but definitely not to the extent that it explains any of this. When Laura died, she had a loan and credit account that no one knew about. The total on them was less than $3,000, and I don't know what happened because they weren't mentioned much after they came up initially, but everyone was a bit surprised. She lived for the weekend and went away with the girls, so it wasn't hugely suspicious, and it was confirmed there were no unusual transactions in her accounts, but it was odd. She was saving to move out, so she was pretty open about her finances generally, because she was excited about her savings goals. I don't think it points to anything, but I'm at a point where anything could be relevant because it's all such a mess. Update 2. Hi everyone. Me again. Both times I've posted here it has paid off hugely in terms of helping unravel this mess, so I hope it's third time lucky. For the past few weeks I've been trying to figure out why my husband suddenly accused me of murdering his sister, who died in an accident at home, 6 months ago. It still feels as ridiculous now as it did then. When Laura died, we found out she had about $3,000 in hidden debt. It was odd because she was pretty open about her finances, but it wasn't out of character for her to overspend, so I hadn't really thought about it since. A comment on my last post prompted me to look more closely at money stuff, and a message to my husband from Laura asking about a payment stuck out. I'd initially assumed it was about a car issue she'd had a few weeks before she died, but Luke definitely paid at the garage when they picked it up, because we talked about it after she dropped him home. It didn't occur to me when I first looked through. The messages supposedly proved I was a murderer, so I had been looking for something scandalous. The message about payment was the only thing I had at that point, and I had no idea what it meant, so I took a chance. I told his mother I knew about the money, and that if he didn't get in touch with me that day, I would make sure everybody else did too. He called me straight away and asked me over to his parents' house to talk. He looked dreadful, and the first thing he asked me was whether I was happy now all of his friends hate him. I told him I don't give a fuck about his relationships and that I was there for answers. It turns out my husband told the coroner's office that he was secretly helping Laura pay some of her debt because she was embarrassed and struggling to keep up with her lifestyle. I assume it didn't seem suspicious because her death was clearly an accident, and that's what they were investigating. In reality, he took out loans and store cards in her name, and she somehow found out a few weeks before she died. Some guy he works with had apparently done it before and arranged it all, and if Laura hadn't found out, he claims they could have had it written off without her ever knowing. When she did find out, the guy left him high and dry, quell surprise, and he had to pay it off. I'm inclined to believe that's the gist of what happened. But I am shocked my husband would do something this stupid. When she died so soon after, his brief and apparently genuine suspicion was that she had told me about it that day, and we argued and I'd killed her. He couldn't explain why I would kill someone because they were a victim of fraud. But according to him, he felt guilty in the immediate aftermath and his brain made it fit. I mostly believe this, but he tried launching into more weaponized therapy speak at that point, so I cut the topic off. A few months after his sister's death, Luke received a letter from a credit company, not even the police, saying he was being investigated. Laura didn't have much, so her debts, which were less than $10,000 even with the fraud, were mostly written off. Something obviously flagged against my husband during that process. I don't know how or why. When the letters got more threatening, he believed the investigation would reopen the inquest, and that he would be accused of fraud, perjury, and because of his previously unknown motive, possibly murder. He claims the only thing the company investigating him actually knows is that the fraud came from our address. So accusing me would make it impossible to prove, because it would be a coin toss, his words, as to which one of us took out the credit in Laura's name. That was worth our entire marriage to him, and my reputation in the community we have been part of for our entire lives. He says self-preservation kicked in and nothing else mattered when he thought about what could happen to him. When I asked him how his witness statement fits into his plan, because it proved he lied either way by acknowledging he knew about the debt and paying it, he froze for roughly 1,000,000 years before saying he hadn't thought of that. Obviously my response was to ask why. If he hadn't thought of it, he specifically said it was a lie he needed to cover earlier in the conversation. Suddenly he's sobbing and his parents are rushing in to ask me to leave. I was in tears at this point, asking how the fuck he could do this to me over something so stupid. And how much his parents knew about this, as his mum was pushing me out of their house. All she said was that she couldn't have this conversation with me. She was crying too but wouldn't say another word. I am now 99% sure the fucker was trying to frame me. Not for her death, but for the fraud. He was going to claim that he was lying for me in the coroner's interview, right? If he wrapped it all up as quietly paying her off on my behalf then genuinely suspecting me of her murder, it would protect his reputation and point the finger at me. It just doesn't make sense any other way. Is my husband trying to frame me to weasel out of his actions, and how do I get to the bottom of this? I'm obviously open to theories because Reddit is the only reason I got this far in the first place. That being said, please don't come up with conspiracies about Laura's death in the comments. It's upsetting. She was wearing shitty old slippers and walking upstairs with a cup of tea, and she slipped and hit her head on a windowsill. This was never a murder mystery, it was someone's life, and she died just because. Maybe a butterfly flapped its wings somewhere, I don't know, but it's hard enough to accept without having guesses shouted at me on the internet whilst my marriage falls apart. Relevant comments. Even budget, Takro 78. I mean, framing you for fraud seems the most plausible from what you found, though it's an incredibly idiotic frame job that wouldn't work. So, I have to say, he sounds incredibly dumb. As an explanation, it's probably the best you are going to get, though very unsatisfying. I am mystified by his parents' behavior and what he thought that Facebook post was going to accomplish. It's not like the investigators are going to go poll the town. He could have just written back to them that he knew nothing about these cards and the only people at that address were you and him. There was no need in this weird plot to ruin your reputation publicly. But again, he sounds very dumb, so I guess that made sense to him. So sorry this happened to you, but I suspect in several years' time, hopefully sooner, you will see being rid of him and his family was actually a blessing. I wish you your very best life going forward. OP answer. This is what I don't understand. He's behaved impulsively before but never anything like this. I understand that he didn't take the fraud seriously until he was caught by Laura, and I can get that her death would have made him anxious about it. But I don't know what would possess him to think he could just pass it along. It's baffling. Even budget 2078. What's also strange is that it sounds like the fraud amount was low enough that, while yes he'd get in trouble, it isn't like he's going to be ruined. Not that this is a good thing, but white-collar crime is not exactly strongly prosecuted in the UK. Plus it sounds like a repayment settlement could have solved this. Unless he works in finance or needs a security clearance, this wouldn't be something he couldn't recover from. Also very odd is that you were his alibi for the accident. I realize that wasn't necessary as this was an accident regardless of alibis, but still it's very dumb if he was worried about this being known as a motive, that he would alienate his alibi. I keep coming back to the dumb part, only explanation that makes sense. LOL edited. Changed US to UK, where OP is. OP answer. This is exactly it. 3K would have been manageable, he could have set up a plan to repay it over a year and he'd have needed to tighten up but would have been fine. It was a private company so getting their money back would obviously be more of a priority than seeking prosecution. This is also part of why his story doesn't make sense. It's such a small amount in the grand scheme of things to blow up your entire life. The only thing I can think of is pure desperation to protect his reputation. But even then, who goes that far? Strong Bottle, 4161. Is he someone that really prides himself of his reputation? Is his job in finances? OP answer. He's a mechanic, so he's got a bit of a masculine pride thing going on. He always wants to be seen as a good, salt of the earth, do anything for anyone type person, and whilst actually being a good person sometimes slips, usually in the way he talks to people after a drink. Never ever to the point where I'd think he'd take loans out in people's names or try to ruin me like this. Saint Blay. I'm sure you've been asked this before, but is he on drugs? OP answer. He's a casual drug user, but I've never seen signs of it getting unhealthy. He does cocaine maybe 8-10x per year, and I've never known him buy it when his money would have been better spent on something else. He's better at spending money than having it generally, but he's never ever shown signs of being greedy or deceitful. The only thing I can think of is that it would have been in the lead up to Christmas, but his gifts weren't particularly extravagant, so I don't think it was a desperate attempt at a magical Christmas. My best friend claims I owe her everything I have, including my boyfriend. She thinks I wouldn't be successful without her. Is she right? I know I should be careful calling someone best friend in a post like this, but I don't know how else to call Jessie. Our parents are great friends, so we grew up together and she kind of had my back in high school. Long story short, on the teenager food chain, she was on top and I should be on the bottom. But nobody messed with me cause I was Jessie's friend. Jessie is one of those people who require attention. I never minded though, nobody is perfect, right? But now that I have my first real boyfriend, she doesn't know how to behave. Every time we are together she is really handsy. Always touching his arms, running fingers through his hair, complimenting him. And now she even started with the prank spankings on the butt, you know? I just feel really uncomfortable with it. Maybe it's normal. I mean, Jessie has a lot of guys friends, so maybe this is okay. My best friend never thought much of it either. Am I just overreacting? She is super pretty, so maybe I'm just jealous. Anyway, yesterday something really threw me off. Best friend had to do some work and I had a book thing, hobby. So we decided to meet later at a friend's house. They were getting together to drink and so on. Best friend finishes work early and calls me, but I don't really need him to come over to the book thing. I know he doesn't like it, so I just tell him to go to friend's house. Then I start getting texts from Jessie all like, "Girl, you gotta come to this party now. Your best friend is wasted. LOL. LOL. We so drunk you need to come and stop us. I can't behave myself if you don't get here soon." And so on. The book thing took longer than I thought and I was just getting mad and madder, but I am a very non-confrontational person, so I deal with it. I call best friend when it's over, cause I don't feel like going to this party anymore, but I was his ride, so I ask him if needs me to come pick him up. He says, sure. I get there and don't even go inside. I am ready to release the hounds of hell on him. But he gets in my car and he is stone cold sober. I ask him if he was drinking and then show him Jessie's texts. He gets super upset and says she was lying. He wasn't even hanging directly with her, but catching up with a friend who just came back to town. He says I should have texted him letting him know what she was saying so he could confront her about it, since you don't ever seem to be able to give that girl some boundaries, his words. Now I am thinking maybe I should talk to Jessie. But maybe she was just drunk and annoying me cause she wanted me there. I don't know. I mean, this girl was really nice to me growing up when she could have been a bitch. I don't like how she behaves around him, but at the same time I don't want it to look like I don't trust her. Is there a polite way of going about it? Or I should maybe wait and see if this happens again? Am I overreacting? Too long. Didn't read Old Friends Are Handsy with my boyfriend, and it upsets me, but I don't know if I should tell her or how. Update. Thanks to everyone for your comments and help. I decided to talk to Jessie and posted a development to the story update 1 yesterday. I posted here about how my best friend Jessie is a bit handsy with my boyfriend and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Too long. Didn't read as she touches him a lot and sent me inappropriate messages when she was at a party with him. I am very thankful to all those who commented, especially the ones who encouraged me to say something and what. I don't like arguments, so those were very important to me. Thank you. Last night we were alone because she wanted me to help her choose clothes for an event. I was at her place, so I thought I should say something. I wanted to say something. I was very polite and just said that I knew she meant no harm, but I didn't feel good about it. So I asked her if she could tone it down. I should have said stop, but I guess I'm weak. She didn't really say anything mean, but her attitude was a bit off, I think. She was looking at me in a scornful kind of way, and the way she smiled once I was done talking. It just felt weird. She didn't say anything else but, okay, and we just moved on to choosing her clothes and I left after. We were supposed to go get something to eat, but she said she was tired. I am not dumb, she was hurt. So I texted a common friend, more her friend than mine, and without getting into details, I just told him that I talked to Jess about something that was important to me but that I was afraid she may have gotten the wrong idea from it. The common friend said, look, I don't want to get involved, but you should watch it. I asked what he meant, he said nothing, just watch it. A little while after that he texts me back and says changed my mind, I do want to get involved, and sends me a bunch of prints of texts going back and forth between him and Jessie. It basically starts with him asking her if the two of us had a fight, 'cause I was worried. He was kind with his words, I don't mind him stepping in. And then just a non-stop stream of her being horrible. She says I had a big mouth and was judging her behavior 'cause I'm a prude who doesn't know how to be around guys. How she taught me everything I know about having a life and how dare I tell her what she can or cannot do, or how I should thank her for even having a boyfriend at all. Common friend actually called her out for being rude and no friend of mine. After the prints he told me I'm done with her, I give up and you should watch it. He also said it was okay if I told her I had the prints. I didn't though, didn't know what to say. I mean she is not 100% wrong, but even though I know that, it really hurts to read those. This morning I woke up and saw she texted me late at night. She says she knows Pete sent me the prints and she didn't mean to be rude, but it's ridiculous that I'm jealous of her because if she wanted my best friend she could just have him, you want me to prove it. So I'm being silly and should drop it, is what she meant. She ends it with kisses and a joke. So I don't know if she was being playful, apologizing, threatening or being pragmatic. I didn't answer her yet. I don't know what to say. Should I even say something? Or should I just let it go? I wish I could talk to someone about this, but I am very private. I usually go to Jessie with these things. Help, too long. Didn't read asked an old friend to stop being so handsy with my boyfriend. She took it the wrong way and told a common friend I got no business telling her what to do since I owe her so much notable comments. Commenter. Sounds like this person is completely wrapped up in their own head and has a serious case of overthinking their importance in life, especially other people's lives. Obviously we're all going to tell you to drop her because she's not a desirable person to be around if that's how she acts/talks to you in person and behind your back. This person thinks they own you enough so that they're decided to let you have your best friend. Fuck that shit. Also show your guy everything that's happened 'cause guaranteed she's going to go after him. OP, I suppose you're all right. It just gets me, you know? It's a 20-year-long friendship. I keep thinking maybe this is a misunderstanding. She didn't mean it or she is going through a hard time and doesn't know how to deal with it. I am just trying to make sure I am not overreacting, so I needed some outside perspective. As for my best friend, I think he would turn her down quite fast. He doesn't really like her. He just hangs with her because of me. He's always saying that he'd rather not and all. So it's unlikely that they'd be alone together. But I will talk to him. Thank you for the heads up. Turns out she already went after him, I was stupid. Update 2, my boyfriend is having sex with her. A friend convinced some other friends to send me prints of text between themselves and either my best friend or best friend. They are pretty clear. I confronted my best friend, he looked lost, said he loves me and it was just sex. He says Jessie kept throwing herself at him, teasing him, and he said he didn't like her but I still wanted to hang out. He said he just had sex with her to see if she would move on and leave him alone, and that it only happened a couple of times. Says he won't do it anymore. He doesn't even like her. He loves me, asking me to please forgive him. From the texts, once I finally made it through them all, I think that Jessie went to the party, where me and my best friend met, because she wanted to hook up with him. She had it bad for him, but he didn't feel the same way. She was trying to get him to break up with me and then to get me to break up with him. It worked. As of yesterday he is a single man. In some of those texts they are talking about some of the hookups. I feel like throwing up. I blocked him, 'cause he was still trying to get in touch. I ghosted her. But she just sent me a message saying she just heard what happened and, you know this was probably for the best, right? And I feel like fucking screaming. I don't know if this is an update or just me venting. Thanks for listening either way. Edit, I don't want to sound melodramatic or sappy or anything, but you all brought me to tears. We keep hearing about how it is insanity to rely on the internet for personal connections, but I just lost a boyfriend, a best friend, and a whole group of friends. And instead of feeling alone, I am more and more feeling like, fuck yeah, that was the right thing to do, I will be okay. It still hurts. But not as much as it would had I really been alone. I can't even begin to thank this sub. I really don't know what to say. Even on my previous post that didn't get as many responses, it was some of the comments there that made me approach the cheating thing knowing I had to break up and move on. So it changed my life at that moment. And considering I will be doing a lot of soul searching on toxic relationships, this probably changed my life for good. So thank you all so much for reaching out to a stranger. This community is so precious. And I got a gold, I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I don't even know how much gold costs, and this is an alt account, so it won't really be used. Is there any way I can return it to the sender? Some of you are asking for an update. I might in a while, if there is something new to tell. Right now it's just more of the same. I don't think I will be able to answer all the comments, but I am trying to at least answer the ones with questions. Thank you. Notable comments. Commenter 1. Well yeah, I would just ditch that whole friend group and start trying to find new friends. My god, that's some fucked up shit. OP. Yep, done and done. I think I'm being too permissive with the word friend. It was going on for months, everyone knew, nobody had the decency to tell me. It was only the one friend who wasn't even that close who stood up for me. Commenter 2. You also can't make her hurt. She has no respect for you and clearly doesn't care. So it will be impossible anyways. It would have the same effect as a drunk stranger telling you that you're awful. It might make you angry, but you didn't care about that stranger, so what they say is irrelevant. Also, I can't imagine anything so utterly not worth your time. The delightful side effect of just ghosting is that they will stew in it. They want the reaction, but they get none. They realize they lost all their power and never get to know and feel that satisfaction that comes from getting the reaction you wanted. OP, oh, I get what you mean. She is still texting me. I didn't mention one detail cause it wasn't important. We were all traveling together soon. My family paid for some of Jessie's expenses. She is messaging me about the vouchers, since I have them all. This fucking woman can't even wait a day to ask. It's like she suddenly remembered she still needs me. I mean, I am not giving them to her either way. Trip is off, can't she tell? She has no respect for you and clearly doesn't care. Absolute truth. Commenter 3. She would be more hurt by no response at all, to anything, ever. OP, go no contact. OP, I'm very much thinking the silence treatment will be the way to go. I think she just realized she needs me for the trip. She has been aggressively trying to contact me. Now she is saying that she liked my best friend first, and I was the one who stole him, so she is the one who should be mad. I know I should just block her everywhere. But is it petty that I am having fun watching her squirm? I wanted to have the last word, but not saying anything is driving her crazy. Commenter 4. He said he just had sex with her to see if she would move on and leave him alone, and that it only happened a couple of times. Says he won't do it anymore, he doesn't even like her, he loves me, asking me to please forgive him. LOL, what? Seriously, that is one of the stupidest things I have heard. It is like saying, hey babe, I jumped off a cliff because somebody was really pestering me to do it. Edit, I feel for you OP, but what an excuse. OP, I confess I almost fell for it. How pathetic is that? He was saying he cared about me, it was just a mistake, he thought she would back off. And I felt it was a bad decision on his part, but maybe it made sense and I could forgive him. Then he said something like, and I didn't even like her, you were the one who always wanted us to hang. That's when my brain joined the party and I was like, is he seriously trying to blame this shit on me? More comments made by OP. Most disgusting part is that it is a trip we would take together with my best friend and some other friends. So she really thinks I would let my family pay for her to go on vacation with my ex who she cheated on me with. I'm starting to think this woman is sick. Like for real. I just went straight to venting, didn't I? Sorry. Well, it was all Pete really. After she texted she could get my best friend if she wanted to, I just answered back, WTF Jessie. And she lol'd as if it was a joke. After that, Pete texted me, asked me if I was alone. He was really kind, and told me everything. Said he had proof and asked if I wanted to see it. I said yes. He had gone after our friends and convinced them to send him prints. He's really well liked by everyone. And he was the one who said enough Pete is gay BTW, just in case anyone jumps the gun like my mom did and think he did this because he's interested in me or something. He's not. He is just a decent person. No, I didn't get Prince between best friend and Jesse. I guess I went straight to venting and didn't give much details. Wasn't expecting this response. There was this friend Pete who convinced 3 other friends to send him texts between them, 3 friends, and either Jesse or best friend, so he could have proof, 'cause he thought what was happening was disrespectful and someone should tell me. There were prints of texts between 2 friends and Jesse. And 1 other friend and best friend. They were pretty clear. Jesse especially didn't seem to care about hiding it at all. Best friend texts were mostly wondering if I had noticed something. And wanting Jesse to back off, while saying she was hot, etc. There was nothing 100% confirmation on his side. It wasn't a talk between him and one of his closest friends, so it was kind of generic. But when I confronted him, I said I had prints, without saying what they showed, and he just confessed. I really appreciate the prints. It was ultimate evidence. But I don't think they did it for me. It's a Pete thing, you'd have to know him to understand. He's the stand-up guy who is everyone's friend. He is a huge person. I think they sent the prints because it was something, for him, you know? He was the one leading the charge and dealing with consequences. If it were just me, I don't think they would have done it. Update 3 I said I'd come back if anything relevant happened. EX best friend kept trying to get in touch through common friends. They kept asking me to unblock him and at least hear him out, 'cause he was really sorry, he loved me, he was a mess, he didn't mean to. Someone even went as far as to ask me if I was really sure it happened. They offered to send me prints of texts where he was talking about me, so I'd see how he always had great things to say and how much he cared. But I've had it with the print screen drama for life and said no. To the ones who insisted I told them I wasn't unblocking him, had nothing to say or hear, and if they kept pushing me, I'd block them too. I ran into my EX best friend at this book thing I go to often, hobby of mine. Maybe I'm being presumptuous, but I think he went there for me. He didn't really have any business there, but I'm just speculating really. He asked if I had a few minutes for coffee. I said I was late. He walked me to my car. He looked so good, smelled great. He was so sweet. Was even wearing his hair the way I like it. I feel horrible because even after everything, I still like him. He apologized some more. Said he knew I needed time and space but asked if I'd consider giving him another chance 'cause he would wait for me. Said he would never talk to Jesse again. And would act like they had restraining orders against each other. And I just found it really funny how everything he was saying required me trusting him. Which I don't. So I told him I wasn't interested anymore and he should move on. I wish I said something snappier or wittier. But I had nothing. This was Saturday. I haven't heard from him or friends since. I think that was that. Jesse also kept trying to talk to me. Like I told some of you in the comments, I had a trip coming up. It would have been me, Jesse, EX best friend and a few friends. Since Jessie couldn't afford it, my parents paid for most of her expenses. She must have remembered this right after everything went down and panicked because I had everything, vouchers, confirmation emails, credit card info. She went crazy. Even showed up at my place. I wasn't home and my roommate told her to fuck off. Exact words. I didn't block her at first 'cause I admit I was having some fun watching her despair. I talked to my mom and she was amazing. Told me I should cancel everything even if it cost us money. It was fine. So I did. And for one last bit of print screen drama. I printed all the emails I got confirming cancellations and sent those to Jessie with the word bye, before blocking her. My roommate has been amazing. We were never really close and now I don't even know why. She canceled plans with her friends to stay with me and invited me to go out with them next weekend. A few of you suggested I see a therapist and I did, yesterday. I really liked it. It was just one appointment and I mostly just talked, but it felt good. She gave me homework. She talked a little about unhealthy and abusive relationships and asked me to think about my friendship with Jessie and try to point out what was healthy and what was unhealthy about it. Made me realize she was never really my friend. She was taking advantage of me for years and she even had me thanking her for it. Therapist also told me about this saying, I think that's what it is, called the narcissist's prayer, which goes something like, that didn't happen. If it did, it wasn't my fault. If it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, then you deserved it, which is totally how Jessie is handling this whole thing now. So good riddance indeed. And a final piece of gossip. Pete talked to me yesterday. He checks up sometimes, he's a good guy. Again, he is gay, in case someone is still thinking this might turn into a romantic comedy. He said Jessie was super sure that since I broke things off, she and Dean would hook up right away. But apparently he doesn't have the same plans and that freaked her out over the weekend. Pete says he really is a mess and went out drinking hard 4 nights in a row to the point he had to be carried home by his pals. And yesterday, they all went out for lunch at this burger place. Jessie was going to run her fingers through his hair or something and he just pushed her away and told her to stop and to never touch him again. Great that now he manages to do that, huh? I guess in the end he really did like me in his sick way. The thing is, I don't want to be with someone who likes me in a sick way. I want to be with someone who likes me in a healthy way. I think I deserve that. I am also thinking about taking the money I got back from the trip to go somewhere else by myself. Haven't decided yet. Anyway, this will be the final update on this, since it is unlikely that I will have anything new to add. Now I think I just need time to heal and let go, you know? I might come back in a few months if there is reason to do a "Yay life is awesome now" post, but I wanted to post this update now cause I wanted to end this whole story on a bright note. And of course, thank you all again. You are the best. Too long. Didn't read it's all good. As well as could be anyway, thanks Reddit. My parents are making me give up my baby for adoption. I'm heartbroken and unsure of what to do next. They've left me with no choice. Plus new update. I'm 16 years old. I got pregnant by somebody I work with. He's 18 and is about to graduate high school. He's planning to join the military after he graduates. He's not my boyfriend. We were never in a relationship like that. I mean, I wish he was, but he doesn't seem interested in that. We're friends. He flirts with me. I lost my virginity to him. He didn't force me or anything like that. I've had sex with him multiple times. I'm 15 weeks pregnant now. Everyone knows. Well, not everyone because I'm still hiding it from a lot of people. But he knows, and my parents know. I'm embarrassed by it. I feel like an idiot. Like a joke. Like trash. I just wish I could hide until after the baby's born. I want to never leave my house. My parents are basically forcing me to give the baby up for adoption. I live in a state with heavy abortion restrictions. It's way too late to even get one now. My parents don't believe in abortion either. They told me this is my punishment for getting pregnant, that I deserve to have to deal with being pregnant now. They've decided that I'm giving the baby away and have already set up a meeting with an adoption agency. They say they won't let me ruin my life with a baby, and they aren't going to raise my baby either. So, this is the only other option. My mom keeps saying, "You'll thank us later." I didn't get pregnant on purpose. I don't really want to be a mom right now. I turned 17 over the summer and will only be starting my junior year next year. At the same time, going through pregnancy and giving birth just to give my baby away terrifies me. I don't know if I can live with it. It literally makes me feel like I want to throw up or pass out. I feel like I have no choice but to go along with what my parents want. It's not like I could support myself, let alone me and a baby. I could never just do it on my own. I was too scared to get an abortion earlier on before I told my parents I was pregnant. I was so scared that I'd get in trouble, but now I realize that probably would have been the easiest thing for me. If anyone reading this has given a baby up for adoption and survived it, please let me know what it was like. Do you get over it? Do you really end up feeling like it's the best thing for them and you're able to just live with it? Relevant comments. OP on her parents and raising a baby by herself. I know, and I'm not suggesting that I raise a baby by myself. I know it's not really possible. I would need a lot of help, which is also not possible for me given how my parents feel about it. So at the end of the day, sure it's my choice, but I'm sort of cornered into only being able to make one choice. OP on the father, and if he knew she's pregnant, he knows I'm pregnant, and he knows my parents are essentially forcing adoption. I think he's relieved that they've decided this and are going to force me into it. I think he feels bad, but at the same time he doesn't want to be a parent, so he says stuff like, "Yeah, that's probably the best thing." OP on if her parents are choosing to take a legal route against the father. I'm in the US. He just turned 18 in April. They don't really want to involve him. I thought they'd confront him in person, demand to speak to his parents and stuff like that. They didn't react like that at all. I mean, they're mad at him and they blame him for this too. But they want to keep him removed from it all probably so nobody will interfere with what they've decided the plan is. IDK. Update: I'm 20 weeks pregnant now and will turn 17 within the next few weeks. My parents are still forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. We've met with an adoption agency. The adoption counselor knows that I don't want to do adoption. She asked to speak with me privately without my parents present to ask me a series of questions. I was honest and told her I didn't want to give my baby away, but I had no other choice. She seems to feel bad about it and told me that I will ultimately have to sign the papers after the baby is born. My parents cannot sign the papers. Unfortunately, without my parents' help, I have no other options. The adoption counselor talked to us about the option of my parents adopting my baby, which I don't really want either. No worries, My parents aren't interested in raising another baby. My parents want me to look at the potential families. I'm trying to look at them. It's so weird thinking that I'm looking at parents for my own baby. I know I'm not ready to be a mom, but it's still so weird. None of this feels like it's happening to me. I've talked to the baby's father. He graduated high school and goes off to basic training later this summer. I think he'd be fine with adoption. He said he doesn't really know what other options we have. We could get married since the military would at least help pay for a place to live and we'd have medical benefits, but I can't get married without parental consent. We don't love each other. What kind of marriage would that be? But it seems like the only realistic solution. I hate the idea of being married at 17 years old and to a person who doesn't genuinely want to be married to me. So then another option which still involves marriage might be for his parents to help out, even take care of the baby and let me see him or her until I'm 18 and don't need my parents' permission to get married. That doesn't really seem fair to them. He could try to object to an adoption, but it's not guaranteed that his wishes would be respected. Plus, then what happens to the baby? His parents seem like good people. I don't know them well, but I've met them. They're worried about what this will do to his future, but they told my parents they believe it should be our decision and that it's their job as parents to help us. My parents basically said it's their job to protect me and that all of the responsibility will fall on me and it'll be my life that's ruined. Our families met to discuss everything, but it was really just parents telling them what was going to happen, and that they and their son had no say. Relevant comments. OP on the ideal adoption situation she would like to see happening to the child. I don't have an ideal adoption situation right now, because I still can't accept adoption. But, probably two gay guys. It's the women in these couples I look at that seem more fake than the men for the most part. Again, I know this sounds terrible to say. Something about a lot of the women is just really rubbing me the wrong way. Maybe two lesbians, because the few lesbian couples I've seen at least seem more genuine than the straight women. Well, in some cases the gay couples could have their own biological children, even if the children didn't share both parents' DNA. But, I'm just more drawn to those couples and the profiles I've seen just seem more genuine. But yes, it feels like nobody is good enough for my baby. I acknowledge that it might not seem rational. If you've never been in the position of having to look at families, all complete strangers, to give your baby to, you probably can't fully understand. I'm allowed to be picky. This could be the biggest, most important decision in my entire life, and this is the only part of the whole adoption thing I actually have much of a say in. I'm only 20 weeks pregnant, not 38. There's no rule stating I have to have a family picked out yet. Some people take longer picking out a new car to buy. It's not as if adoption was a choice I came to on my own and even feel positive about. So yeah, looking at potential adoptive families is going to give me some feelings. As I stated, it's not a matter of thinking I can or cannot provide a better life. It's a totally bizarre and heartbreaking thing to do, to read through the profiles of families to give your baby to. And there are a ton of families. Update: having a boy. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a ton of responses on my post from a week ago, but I figured I'd post an update because a few things have changed. I had an ultrasound on Friday and found out I'm having a baby boy. He's basically fully formed and just needs to get bigger now. I saw his head and his nose, and they even got a picture of the bottom of his 2 feet together because he was sort of sideways at first and we had to get him to move. It looked sort of like footprints. I could clearly see his little hands and everything. So I already said it in my previous post, but people are still sending my info about abortion. I know those people are trying to help, and I wish I had maybe reached out here when I first found out I was pregnant, since I didn't know I could get pills mailed to my house. I just can't get an abortion now. It's a fully formed baby. I even named him. It won't solve my problem at this point, because my biggest problem with adoption is how I'm going to live with it mentally for the rest of my life. Now that I know it's a baby moving around in there and stuff, I think I would also not mentally be able to handle an abortion now. If it was still just a lump of cells, I'd feel different, but I was too scared to do anything then. After the ultrasound, I sent the baby's father the pics. He wasn't there. My parents don't want him or his family involved now, probably because I told them he offered to marry me and they yelled at me for even considering that. I told him I can't give the baby away and asked if his parents were really serious about helping and if he'd hate me for keeping it. He said he won't hate me. I still think he'll blame me for ruining his life. He already told me he thinks adoption is the best choice. If we got married and he got caught cheating on me, even if I was okay with it, he could get in a lot of trouble. He said, "Why would I cheat on you?" He said he likes me. He wouldn't have sex with me if he didn't like me. He just didn't see the point in us being in a relationship since he was leaving anyway. It was just easier that way. The thing is, I know I'm not the only girl he's been with during that time. I'm not stupid enough to think I'm special to him or he loves me. And we both know it's sort of ridiculous to imagine us being married or acting like adults, but I guess that's what you have to do if you have a baby. I can't really imagine being a wife, but maybe it wouldn't be too bad and I'd get to move away from my parents. He said it's really weird to think about, but I have very few options and he doesn't know what else he's supposed to offer, but he's going to talk to his parents since I'm too shy to. I guess I'm assuming they were just saying it to be nice but are probably happy my parents are making me do the adoption. He says his parents aren't like that. I'm really just an inconvenience to everyone, and if I keep my baby he might end up not liking me too. I don't want to screw up my baby's life. I would do everything I could to be a good mom. I would grow up and learn how to be a wife and mom and an adult. I can't imagine living after giving my baby to somebody else. Also, if you're looking to adopt a baby, please do not message me here. Many people already have and I just delete those messages. It's creepy. If I do put my son up for adoption, it will not be to somebody I met through Reddit. I'm sorry. It's just very creepy to be messaged by adults here who want to adopt my baby. There was a comment full of hard truths left on this update. I feel horrible for you. You're in a terrible position. But your current plan does not make sense, and is not healthy for the baby. You want to marry the father who really doesn't want to be a father, because you'll have access to military housing and benefits. Being a military spouse is incredibly difficult. You will have to go where he goes, which means you will not really have support from his parents, because they will not pack up and follow you every time he is relocated. So no real support from your family or his. It will be difficult for you to build your own career because your jobs will have to be accessible to where he is based out of. He will resent you for pushing for this marriage that you admit is loveless and would be out of convenience. So your plan right now means your baby will grow up with a dad who doesn't want him, a strained and/or distant relationship with grandparents, parents with an unhealthy relationship, and financial hardship. And you will be unable to leave when things inevitably implode in your marriage, because you will not be financially independent, and you will not have any support from your family. My heart breaks for you because you clearly love the little boy already, but it's a really bad idea for everyone involved. At this point it's one of those things where love means doing what's best for him, and what's best for him is being in a stable environment. Edited to add, because I keep seeing you say you aren't sure how it works in the military, I wanted to throw out there that I do, and that I'm not saying all this because I'm just guessing. My dad was in the Army. My long-term ex was in the Army. My best friend is married to a Marine. My other best friend is married to a man in the Army. And my cousin is in the Air Force. Being a military spouse is difficult no matter what branch you are talking about, and no matter how promising the benefits sound. Most people in healthy, loving long-term relationships struggle with the hurdles that come in military relationships. Two very young people who don't love each other with a baby and financial hardship? I don't see that working. My parents are forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. I'm getting married and moving in with strangers. I'm 24 weeks pregnant now. I just turned 17. My parents have been trying to force me to give my baby boy up for adoption. I've made several posts about it. I don't want to do it. We've met with the adoption agency and looked at families. I don't think I can survive if I do it. I can't imagine my baby being out there or forever being a nuisance to an adoptive family. They said if I keep the baby, I'll be doing it all on my own. They aren't going to help me in any way. The baby's father's family is willing to help me though. The baby's father isn't my boyfriend. I know that probably sounds bad. We were never officially in a relationship, just friends really. But his parents have been a lot nicer throughout this whole thing. I don't know them well, but I'm getting to know them better now. I'm going to have to, since they are willing to help me, us. They aren't really happy that I'm pregnant, but they believe it should have been my decision about what to do about the pregnancy and eventual baby, and that as parents it's their job to help and support that decision. He's joining the military. His dad is retired military, brother is military. It is what he's always wanted to do. He just started basic training. So the plan is that we're going to get married when his family and I go out there for his graduation. Unless he changes his mind between now and then, which he might. I know he might. He hasn't said that, but I'm just scared he will. There wasn't time to do it before he left. Anyway, his tech school is over a year long, so the baby and I could move out there with him if need be. Or I can stay with his family here until he goes to his permanent duty station. That would allow me to graduate high school instead of getting a general educational development. Or at least finish the next year of high school normally. I need notarized approval to take the general educational development. At 17 and my parents refuse, but they've agreed to sign paperwork to allow me to get married. I don't understand them. I don't understand how they'd rather allow me to get married and go live with another family instead of just allowing me and my baby to live at home until I finish school and turned 18. It makes no sense. I'm not even a parent yet and I wouldn't let my 17-year-old get married. If it was between my 17-year-old getting married and moving across the country or supporting her decision to keep her baby and assisting her with finding resources to enable her to parent, I know which option I'd choose as the parent, and it wouldn't be marriage. It hurts so bad. They've essentially said if he's going to marry me and his family is going to help us, then I'm not their problem now, so they'll sign off on that. They yelled at me, called me names, and locked me in my room. I could go back to being the daughter they love if I would just go along with their plan, but these things will never be the same between us again. His parents were the ones who convinced them to approve of the marriage. They met with my parents. Actually, we all met together. They've been the only ones advocating for me at all. They want me to finish school. They're going to help me arrange childcare and I'm going to move in with them before the baby is born. I will take my newborn baby home to their house. I don't even know these people. It's strange and uncomfortable for me, but I'm at the point where I can't be picky about what help is offered. Luckily, the baby will be covered by his dad's insurance no matter what, and I will be covered by insurance once we're married. I'm not planning to depend on military benefits to address all our needs. It's just one piece of the puzzle. After I graduate, I plan to get certified for something that has good career prospects and pays well. I'm going to be smart about what field I select, and I will use any opportunity to find grants or scholarships to help pay. My parents want me to go straight to a traditional 4-year college. I'm in honors classes now. I get really good grades. I scored very high on the PSAT. I should go to college, but I'm not really interested in any of the career fields that make college worth it. Financially, in my eyes. Unless I got a huge scholarship, I'd be paying mostly with student loans. So I'm looking into other avenues where I can enter my chosen career field much sooner and start making good money quicker without incurring so much debt. I'm really scared about everything. I've never had to do any adult things. I've blown up my whole life by getting pregnant and not going along with my parents' plan. I don't even feel like I have parents now. I never thought my family would end up this way. I sort of just want to go along with their plan because in many ways it'd be a lot easier. I could go back to my life and still be accepted by my parents and have their love and support again, but my life will never be the same. I think I'd regret taking the easy way out. I don't think adoption would be easy for me at all, but as far as day-to-day life struggles, it'd probably help easier. I think I'd grow up and hate myself for doing it, and I'd never be able to undo it. What I'm doing now is the only option that I don't think I'll spend my whole life regretting. At least it won't make me feel like a coward. I still feel sick to my stomach when I think about everything that's happening. That I'm going to live with virtual strangers. That I'm going to get married. That I will eventually move across the country and be a mom and a wife before I can even legally drink alcohol. Although moving across the country doesn't sound too bad right now. I just don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm probably taking on too much, but it still makes me happier than when I thought I'd have no choice but to sign adoption papers. Relevant comments: Maroon Sweater, 123. Setting aside the fact that this nightmare situation should not exist and a shotgun contract marriage is probably not a great solution, OP won't just have access to healthcare and housing. Spouses have access to some education benefits too. Or they did in 2014. God, I'm old. Jeez. Honestly hoping this is a military recruiter troll or a pro-abortion troll because this poor fucking kid. Swim Sweater. She'll have access to some education benefits right away, but there are people who prey on those and scam you out of them for utterly useless certificates. My heart breaks for her because she and her baby daddy are going to be miserable. I don't think she realizes how tough it's going to be financially on top of emotionally. I really hope his family helps her sign up for whatever aid they'll qualify for, like women, infants and children, and use the Army Emergency Relief Car Seat Program to get one for free. Creepy. Snow 8166. Unfortunately, there's no optimal solution for OP. Even if she decided to abort, it's too late for her now. I imagine it would be very difficult to go through pregnancy and birth. Then give your own flesh and blood away to strangers. I can't blame her for not choosing that route, but it also sucks that she will need to sacrifice so much, and be in an unwanted marriage and living arrangement, in order to keep her baby. OP has to choose between two shitty choices. I messaged her about a government program that houses pregnant teens and helps them find housing arrangements and educational job opportunities, but since she's been getting a deluge of messages, she probably skipped over mine. In my humble opinion, something like that would have been a great third choice. Cathouse Chicken. I think the saddest thing about something like this is the type of people to talk her out of an abortion are the same type of people that wouldn't want to allocate funds for helping a young single mother. Our anti-abortion policies, coupled with lack of public funds to help new mothers who don't get abortions, really reiterate the purpose of anti-abortion policy, And that's to create a baby pipeline for adopters. My husband is in love with his student, he is a piece of trash, and I have no fucking idea what to do. My husband and I, both 35 years old, met in college. We fell in love and got married 8 years back. I gave birth to our daughter in 2020. My husband is a professor at this med school, he's a doctor himself. My friend Sarah also works in the same college, and she's in the same department as my husband. Few months back in December, Sarah took me out for lunch and told me that she suspected something's going on between my husband and this med student, 25 female. She claimed she'd seen both of them give yearning looks to each other. She said that she's known my husband for so long, and she'd never seen him talk to any other woman like this, that he'd been so aloof around women all these years, but it's just different with this one girl. At that moment, I had laughed at her face. I remember telling her that she's jumping to conclusions based on these supposed yearning looks. That's why I didn't tell you before, she had said. I was confused too. It's not like he goes out of his way to talk to her, but whenever they do talk, it's like watching a slow burn romance movie. She looks at him like he's Brad Pitt and he looks at her the way he used to look at you. I remember the exact words because they sting. Internally I was breaking down, externally I just smiled and told her that she's probably overthinking. That night, I casually mentioned this to my husband. I was laughing at the absurdity, and I expected him to join in and deny the wild possibility that he's in love with a student. But he didn't. Instead he looked at me, all teary-eyed and said, "I'm sorry. I can't get her out of my mind. I've tried, trust me. I should have told you sooner. But I thought I could save our relationship. I really wanted to." I asked him if he'd cheated on me. He said no. He said he didn't even talk to her. Nor did they have any contact outside of college, and that he completely understood how morally depraved it is to try and pursue a relationship with a student. She wrote him a letter about a year back, confessing her love for him, and he had told her that even though he was into her, nothing would come out of it. Apparently that was when the yearning looks had started. I honestly don't remember how I reacted then. I think I just started packing and came to live with my parents along with my daughter. I've been living with my parents since then. Half of me wanted him to come and beg for forgiveness. But he never did. He comes by sometimes to spend time with our daughter, but that's it. He never talks about the elephant in the room, nor do I bring it up. I keep checking that girl's social media. She's insanely beautiful, almost doll-like, and intelligent. I can't help but think that someone like him should be with someone like her. He's always been very good looking and I'm more of a plain Jane. She's Meredith to Derek. I don't know what to do. What do I even tell people? I don't even know who I am without him. Some part of me still wants him to come back. Edit. I've decided to talk to him. I know I've been avoiding this for months, but after reading all the responses, I feel it's time I rip that band-aid out. I'm going over to our house. I'll update on what happens. Too long. Didn't read. Husband just admitted that he's in love with this young woman who is also his student. She loves him too. Relevant comments: Moss Valley. So he didn't actually cheat? He has a crush? If I understand that right, he hasn't betrayed you yet. Crushes sometimes happen that don't mean the relationship is over. Get therapy with him. OP answer. I mean, cheating for me isn't just physical. He's had crushes in the past and I've had crushes in the past, but we'd always been upfront and then laughed about it. This one feels like a betrayal because he was attracted to someone for more than a year. This someone gave him a freaking love letter, he told her that he's attracted to her, and not once did he mention it to me. That's a huge breach of trust for me and I don't think I can look past it. OP answer. Added more about her friend Sarah and what she observed. I know. He said he entirely stopped interacting with her after the letter incident. It does seem absurd, but even my friend Sarah corroborated this. She said he never went out of his way to talk to her before, and then almost entirely stopped talking. Given that Sarah and him are in the same department 24/7, and that she noticed something as small as them giving each other looks, I'm sure she would have noticed anything out of the ordinary. I've had access to his phone and his passwords throughout, and he wasn't texting or calling her either. That's why this feels weird laughing out loud. Update. For those who don't want to read the boring details. In short, I have decided to go ahead with the divorce. Long story. The day I made the post, I met up with Sarah for dinner. I thanked her for telling me about my husband and the student, and also for being such a good friend. I asked her about my husband. She said there's nothing unusual. He's been a bit withdrawn and aloof with everyone lately, but that's about it. Yesterday I went over to my house unannounced. He was there alone in his office. I told him I wanted to talk. He said he'll explain everything. So apparently this woman has had a crush on him for 2 years, Her friends ship her with him. She would stare at him during her rotations, and would blush whenever he looked or talked to her. Back then, he didn't think much of it. Many girls have had crushes on him and he always ignored them. About 1.5 years back, they were in the same research group thing. I don't know how this works, but there were 5-6 people along with these two. Because of this, they had to spend some time together working, and it was then that he started noticing her. He went into detail about how he was impressed with her intelligence blah 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 and her beauty blah blah blah. The moment he realized that he had a crush on her, he dropped out of the research thing. This was a year ago. Few weeks later, she gave him the letter confessing that she has feelings for him. The first thing he told her after reading it was, "You can get into trouble because of this." She didn't care, she wanted an answer. "Is it all in my head?" she had asked, to which he replied with, "It's not just in your head, but nothing can come out of it. I hope you understand." That was the last time they interacted. According to him, the yearning looks Sarah described were more of awkward eye contacts than anything else. He told me that even though he is still attracted to her, he has no intention of pursuing any sort of relationship with her regardless of whether we stay together or not. He said he's willing to change his job and go to therapy. I told him to give me some time to think about it. To sum up. 1. This has been going on for 3 years. Not once did he mention anything to me. 2. The student and him spent a considerable amount of time last year working on the research. 3. He told her he liked her back lol. 4. He's still very much attracted to her and that's why I've decided to go ahead with a divorce. I don't think I can trust this man again. And a relationship without trust isn't something I am interested in. I've told my parents about it. They're not exactly on board but they're still supportive. I've also contacted my lawyer about the same. It's going to be a long process I believe. That's it. I believe this is my last update. Too long. Didn't read. He's still attracted to her. I won't ever trust him again. We're getting a divorce. Relevant comments. Chance. Reason 6617. It's a crush. He is not in love. OP answer. That doesn't matter. He crossed a line he shouldn't have by telling her he likes her. This is not an exit. Literally. I can't believe these comments. He's gushing about her beauty and intelligence. He told her the feeling was mutual? He could have easily denied it to her and then kept his distance, but he liked the attention. OP answer. I mean, to be fair to him, he wasn't exactly gushing about her. I kept asking and he kept answering. Deal breaker for me was him telling her the feeling is mutual. All but look Lamau these dumbass comments. You too hasty, it's a cruise, chill. Like Stafu, the man literally said, I can't get her out of my head. If he was committed to his wife, he would have changed job proactively. Not wait until now. He let it develop to a point he can't take his mind off of her and y'all saying it's no big deal. You guys obviously never had a real relationship. OP answer. He said he didn't change his job earlier because, quote, I'm a doctor and there are people counting on me. I couldn't just walk out on them one day. He said he's willing to change his job if that's what it takes to make you stay. New update. For context. My ex-husband is a doctor and he was in love with his student for years. She was into him too and wrote him a love letter, etc. When I confronted him, he told me it was a crush and that he put a stop to it as soon as he could, and that nothing physical ever happened, but the damage was done. You can read the posts on my account if you're interested, but that's the gist. Nothing more there. So I decided to take our daughter and permanently move to my parents' house. We're in the middle of separating now. A lot of people have told me to forgive him, and I've myself debated if I'm taking the correct step or not. But the trust is gone, and I don't think I want to be in a relationship with someone like him. It's taking a lot of strength to do this. I have lost all self-esteem. Fact is that I was always insecure of how my ex was way above my league, about how I was lucky to have him, how people often said he could have done so much better. Over the years my insecurities had disappeared. Now it's all back. He's attracted to someone so beautiful, so incredibly intelligent. And obviously she's also into him. I keep looking at her social media all the time, obsessing over her. There was an Instagram story she uploaded where she was with my ex-husband and a few others, and it felt like someone stabbed me in the heart. He looked happy, and he'd never looked that happy in years. I got tired of being pathetic and even complained to the hospital management about the inappropriate relationship between her and my ex. All I got in response was that they can't take any steps without concrete proof. Now my sad ass wants to snitch about her to her parents. To get her in trouble. To make her suffer. I know this is unhealthy. I'm in therapy but IDK, I don't think I'm healing. I hate that I have to be sad and heartbroken over that man and he doesn't seem to care. He's stopped coming to visit our daughter too. I wish he would have cared. I wish he would have fought for me. I wish he would have not tossed aside our decade-long relationship for her. I hate this. I hate everything. Relevant comments. Mayor Charles Coulon. If you wanted to go full petty, you could put them to her training program. Medical schools and teaching institutions frown on faculty-learner romantic relationships and consider it an abuse of power. Your husband likely had to formally evaluate her and their affair, even emotional, would tip the fairness of those evals compared to the other students. I have seen married doctors fired for this kind of behavior. Also tell her parents. She sure as shit didn't mind hurting you or your daughter. Don't roll over because of a misplaced sense of loyalty to your D-bag ex. OP answer. I did reach out to her training program. They basically told me that they can only take steps if I have any tangible proof. Which I don't. I asked my friend Sarah, who works in the same department as him, to also complain, but she's not keen on the idea. IDKY. Final comment from OP. I feel like I've already wasted so many years on him. We met when we were 20. I thought I knew him so well, but now it's like I didn't know him at all. I don't understand what's changed. TBH, he's a very good-looking guy. All throughout our relationship there have been many girls who had crushes on him. He used to be so chill about all of it. Never made me feel insecure. Never lost his mind like this. IDK, what's happened honestly? Does the ex FaceTime or contact the daughter? It's a 1-hour flight. He does FaceTime with her daily, but he won't do it if I'm in the room. So he does it when my dad is looking after her. He's not reached out about alone time, he's only said he's waiting for the court orders regarding the custody. He doesn't want to see me at all. We had a big fight after I reported him and that girl to her college, and he said it's not correct for our daughter to see us fighting like that again, so he's not gonna visit. My husband is in love with his student, he is a piece of trash, and I have no fucking idea what to do. New update. Now to the next story, story 2. My husband is fucking in love with another woman and wants to try polyamory. I feel like I'm the third person in my own story. Hi. I've been married to my hubby for 4 years and we've been together for 12 years. After a lot of financial struggle we bought a house and we are now planning to get kids. Thing is, a few months ago my husband felt sick and had to stay home for a while. He decided to pick up an online game and started having weekly sessions with a group of players. Among them is a girl, 30 I think. And long story short, he fell in love with her. He broke down crying a month ago and admitted it. He told me it built up so gradually he didn't understand how he felt until it was too late. They started texting privately after meeting and eventually had one-on-one calls together. Then at some point he said, she told him she was in love with him and he realized it was mutual. He said he told her it was impossible but loved her too. They tried to be just friends but they couldn't resist, and continued to show affection for each other. He showed me the texts, but also ventured into sexting. She asked if she could meet him face to face but he refused. So he told me all of this, apologized over and over again and told me he couldn't control himself, and while he loved us both, it was me he would choose no matter what. I was still very upset and slept at a friend's that night to gather my thoughts. I decided to forgive him because he clearly felt guilt and wanted to work it out. I told him that while I was deeply hurt, I still appreciated him coming forward to me and being honest about what happened. We got into long conversations about how we were feeling in our relationship. I accepted he could love someone else but said I didn't like how he handled it. He agreed. And then yesterday he asked if I was comfortable opening up the marriage to polyamory. He said he still wanted to live with me and have kids but can't erase nor ignore the feelings he has for her. He says he wants to do it right and let us both see other people, with clear boundaries and communication, and still be present for one another. I'm gonna be honest, it made me very uncomfortable at first. We have several friends who are poly, I know more or less how it works. But I never really thought about getting into it myself. I am not against it, it just never crossed my mind before. I am trying to think it through but it's a lot to take in. Sorry, my writing is probably messy but it's kind of hard to focus. I guess it's too early to decide and we have a lot more to discuss beforehand, but still. Could you guys give me your opinions on this? Thanks a lot. Top comments. Commenter 1, I'd be divorcing so fast. Dog of the bone. So he cheated and now wants to be able to keep cheating by calling it poly, lol. Come on. Do not have kids with this man for the love of God, and if you have any self-respect you'll be serving him divorce papers as soon as possible. Sorry your husband is a cheating ass. Swampcats, you got married under the assumption you would remain monogamous. He is trying to fundamentally change the nature of your relationship. If I were you, I would drop any attempts at conceiving and figure out your next steps. Personally, I would not stay with someone who desired an open relationship. You need to decide if it's something you're willing to entertain or not. Update 1. Hey guys, first off, sorry I didn't reply to all your comments. I am very thankful for them. They helped me realize hard, but fair truths about the whole situation. I waited for a bit to think about it all and had multiple long discussions with my husband. I wanted to confront him before making a final decision. To answer some of your questions, the other girl wanted to meet him, but they never did. Partly because my husband refused, but honestly, mostly because she lives too far from here. I still got checked for sexually transmitted diseases, though, and I'm clean. Yay. As for our polyamory friends, they apparently were the ones who suggested he go down the polyamory road. I stopped talking to them for now. I'll deal with the bigger problem first. I told him his actions hurt me deeply, and that while I appreciated him admitting his affair, it was still infidelity. I told him what you guys said. That turning it into polyamory was merely greenlighting the affair after the fact. That polyamory should be built on mutual trust and communication, which he already broke. That I didn't feel respected. It destroyed him. He said he already knew, deep down, but didn't want to admit it. Neither to me, nor to himself. We both screamed and cried a lot. He finally admitted he wanted to open the marriage for selfish reasons. He is very sorry. He cut off contact with the other girl, let me fully access his computer and phone, and now wants to go to counseling to repair our relationship and marriage. He has shown me a lot of affection and attention since then, although he admits to himself it's sometimes out of guilt and not just out of pure love. And now I want to make it work too, but am I? Or is it a sunk cost fallacy? I don't know. Our first session is in 2 months, the earliest we could get. And every day I change my mind. Literally yesterday I wanted to leave him, while today I think it's worth giving it a try. Because we've known each other for so long, we understand each other on a very deep level, share a lot of interests, and have already built so much together. He was there for me during hard parts of my life. He took responsibility for his actions, and is really trying. Plus, if I leave him, I'd have to start my life nearly from scratch. Find a new place to live, go back to dating for the first time in 12 years. I don't want to lose everything. It sounds very hard and scary. Am I not too old for this? But at the same time, that's a form of denial, isn't it? It doesn't matter if those years were good. It's not going to be the same. Even if he gains my trust back, even if I forgive him, I'll never forget. I think he is genuinely remorseful. But isn't it too late for that? I am too empathetic. Him being present now doesn't erase what was done. Do I want to stay not because I still believe in this relationship, but because I don't have the strength to ask for a divorce? Because it's the easy choice, some kind of codependency? I have no idea. I can picture both paths clearly, and it's tearing me apart. I am lost, maybe even more than I was when I wrote my previous post. I've lost sleep and appetite, and I'm not sure I enjoy anything in my life anymore. I booked an appointment with a psychologist, for me alone, to help with this whole thing. I am sorry. At this point, I am rambling. I know I am the only one who can decide what's okay and comfortable for me or not. It's ultimately my choice, and my choice only. The emotional hell I am going through just makes thinking about that choice very hard and paralyzing. I'll go to both therapies and try to see what to do from here. I'll try to update, but it's probably going to take a while. I am sorry. I want to thank you again for your support, and I am sending you guys a lot of love. Edit. A couple of infos I should have mentioned but didn't because putting all of that into writing without omitting something is much harder than I thought. He cut off contact with her because once he told him he was married and wanted us both, she just ran away and broke up with him. There are times since then where my husband starts feeling sad or angry because of what's basically withdrawal. And for that he's smart, at least sensible enough not to blame me. What kind of marriage did we have before this crisis? It will sound so naive. It's my first and only romantic relationship. We were very close and basically grew as adults together. We could talk about anything and understand each other. We shared the same values and interests. What changed, I think, is that we got into a routine and he got bored. During our argument he said he was addicted to the attention the girl was giving him and that he felt I didn't show him I was in love with him enough anymore. I told him that even if it was true, he should have told me instead of having an affair. On one hand I have my faults too and I could accept this as one of them. On the other I was taking care of him and the house while he was sick. I don't think he believes it. I don't think he means it. But it makes me wonder whether I was actually a good wife for him. Even though I am not responsible for his actions. Thanks again for your support, y'all. It's a lot, A lot to process, but it helps me. So much. Relevant comments OP on if she and her husband have kids and plans on getting counseling. OP. Kids are off the table. If we do go into counseling, and it goes exceptionally well, maybe we'll talk about it. But for now, the distrust is already there. He says I love you, but I never know whether it's to regain my trust, whether he means it or not. Even if he does he love me or is it a lie he tells himself? Dog of the bone. If you choose to stay, don't be surprised if in a year you find him talking to someone again. Cheaters are sneaky. They'll show remorse and swear they've changed. Meanwhile they're smirking inside because they've started a new affair and think they can get away with it this time. OP. Thank you. It's obvious and well known. Once a cheater, always a cheater. But reading it helps me fight denial. I really need to break up with him. If not for myself, just to show him that actions have consequences. Final update. Too long, didn't read, we are divorcing, hooray. Trigger warning, emotional affair, manipulation, self-harm threats, psychological abuse. Hey. I hope you are doing well, a huge amount of things have happened since then. I'll quickly summarize, feel free to check my profile if you want to know more. It was a very, very unpleasant ride. So, my soon-to-be ex-husband had an emotional affair online and tried to make me greenlight it by asking for an open marriage, where we'd be allowed to have side adventures. I refused and his affair partner dumped him. He begged me to try to reconcile with him, to which I agreed, while I was actually trying to prepare my exit. We both went to individual therapy, still am. We separated temporarily 3 times, but every time I came back it went terribly. He was desperate. He kept trying to cross my boundaries. Love bombing me. Playing the victim. Asking to touch me even though I established I didn't want to. Threatening to kill himself if we were to divorce. I could go on and on. This made me finally realize, along with my therapist's help, lot of self-reflection and my exchanges on Reddit, that I was in an abusive relationship. Which is an important part, actually the most important part, of this update. Please look up definitions and examples of abuse, because I had no idea that what my husband had been doing all these years, even before the affair, counted as such. In his case it was psychological abuse, manipulation, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, blame-shifting, emotional blackmail. Nothing aggressive or mean. Which turned me into a very submissive partner over the years, always catering to his needs while erasing mine. I rationalize everything. It happened subtly and gradually and I was too naive to see it for what it was. His emotional affair and open marriage proposal were the natural continuity of that. Of course, the more I tried to get away from him, the more manipulative he got. Now that I was aware of it, I knew what he was doing. But fighting years of conditioning, even if you recognize it and succeed, is fucking exhausting and disarming. So, earlier today, I brought a friend home to assist me. We sat down, the 3 of us, and I told my husband we were over and I handed him the papers. It might sound dumb but it's genuinely one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. I was terrified. Yet he agreed. He repeatedly asked me if I was sure. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently, yes. He was heartbroken, clearly mad and frustrated. But still, he agreed. He signed them and went back to his parents for now. We still have to go through the whole procedure, separate our assets, decide what to do with the house and all. And he still wants us to go to marriage counseling. But right now? I feel free. For the first time in months. The last hours have been a mix of tears, celebration and godly, restful sleep. And I have to thank you guys again. Because my first Reddit post was the wake-up call I needed to eventually finally get here. Better late than never. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you all. Relevant comments. Fianist on 05. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently yes. He was heartbroken. That's a special kind of asshole. Was it all for nothing? After cheating on his partner. He sounds like an insufferable dickhead honestly. Congrats on your freedom. OP. I know, right? The hypocrisy. The nerves of this man. The worst part is that he appears very charming to everyone who knows him, myself included. Hell, a lot of people from our circle, who are aware of what he did, still think he's a good person who just lost himself for a while. I guess it's hard to accept that the ones we love can be terrible people too. Any decision 470. You have been through a long, hard journey, and it will take a while yet, but you are investing in yourself and your health and happiness. Good for you. Continue self-care, and practice safety and security. Slow down and heal so that you will be strong and ready to seek and recognize true love. Wishing you a joyous future. You can do this. OP. Thank you. I'll do my best. I like to think the hardest part is behind me, but this story taught me to expect the worst. Whatever happens though, from now on, it's me first. I deserve love and happiness and I'll fight for it. Mom rejected my daughter. On Christmas Eve, told she wasn't real family. Weeks later, the IRS raided her mansion. Now she's bankrupt, begging me back. My parents presented gifts to everyone but my kid. With tears in her eyes she asked, "Grandma, do you hate me?" My mother smirked and remarked, "Gifts are reserved for children who deserve them. Your AER's child is a true family member." I simply responded, "I understand. We'll never speak again," and walked away. However, days later, my parents stood in front of me, crying. In a calm residential neighborhood of Greenwich, Connecticut, the Bradley Mansion stood out amid the white colonial-style residences. The well-kept front yard was brimming with seasonal flowers, and the stone road up to the entry oozed movie scene grandeur. This mansion, valued at $2,500,000, had served as the Bradley family's residence for more than 30 years. In that yard, a young girl was watering the flowers. Sophie Bennett, 8, was in second grade at St. Mary's Elementary School. Her kind, dark eyes and attentive demeanor allure her to the grown-ups around her. She was stopping by her grandparents' house after school, as she usually did. The neighbors observed with pleasure as the little girl cared for the garden day after day. "Sophie, thank you for watering the flowers for Grandma." Emma Bennett, Sophie's mother, spoke from the entrance. At 35, she was the director of research and development for a major pharmaceutical company. Despite her soft disposition, she retained inner strength and had adopted Sophie 8 years ago. She also took on the burden of paying her parents $3,000 monthly rent and medical insurance. Her relationship with her parents remained strained when she chose not to inherit the family real estate firm, but she did not regret her decision. "Mom, I made Grandpa's favorite cookies today. Mrs. Johnson taught me the recipe." Sophie proudly exhibited a paper bag containing the pleasant aroma of chocolate chip cookies. Cooking classes with her elderly neighbor had suddenly become her favorite activity. "Oh, very nice. Grandpa will be very thrilled." Emma's husband Michael stood next to her as she grinned. At the age of 37, he owned an IT company that provided a steady income of more than $300,000 per year for his family. He had always backed his wife's decisions, remembering their commitment to walk together through life at their wedding at St. Mary's Church. Inside the house, Robert and Diana were reading documents in the sitting room. Bradley Real Estate's proprietors were continually concerned about the company's future. Passing on their $5 million annual revenue business to the next generation was their greatest life problem. The succession dilemma kept these two, who prized tradition and appearances, awake at night. Their youngest daughter, Caitlin, bore the brunt of these expectations. Despite her showy and arrogant demeanor, she had earned her parents' trust after switching from law to accounting for the family firm. Even after her divorce, she poured herself into work, determined to match her parents' expectations. Caitlin's 7-year-old son Jacob attended Greenwich Academy, the most prestigious private school in Greenwich. Though he was sheltered from having to live up to his grandparents' expectations, this could have been due to undue pressure from others. "Mother, please check the new contracts." The business meeting at Lacale went well. Diana began examining the documents Caitlin had handed her. Even in the digital age, both parents preferred physical documents. Caitlin smiled, accepting her parents' traditional ways. Nobody recognized the underlying reasons behind that smile. As nightfall approached, the light through the windows became softer. Sophie had finished watering the last of the garden flowers with a contented look. Neighborhood housewives returning from Whole Foods Market greeted her warmly. Emma felt a peaceful contentment as she observed her daughter. In December, Ganache was decorated with Christmas lights. At the Bradley Mansion, preparations for a big party were underway. Antique decorations tastefully covered the Christmas tree that reached the living room ceiling, while hereditary stockings hung above the fireplace. "Grandma, can I also hang this wreath?" Sophie gently handled her homemade wreath from St. Mary's Church's Christmas workshop. It had a modest elegance, accented with ribbons and pine cones. Yes. Let's hang it at the entrance, Diana said dismissively as she examined the arrangement of pricey decorations acquired from luxury department stores. She felt a twinge of remorse at Sophie's innocent grin, but immediately brushed it aside. As darkness fell, family members began to arrive. Emma and Michael arrived carrying expensive wine from Whole Foods. Caitlin appeared with Jacob in tow, bearing armfuls of brightly wrapped gifts. Merry Christmas. Sophie greeted everyone at the door and distributed handcrafted Christmas cards. The cards conveyed gratitude for the last year and childish penmanship. Those remarks encompassed 365 days of a little girl's affection, including daily visits, flower care, and cookie baking. Robert sat in the sitting room, staring at the fireplace and examining the company's financial records. He occasionally displayed anxious expressions, but tonight was a family dinner celebration. He decided to postpone business issues until tomorrow. Should we have dinner? Diana's speech drew the family together around the beautiful dinner table. Under the crystal chandelier, colorful dishes were displayed: roast turkey, handmade gratin, and seafood salad. Desserts ordered at the premium eatery, Lascaux, also drew attention to the table. What a wonderful dinner again this year, Mother. Diana nodded with satisfaction as Caitlin spoke. Jacob was chatting eagerly with her about his latest gaming console. Beside them, Sophie ate her supper quietly, expecting the gift exchange. After supper, it was time to exchange presents. The entire family gathered around the fireplace. Under the tree, a mound of colorfully wrapped presents had accumulated. Let's start with Jacob. At Robert's signal, the present exchange began. Jacob's presents were revealed one by one: the latest gaming system, luxury brand children's clothing, and an educational tablet. Cheers erupted with each opening. Sophie waited her turn, her heart filled with anticipation for her grandparents' gifts. Daily visits, time spent together, shared smiles. Grandpa and Grandma must. However, as gifts were handed one after another, Sophie's name was never mentioned. The mood in the room became increasingly thick over time. Emma's visage stiffened, and Michael detected an uneasy atmosphere. Grandma? A little voice resonated through the still room. Sophie's eyes glistened with large tears. Do you hate me? The shaky voice froze the room's mood. Caitlin smiled meaningfully, while Jacob was engaged on his new game console, uninterested. Just as Emma moved to approach her kid, Diana's harsh voice rang out. Presents are for deserving children. Diana continued, taking a sip of tea and smiling elegantly. My sister's child is a real family after all. Those words cut through the room like ice knives. Emma's face became drained of blood. Michael clenched his hand tight. Only the clock's ticking signaled the deep silence. The fireplace flames flickered, creating spooky dancing shadows on the walls. Outside the window, Christmas snow had started to fall silently. I understand, Emma said in a strangely calm voice. We'll never be involved again. Emma got up and carefully lifted the sobbing Sophie. Michael held his wife and daughter's shoulders as the three walked softly to the entrance. Emma, please wait, Robert called out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The hefty closing of the door marked the end of the night. Outside, the snow was becoming heavier. Car headlights lit the white snow. In the back seat, Sophie clutched her homemade card with shaky hands. The words, "To my beloved grandma," remained tenderly written there. Greenwich was still buzzing with Christmas festivities. Hymns streamed from St. Mary's Church, and warm light filtered through the windows of residences. However, the Bennett family's automobile was completely silent. Michael used the rear-view mirror to sometimes check at his daughter in the back seat. Emma gazed forward in quiet, fiercely grasping her husband's hand. The morning of December arrived with a gloomy atmosphere hovering over the Bennett family's dining table. Emma and Michael had spent the entire night talking about how to move forward. Sophie was still sleeping upstairs. I've decided, Emma said quietly but decisively. I'm stopping all support to my parents. Michael softly grasped his wife's hand. They had been paying her parents $3,000 in monthly rent support and high medical insurance costs. The entire amount topped $50,000 per year. I agree. Your parents took this support for granted. Grace Bennett, Michael's mother, called and urged him to make this decision. As president of the St. Mary's Church Women's Association, She learned of yesterday night's events from neighbors and promptly contacted them. There's no reason to stay in that house. Please use our vacation home. Grace's holiday home, located slightly distant from Greenwich's elite residential area, provided a quiet and peaceful environment. Emma's family benefited greatly from her offer. Emma visited with accountant Tom Watson that afternoon to discuss withdrawing support for her parents. Tom was a longtime buddy who recognized Bradley Real Estate's financial condition. Maintenance expenses have increased dramatically over the past 6 months, and the flow of some contract payments seems unnatural. Emma gazed at the documents with her father's signature. Knowing her father's careful temperament, something about the signature seemed odd. Meanwhile, Sophie naturally began to avoid visiting her grandparents' place. On her way home from St. Mary's Elementary School, she passed by their house, which she used to visit every day. The garden flowers faded gradually. As January arrived, the community was engulfed in bitter cold. Emma's family had started their new life at Grace's holiday home. Sophie meticulously nurtured a new flower bed in the vast garden, and Grace would pay her a visit on weekends to enjoy gardening with her. "Grandma, do you think these rose seedlings will bloom in the spring?" Grace smiled kindly in response to Sophie's question. "They'll surely bloom beautifully just like you." Her wounded heart began to heal gradually. However, worrisome suspicions began to circulate among the Bradley family. Sarah Johnson, a nearby resident, considered Caitlin's recent conduct strange. "That girl went shopping in New York again last week. She purchased several new luxury brand bags." Many locals were drawn to her opulent lifestyle, despite the fact that she worked as the family's accountant. In February, Jim Clark, a Bradley real estate veteran, requested an early retirement. His abrupt decision, made after more than 30 years of service, caused chaos within the organization. "Something's wrong," Michael's legal advisor David Stern stated. "There are rumors in the real estate industry about unclear transactions at Bradley Real Estate." As March began, more worrying developments emerged. One day, Emma got a letter. The sender was Martha Collins, Bradley Real Estate's former accounting director. "Miss, I need to speak with your father." In the letter, Martha expressed major concerns about the company's accounting methods. "Since Miss Caitlin took over accounting, there have been increasing transactions I cannot verify." Emma drove to her parents' house to check on her father the day after she read the letter. She saw unfamiliar individuals in suits visiting the company. Morning media announced that a tax inquiry on Bradley Real Estate had begun. Authorities initiated a large-scale inquiry in response to an internal whistleblower claim. "Emma, something terrible has happened." Michael's contact at the tax office had called him first thing in the morning. "There's strong suspicion your sister has embezzled about $5 million over the past 3 years." That afternoon, Caitlin vanished from the firm. "Mom." Caitlin left without saying anything. Emma held her breath after receiving Diana's panicked phone call. Her sister had taken out a significant quantity of money and disappeared, leaving behind her 7-year-old kid, Jacob. As the investigation progressed, stunning revelations emerged one by one. Moving real estate contract payments to secret accounts, inflating maintenance charges and pocketing the difference, freely using corporate seals and bank books, by abusing her parents' confidence, and entirely managing internet banking by leveraging her elderly parents' digital illiteracy. Caitlin was stopped by police at JFK International Airport on Friday evening, as she attempted to exit the country. Why? Why would she do that? Robert held his head in his hands at the police station. The company's reputation was in ruins, and total liabilities could surpass $10 million. Diana broke down in tears at home. Outside the window, the flowers Sophie had once cared for swung sadly, untouched. Emma quietly watched the news in Grace's vacation home living room. Michael was helping police with their digital forensic investigation. That night, Sophie penned a little prayer in her diary. "Please don't let Mom be sad, and please don't let Jacob be lonely." Caitlin Bradley quietly confesses to her misdeeds in the interview chamber at the Greenwich police station. Her voice lacked the bravado it formerly possessed. Her fancy brand suit had been replaced with police-issued work clothing, and her flawless makeup had faded. As the investigation progressed, more alarming truths emerged. The first fraud started 3 years ago. Caitlin began embezzling little amounts following her divorce, as she struggled to pay alimony. However, her subsequent addiction to a luxury lifestyle led to more serious crimes. Of the $3 million in contract payments from business partners, $500,000 was directed to private accounts. The investigators quietly took notes on her testimony. Meanwhile, in Bradley Real Estate's headquarters, the corporation faced its most serious problem since its inception. At this rate, we'll have to let go of all properties, James Foster, designated as bankruptcy trustee, said sternly. Employees exchanged concerned looks. Amidst this, an unexpected development occurred. Mrs. Johnson, who lived close, turned in an album to the police. It was a collection of images depicting Sophie's regular activities. That child came to their house every day. The collection contains precisely dated images of Sophie maintaining her garden, baking cookies with her parents, and attending her grandparents to hospital visits. She never missed a day, regardless of the weather. Next, security camera footage was examined. There are records of visits for 367 days straight, without missing a single day, the police technician stated. Even on New Year's Eve, and when she had a fever from the flu, Sophie always went to her grandparents' house. The St. Mary's Church Women's Association also provided testimonials. Every Sunday after Mass, Sophie would pray for them, Pastor Michael O'Connor explained quietly. She would always say, "Please let Grandpa and Grandma stay healthy." It was like an angel's pure prayer. On the morning of April 20th, Robert and Diana went to Grace's holiday home. The two appeared more weary than ever before. Their pricey suits had been replaced by more modest casual clothes, and Diana's rings vanished. "Emma, we need to talk to you," Robert told his daughter through tears. "We made a terrible mistake." Diana continued with a shaky voice. "That child's, Sophie's, unconditional love. We trampled on it." The two began to speak openly about their enormous expectations for Caitlin, their fixation with bloodlines, their anxiety over the company's succession, and, most importantly, their folly in failing to recognize the genuine gem lying in front of their eyes. Diana sobbed. "She came every day. Yet we just let ourselves be led by Caitlin's words." As Emma listened, complex feelings swirled in her chest, including rage, despair, and a weird sensation of liberty. At that point, little footsteps were heard upstairs. "Grandpa? Grandma?" Sophie descended the stairs, still wearing her school uniform. For a brief moment, the room's atmosphere became frozen. However, Sophie's next move surpassed everyone's expectations. She walked directly to her grandparents and tenderly embraced them with her small arms. "Do not cry. I'd like to forgive you." At that point, the room was completely silent. In the kitchen, Grace discreetly touched her fingertips to her eyes. Michael sighed deeply as he stared out the window. Emma calmly made her decision while resting her palm on her daughter's back. "Dad, Mom, let's talk about what happens from here on. All of us together." Soft spring sunlight shone into the room. Outside the window, the flowers Sophie had planted were gently starting to bloom, signaling the start of a new season. That evening, Emma spoke privately with her mother-in-law, Grace. "I support your decision," Grace, who had kept a close eye on the situation, said gently. "But from now on, let us help too." The conversation about creating a new type of family lasted until late into the night. Emma met with lawyer David Stern the following day to make clear arrangements for the future. "It will take a team of professionals to reconstruct the company. Rebuilding is achievable thanks to your experience and connections." Emma nodded gently as David spoke. Her work at the pharmaceutical company may help revive the family business in unforeseen ways. Then Caitlin faced her first trial. A gloomy aura pervaded the courtroom. "The defendant is hereby sentenced to 7 years in prison." As the judge's voice boomed out, Caitlin bowed deeply. Her son, Jacob, had already started a new life with his divorced father. Caitlin left Emma one message as she left the courtroom. "Sis, I'm truly sorry." For the first time, her comments had the ring of genuine regret. In the evening, Emma's family and parents gathered on the terrace of Grace's holiday house. "It's a new beginning," Grace explained as she served warm tea. Sophie was watering her newly planted flowers. Her figure resembled a symbol of hope. "We still have so much to make amends for," Robert added. Everyone nodded softly as he spoke. Greenwich was once again decorated with Christmas lights. Grace's holiday home had changed dramatically during the last year. The former reception area had been transformed into a family living space, and seasonal flowers flourished throughout the lawn. "Can I help decorate the tree, Mom?" Sophie gently held the new ornaments. The phrases "gratitude to family" were meticulously carved on these decorations created by St. Mary's Church workshops. "Of course. Let us decorate together before Grandma and Grandpa arrive." Emma lovingly touched her daughter's hair. Sophie had become even friendlier over the course of the past year. Meanwhile, Robert and Diana's life had shifted considerably. Their lavish lifestyle had faded after they were forced to relocate from their spacious estate in an upmarket neighborhood to a tiny apartment. Repaying the debt was just partly complete. Diana had learned new ideas from their modest lifestyle. She began volunteering at St. Mary's Church every Wednesday, and these experiences progressively influenced her values. The value of things, and the value of the heart, are different. Her words conveyed profound reflection and new knowledge. Robert resumed his desperate efforts to revive the company. They were working with Emma to build a new management system. Though the total debt remained large, they were beginning to see a road to payback. "I'm truly grateful for your management skills," he informed her. He was finally recognizing the significance of his daughter's existence. Emma was using her pharmaceutical industry skills to help the company digitize and overhaul its management system. Michael also provided his IT company's experience in developing a new real estate administration system. Employees saw optimism in the couple's collaborative efforts to revive the family firm. Grace kept a close eye on this new family structure. "Forgiving those you love sometimes takes the greatest courage." Her remarks struck a profound chord with the entire household. The monthly family gathering on the first Sunday had also become a new custom. Though there were disagreements from time to time, they also served as chances to strengthen family bonds. "Next month, I'd like to start a new initiative," Robert suggested. He planned to contribute a portion of the company's income to an adoption support fund. "I want to give back to society what we learned from Sophie." Emma's eyes were hot at those remarks. Caitlin worked hard on her rehabilitation program while in prison. During her parents' visits, she made a real apology for the first time. "My greed and jealousy destroyed our family." Through counseling, she had begun to confront the true nature of her behavior. Her son Jacob lived a steady life with his father. His previously privileged nature had vanished, and he was slowly opening his heart in the new atmosphere. "Can I go see him occasionally?" Sophie's casual words touched the entire household. A child's pure heart taught them the value of forgiving. Sophie had planned a unique gift for this occasion: a handmade photo album. It carefully documented recollections from the previous year, including images of moving day, church volunteer activities, family gatherings, and gardening. "I want to make lots more memories." Everyone smiled softly at Sophie's comments. At dusk, the entire family started preparing Christmas supper. Though not as lavish as last year's feast, the table was decked with warm foods prepared with everyone's care. "Let us pray," Grace requested. Everyone silently closed their eyes. "Lord, thank you for giving us awareness and forgiving hearts." The sound of amen resonated silently around the room. Outside the window, light snow had started to fall. "Look." Everyone turned to gaze out the window as Sophie spoke. Small lights lighted the garden's planted trees. Michael had planned a covert Christmas surprise. Diana said, "It's like a starry sky," as she looked at the sight. There was a heartwarming beauty there that could not be compared to the previous lavish displays. "Let's create new family traditions together from now on," she remarked. Everyone nodded as she spoke. The perfume of Grace's cooked apple pie filled the air. The family's expressions around the table were tranquil and happy. Nobody could have predicted such a lovely scene a year ago. "So this is what true happiness is," Robert said quietly, acknowledging Diana's whisper. Their expressions combined deep grief with the glimmer of new optimism. From this point forward, the Bradley and Bennett families were going to take a new step. It was the start of a lengthy road to mend broken hearts and rekindle genuine friendships. Sophie stood by the window, watching the snowfall. The light reflected in her little eyes shone softly and steadily, like hope for the future. My husband wants me to quit and stay home with the kids, but I love being a chef and the thought of being a housewife suffocates me. Original post January 16, 2022. For anonymity I can't go into details, but my husband, 34M, has developed something in IT that's well known and it made him rich. I, 38F, am a chef and I make probably 1/100th of what he does. It doesn't matter for me, however, because I love my job. We have a great life together. We had our first child, a baby girl, 3 years ago, and our twin boys are 9 months old. I have a few months left of my maternity leave, and with the country closing up again because of the new Omicron variant, I started getting worried that my workplace won't take me back. I voiced my worries to my husband a couple of days ago and he just shrugged and said it's not like we needed the money. I was confused and told him that I knew that. It wasn't about the money. He just shrugged. I was a bit annoyed because I thought he didn't think it was a big deal that I was out of work. Yesterday, I was still thinking about it, so I decided to talk to him again. He was confused and told me that I should instead be happy that I could spend more time with my babies. And he asked me why I insisted on working when we have 3 small children and he made enough money for both of us. He didn't like me working 4 to 5 evenings a week, including 1 to 2 weekends a month. I told him that I love my job and that I'm good at it. I have been doing it for almost 20 years now, and the thought of not doing anything for the rest of my life is suffocating. He was visibly upset by then and he accused me of loving my job more than my babies and him. I could always cook at home for the family, and if I was worried I would lose my independence, he could transfer the same amount I earned from my job to my private account monthly. I started crying and he kissed and hugged me and told me that he loved me, but he has been thinking of this since our girl was born and he didn't like me coming home late at night. So I needed to choose between my job or being a family. I was startled. Did he mean it as an ultimatum? He did. He actually wants me to be a housewife or we go our separate ways. I went to my mom's place first thing this morning. She listened to me talking and crying, but when I finished she wasn't indignant on my behalf, like I expected. She was silent for a while and then she asked me to think carefully about my next move. If we get divorced, I need to think about my babies. I will never be able to give them the life their dad is giving them and I might lose them because of it. Is it worth it to change their lives so drastically and have them live in 2 separate houses? All that for a job. I have worked my whole adult life and I just could see this as an early retirement. Many dreamed of this. Why couldn't I enjoy it? I wasn't expecting my mom to say these things. She's always been this strong, independent woman who raised us to be independent and taught me to never rely 100% on anyone other than myself. Hearing her say all that made me question my feelings. Before I met her I was totally sure I was right being hurt and angry, but now I think maybe I'm overreacting and that my husband's request wasn't that unreasonable. But if that's the case, why do I feel like my heart is swollen in my throat? Why does it feel like he made this ultimatum because he knew he has power and he's using it? Throw any suggestion or advice my way and please be honest. Not rude, honest, because I feel I'm wronged here and I'm having a hard time thinking from my husband's perspective. Update January 27, 2022. So I have posted here about 2 weeks ago about my husband not wanting me to go back to work after maternity leave. I got a lot of real good advice. I just want to clarify some things about my post that many seem to have misinterpreted. I'm sorry my language wasn't very clear. I don't work 4 to 5 days plus weekends. I work 35 to 45 hours a week in total and sometimes it's during the weekend. Staying at home mom isn't normal in my country. Daycare is free and we don't have a nanny. I'm saying this because I want you to understand why I was taken aback about this whole situation. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to stay-at-home moms. He can't get sole custody just because of his wealth. Or because of my work hours. It doesn't work like this here, thank God. But I'm thankful for those who expressed worry about that because I know this is the sad reality in other parts of the world. So to the update, I have had long talks with my husband about all of what happened, trying to understand his point of view. I have told him that I can't see myself as a housewife, ever, but that I am willing to start looking for jobs with better hours or that I can finally start my own restaurant. I could start searching for a location in office buildings and start a lunch spot so then I don't need to work evenings and weekends. He didn't seem happy at all with that suggestion. He asked me why I'm so insistent on going back to work. He said these last months have been the happiest of his life, coming home from work every day to his family, and that he thought I am happy too. I am. I love being with my babies all day, but just because I'm enjoying my maternity leave it doesn't mean I don't want to go back to work. In fact, I'm enjoying every minute now because I know it's not permanent. We had a row. He said he's always felt that I'm scared of him making much more money and that I'm scared of being dependent on him, so if I'm insisting on working because I don't want to be dependent, he could pay me 10 times what I earn to stay home. I started crying and told him I'm not going to be a housewife and I don't accept ultimatums, so he should do what he feels fit. He said he's tired of going around feeling that his wife is intimidated by his success. He's doing this for both of us. I have to admit that I'm sometimes scared of him having more power than me. He said it's all in my head, but really, would he ever dare to ask me to quit my job if he didn't feel he had the power to do it? Could I ask him to quit his job with that same ease? There's no denying the power dynamics in our relationship, and I have all the right to be scared of it. So there was no progress really, and no matter how much I explained myself, he doesn't seem to understand me. And probably he feels the same way with me. It feels like we're on different levels. I have suggested counseling. He said he will think about it. Now we're just civil to each other, but we don't talk much and we haven't been intimate since I first brought up going back to work. I love him and I miss him. I don't want it to end, but the ball is in his court now. My mom is very angry with me. We haven't spoken for a week. I don't know what to do with her either. Update 2. Monday, January 31st. Thank you everyone for the support. I won't be able to make any more updates because you're only allowed one. This is however not a big update, so I thought I could just add it here before the post gets locked. I will not delete this account in case I need more advice or have another update in the future that I can post as a new subject. My husband and I talked yesterday, for the first time in 2 weeks, and he was the one who initiated the conversation. I saw my chance to try to find out why he's behaving like this and at the same time make sure that he knows that I'm not backing up. I told him that while I'm enjoying my maternity leave, the thought of it being for the rest of my life suffocated me. I suffer from severe claustrophobia. I don't if it has anything to do with this. I asked him why he's doing this. He knew my job was important to me, so why was he making this impossible request when he knew it would mean the end of us? If you are having second thoughts about our marriage and want an out, please just tell me the truth. He became very upset and accused me of trying to gaslight him. He said his reasons are legit. There's nothing wrong with wanting his wife to be there for her family, and the children won't stop needing me just because they went to school. I started crying. Sorry, I'm a crybaby. And I told him if this is over he should know it's all on him. He started yelling. No, it was because I'm too stubborn and too self-involved to actually take a second and think about his wishes. I wanted to leave because I couldn't be with him anymore, but he said that it would be more convenient if he did. He's moved to our city apartment. I feel lost and hurt. I love him so much, but I don't think continuing this relationship is healthy for either of us. My heart is breaking for my children. I don't know what to do. For now I will just sit tight and wait for him to send me the divorce papers. Thank you again for the help and advice. It helped a lot. P.S. Mom was here yesterday. We talked a lot and she's finally getting on my side. I knew that when it came to it, she will be on my side, and I'm so grateful. We're separating February 10th, 2022. Thank you everyone for the support. My husband and I are separating. This is what he wants. As I suspected, this was more than just me going back to work. He's been feeling resentment towards a lot of things about me, many of them I can't change and the rest I don't want to change. It's not his or my fault. We're just not compatible with each other anymore. I still have 14 months with my babies. Afterwards all children are big enough for shared custody. I'm staying in the big house for now, but after divorce I'm going to move back to the city. I have been talking to my boss about my job. She will help me find a schedule around having the children, so maybe I will work lunch hours the weeks I have them. My ambition is still to open my own, but maybe a bit further in the future. I still love him. I thought we were inseparable, but when he started resenting the very same things he loved about me, I knew this was hopeless. It sucks big time and hurts like hell, but here we are. My wife returned from a work retreat with a hickey. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I'm at loss. How do I move forward? Original post February 21st, 2025. I'm 27 male, in a fight with my wife, 28 female. We've had fights before, but not this bad. I'm at a loss on how to proceed. For context, we're college sweethearts married for almost 6 years. We have a daughter, 4 females. Our relationship was never perfect or without challenges. We've faced some family opposition with cultural differences, but we've made it work. She's my first love and my best friend. My wife works in a corporation. Her job has annual work retreats that last for about a week. This year was in Vegas. I usually arrange my work schedule and tag along with her, and we make our own trip out of it. We couldn't this year. Our daughter gets major anxiety traveling long distances. We're working on it, but she wasn't budging, and we decided to choose our battles. So I stood behind and held down the fort at home. The change of plans was a bummer because the trip was part of us reconnecting as both a couple and as a family. My wife's work hours have taken a toll, and her work-life balance leaves much to be desired. We entertained the idea of her skipping the retreat. Attendance is optional, but it's generally frowned upon if you don't, and my wife's making connections in her field. She grew increasingly weird. We have a system if either of us is away for extended periods. We keep in contact. For the first day or so, she was herself, but she grew distant. I'd even text her about important stuff and be left on read while she claimed she never saw my text. Whenever we talked, she was rushing me or our daughter off the phone. These were all times she wasn't involved in retreat activities. We were supposed to have a mini birthday celebration for our daughter over FaceTime. Our daughter was excited. It was something my wife promised her because the retreat overlapped her actual birthday. But my wife backed out because she had people up to her room after a seminar. It was like she wanted my permission to break her promise to our daughter. I told her I wasn't offering that nor making her keep her word. She said I wasn't being fair, and this was a networking opportunity. They were business-oriented and wouldn't understand her stepping away for family time. I said her decision is her decision, but she'd have to explain it to our daughter. She promised her that she'd rain-check the following day. Our daughter didn't understand and cried. My wife ended up hanging up and leaving me to comfort our daughter alone. That whole incident rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like it. She didn't keep her word for the rain check either. She was documenting the retreat on social media. One coworker, 23 million, was almost in every pic video attached to her hip. In one pic he had his arm too comfortably around her IMO. He's a recent hire in my wife's department. She was asked to oversee him. I don't like the guy. He doesn't know boundaries. Once, in response to a work assignment, he texted my wife that she's exactly the kind of woman he needs to keep him in check. My wife had brushed it off. She feels bad for him because he's not fitting in. She took him under her wing during his first retreat with the team. If I'd questioned, she'd say she was tired or networking. There was always something. But I've seen her at these retreats. This wasn't like her. She was just off. The day before her return home, she complained about a bruise on her neck. She stressed it was a bug bite. I didn't actually see the bruise until she came home. I instantly thought it was a full-on hickey. She kind of brushed it off after making a big deal of it over the phone. I didn't push because our daughter was present. But when I was able to confront her, she clung to her bug bite claim. When I kept pushing, she asked what I was trying to imply. I outright said I believed she had a hickey, and I didn't believe she was being honest with me. We had it out then. She was offended and pissed at the accusation. Infidelity has always been a sore topic. Her family has a history of infidelity. So we had a pretty bad fight, and she accused me of looking to pick a fight due to the incident with our daughter's birthday. I told her it had nothing to do with that and everything to do with a hickey on her neck. The fight ended in an impasse. We're still not recovered. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I've always trusted my wife, I never doubted her, but this bruise doesn't look like a bug bite. It looks like a hickey. I only feel more strongly when I consider how distant and weird she was during the Vegas retreat. Now she's been wearing turtlenecks ever since, and we're caught between arguing and her dousing our daughter and me with affection. Communication usually prevails for us, but not now. I think my accusation pushed us to a new level of argument. I'm at a loss here. I really need outside perspectives. How do I move forward? Relevant comments. Comment 1. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've never gotten a bug bite that looked like a hickey. Did she show you her phone or provide any proof that could support her innocence or just dismiss you? The extra affection is a common move from guilt-ridden cheaters. Even if we stretch the imagination and believe it is a big bite, she wasn't acting trustworthy nor was she a good mother while she was in Vegas, and she needs to address and correct that. Oop. No, I haven't had access to her phone. We usually have an open phone policy, but it's not something we've ever really done. I'm sure it'll be another argument. Comment 2. Why did you go on work trips with her in the past? Did she want you to, or did you not want her to go alone? What is, and why is it necessary to have, the system when one of you is away? Whose idea was the FaceTime birthday celebration? Did she not talk to the daughter at all on her birthday or just couldn't do the FaceTime celebration? Oop. Work-life balance was an issue, so she'd invite me to the retreats. The system is for extended periods away from each other, like how long the retreat was. Especially since we have a child now. The birthday FaceTime was my wife's idea. She promised our daughter and got her excited about it. No, she didn't talk with our daughter until she was calling to cancel. That's another reason the birthday stunt rubbed me the wrong way. Ope responding to a deleted comment, yeah, you don't get to disconnect from being a parent, especially to a minor, for extended holidays. You certainly don't ghost them on their birthday and when you promise to do something special for them and got the child excited about it, or hang up on them while they're crying. I'm not insecure. My wife's gone on retreats before. We both work outside the home and have to care for our daughter. So it's not an imbalance. My wife's work-life balance is out of sorts. She's in the company of other adults. I've been with my wife on these retreats and other social events. I know how she is. She was off this entire trip, nor did she appreciate her entertaining a coworker who ignores boundaries, having his arm wrapped around her waist like he was claiming her or something. I trusted her when she said she had a bug bite. I got things to help her treat it when returned. It was only after I saw the bruise in person that there was no mistaking it was a hickey for me, and I questioned her on it. Update February 28, 2025. I, 27 male, wanted to give an update and thank everyone who reached out. The outside perspectives helped. Things are a roller coaster. I'm trying to process. It took a while for my wife, 28 female, and me to have any real conversation about the bruise on her neck. We were stuck between arguing and her showering our daughter, 4 female, and me with affection. I rarely saw the bruise because she was turtlenecked up. But I did note the healing process from reddish purple to yellow. There wasn't any more discussion about the Vegas retreat. She made it clear she was done talking about it and that she shouldn't need to defend herself to her husband. I told her she could do whatever she wanted, but I was done being treated like an idiot, and I wasn't sharing a bed with someone I couldn't trust. So I moved into the guest room. Communication stopped. The silences were palpable. Even our daughter noticed. I'm not proud of that. I try keeping her out of fights. My wife came to the guest room one night and asked if we could talk. I could tell she'd been crying. She said she hated the way things were between us. She felt she was losing me either way. I told her I needed complete honesty. She confessed she hooked up with that coworker, 23 male, on our daughter's birthday. The hickey was from him. She was lost in the heat of the moment and didn't realize he was sucking so hard on her neck. By her account, they made out while doing some on top of the clothes stuff and then he went down on her. It stopped there because he called her by a nickname that I affectionately call her. It snapped her back to the reality of her actions. She went to splash water on her face and saw the hickey. The guy made light of it and made a joke about the hickey being her souvenir. She blew up on him and kicked him out of her suite. Part of the reason she was avoiding me was out of guilt. She said she's coming clean because she doesn't want to hide things anymore. I asked her why she cheated. What was it about that guy she deemed worth risking everything? She claimed it wasn't him specifically, nor is she unhappy with our marriage. She doesn't really know how to explain it, but a part of her feels broken. The more she looks in the mirror, the more she sees her dad, 57 male. A cycle of being consumed with work, distant from the child, and the infidelity he put her mom, 55 female, through. She said her family never talked about anything openly and how when she was growing up, my mother-in-law never addressed anything with her. I said her parents didn't make her cheat. She chose to party up with a guy who constantly disrespected our relationship. These were all her decisions, and she at any point could have chosen our family. She agreed. She wants to blame her parents but realizes this is on her. She apologized for cheating and for entertaining the guy's advances. She said she'll do whatever it takes to repair it, go to HR, quit her job, counseling, anything. She wants to make everything right. I told her I don't know what right looks like or if that's possible for us anymore. I knew we had our problems, but I thought there wasn't anything we couldn't talk about. She insisted we still could talk it out. We didn't have to give up on us. She tried giving this rally cry for our relationship, but I felt very numb. I said I didn't recognize her. Not just the betrayal of our vows but also how she treated our daughter. She's like a stranger. She feels she failed as a wife and mom, but she loves us both beyond words and wants our life together and our family intact. I told her I couldn't give her the answer she wanted and thought we needed to separate and reevaluate. She didn't want separation. She felt we should stay together in our home, but I told her a separation was happening. Either she was leaving the home or I was with our daughter. She consented to leaving so as to best not uproot our daughter so much. She asked for our daughter not to be taken away from her. My wife's staying with my in-laws. I know that's difficult in itself because she doesn't have the best relationship with her parents. One of the hardest parts is the shift for our daughter. Right now, she believes her mom's just busy with work as usual. She hasn't questioned it too much. My mother-in-law called the other day. She made no excuses for my wife, but she's advocating for us to work through it. She told me times when she heard my wife describe me as the anchor she always wanted. She believes there's something worth fighting for if I'm open. Despite some family opposition we faced throughout our relationship, my mother-in-law was always a supporter of us. I'm even more at a loss. I never imagined this kind of betrayal from my wife. She was my safe place. I feel numb yet broken. I'm in love with her. That hasn't changed. But I don't see myself, her, our relationship, or our family the same. Everything's more tense because it's fresh. I think this period of separation is for the best. I'm not sure about divorce. I haven't let myself fully go there. I'm not set either way. I don't know where things go from here, but I'm focusing on our daughter and taking things one step at a time. I feel that's all I can do right now. Thanks again to everyone for the support. It's much appreciated. TLDR update 4. My wife returned from a work retreat in Vegas with a hickey on her neck. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I only feel more strongly when I consider how distant and weird she was during the retreat. We're stuck between arguing and her dousing our daughter and me with affection. I'm at a loss. I really need outside perspectives. How do I move forward? Relevant comments. Comment 1. It was already established that there had been line crossing with the coworker prior to the trip, even if it wasn't physical yet. But even if there hadn't been, I've known coworkers' pet names for their significant others before when only interacting with them on a professional level. The fact that the guy both intentionally gave her a hickey and used the pet name says a whole hell of a lot about him though. Someone willing to engage in an affair is bad enough. This guy was doing it as some kind of sick power play. Comment 2. It's also possible it's something super common like honey or baby OOP. No, it's a specific nickname. It's not derived from her name or anything. It just summed up things I loved about her in one word. Apparently he turned it into a sexual context. Comment 3. One question, how close was the colleague to her to know her nickname that you use? And why did she let him this close to her literally and figuratively? Ope. At the time, I knew they had a friendship. She was asked to mentor him as he joined her department. So she took him under the wing and was supposed to be showing him the ropes. They would text and stuff and he would cross boundaries. His texts increasingly read like a guy fishing for an opportunity. My wife shut the idea down as not even a factor for her and I chose to trust my wife because I never had a reason to doubt her before. As far as the nickname, it was something only I called her but it wasn't like a secret thing. I called her by it in front of others and our daughter. She claims the guy overheard me say it when she had me on speaker once and he asked her about it after. New update. Update to March 14, 2025. Thank you again to everyone. I, 27 male, couldn't respond to every message, but everything's appreciated. I wanted to provide an update. Things have been a little chaotic with the new status quo after my wife's, 28 female affair, but I'm taking everything one step at a time. My wife and I explained the separation to our daughter, 4 female, in simple, concrete terms and reassured her that we both still love her without going into the reasons behind the separation. Our daughter's always been an observant kid, but I don't think the separation has hit her yet. She doesn't see the difference between her mom not being home and her usual busy with work. During visits, she's more distant towards her mom and clings to me. My wife attempted to play with her on this toy set, but our daughter wasn't having it and shouted at her mom that she didn't want to play with her. The disconnect between my daughter and wife hurts in a way I'm still processing. I knew my wife's work-life balance took its toll. Pre-Vegas, we were supposed to be working on reconnecting, but just how fractured things are is a lot more apparent. Our daughter interacts very little with her mom and becomes quiet around her like she does with strangers. I feel at her age we, as her parents, should be who she's closest with and not this disconnected from her mom. Their dynamic is something I've been reflecting on. My main focus is making sure my daughter's okay through all of this. As far as between my wife and me, she's advocating for us to reconcile. She's expressed she wants to work on our marriage not solely for our daughter but because she loves me. Her rally cries for our relationship are still falling flat for me. I can't give her what she wants right now. I told her I wished she would have given herself these rallies before cheating. She's adamant about the affair timeline and what occurred with the coworker, 23M. They connected because she felt bad he wasn't fitting in. He kept flirting and treating her like royalty. It started feeling good on the rougher workdays. They had an emotional affair even though she didn't label it as such at the time. The EA turned physical during the retreat. She dissociated from her life back home while away in Vegas. She still swears they had sex only once. The hickey came from foreplay, and while giving her oral, he called her my nickname for her, which shook her out of it. She snapped at him about his immature attitude with the hickey and then kicked him out of her suite. She thought she could quietly end things and salvage our marriage. I asked her if she wore her wedding ring during sex with him. She confessed that she did. Knowing this hurts like hell. To me, our wedding rings were a physical symbol of our love, commitment to our vows, and our bond. She tarnished our rings. I haven't been able to wear mine. It never hurts any less. There are just new levels to the hurt. She admits to contributing to blurred lines. She's now changed her number and claims to have cut contact with the coworker. She reported the affair to HR. The company has suspended both of them while they investigate the extent to which the affair impacted the department. Coworker relations violate their policy, and it doesn't look good for my wife in terms of power balance since she was the guy's mentor. They're also calling into question if she gave him favoritism. Some have suggested I reach out to the coworker. I've considered it, but I'm not in a place to. I feel a lot of anger towards him. He knew exactly what he was doing with the hickey and nickname stunt. I wouldn't get anything from him except trouble. He's not worth it. I'm choosing to focus on my daughter. I've chosen to pursue marriage counseling. This isn't under the promise of reconciling but as an assist in working through this separation as healthy as possible for our daughter. I'm still numb in a lot of ways. I never thought this would be how my marriage and family turned out. I've seen it happen to others. I've heard stories. I thought I knew what it was like. But it's nothing compared to dealing with it yourself. I don't feel like the same person anymore. I don't know how everything will pan out. It's an uphill battle, but I'm trying to show up to the battle. It's the best I can do right now. Thank you to everyone who has reached out. I appreciate the support, really. TLDR update 4. My wife returned from a work retreat in Vegas with a hickey on her neck. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I only feel more strongly when I consider how distant and weird she was during the retreat. We're stuck between arguing and her dousing our daughter and me with affection. I'm at a loss. I really need outside perspectives. How do I move forward? I was disowned by my entire family after being falsely accused of sleeping with my cousin's fiancé. Now, the truth has finally come to light. How did my life even become this? Seriously, I can't even wrap my head around it. Family disowned me, friends turned their backs, and I'm even banned from my favorite pub. I swear, I didn't do anything to deserve this. Okay, let me start by reintroducing myself. I'm Alex, and this is the living hell story that started about 3 months ago. I was honored to be a groomsman for my cousin, Ethan, who was getting married to Chloe. Chloe had been one of my closest friends since we were toddlers playing in the sprinklers. The wedding day arrived, and I was busy directing guests to their seats. Everything was normal until Ethan stormed in, dragging a group of groomsmen and other people after him, all looking agitated. Ethan looked at me and growled, "Alex." Before I could even mumble a reply, bam! A punch landed square on my face, then, bam, bam. A combo of punches, you guys. He was yelling while hitting me, "How could you do this? I know everything." The groomsman jumped in, finally yanking him away from me. I was astonished, my mind whirling, and I couldn't understand anything. What's going on? What did I actually do? They hurriedly took me out of the room, leaving me with a lot of questions in my head. The next stop was the clinic. My lip was swollen, my nose was bleeding, and my left eye was going black and blue. The doctor patched me up and asked if I wanted to pursue charges, but all I wanted to know was why Ethan had freaked out. Dad texted, "Wedding is off. You have till the end of the day to get your belongings out of the residence." WTF, I hadn't lived with my parents in months, but I still kept some stuff there. This text was like an extra hit in the belly, and I hurried immediately to their house to get some explanations. When I entered the house, my parents and siblings stared at me as if I were a criminal. It was then that I realized I was being accused of sleeping with Chloe, Ethan's future wife. What? I was shocked. I disputed it immediately, but no one listened. My brother slammed a bag containing my belongings at my feet and kicked me out. "Get out. Don't ever return." I was absolutely disoriented, not knowing what was going on or where it was coming from. I attempted to contact Ethan for an explanation, but he had blocked my phone number. Calling anyone in the family resulted in being yelled at or getting hung up on. I finally decided to call Chloe. The initial call was a catastrophe. We were both yelling and blaming each other, but when we settled down, we recognized something was wrong. We were both caught in a trap, but we had no idea who set it or why. To avoid making matters worse, we agreed not to meet in person and instead texted and emailed to put things together. No matter how hard we tried, we kept hitting dead ends. Everyone believed we were having an affair, but when we asked for proof, they remained mute. When I finally spoke with Ethan, he asked for proof that I hadn't slept with Chloe. I was stunned. My family cut off contact, acquaintances turned their backs, and even my favorite coffee shops and pubs refused to serve me. It turned out that Ethan had connections all over the place and was not afraid to use them. After Ethan moved out of her apartment, her family abandoned her, and friends evaporated. To make matters worse, her co-workers were making her life terrible. I couldn't stand it any longer, So I told Chloe I was leaving this dead-end town. She agreed, and we decided it was better to go our separate ways and start over somewhere else. Throwback Thursday, 5 years later. It's been 5 years since I last had a proper conversation with my family. 5 years since my cousin Ethan's almost wedding. Back then, I was accused of sleeping with Chloe, his soon-to-be wife. Those accusations were completely fabricated, but who cared? Ethan punched me in front of everyone, the wedding was cancelled, and my entire family turned their back on me. At first, I tried to clear my name, begging them to believe me, but after a while, I realized it was pointless, so I left everything behind and moved away. Chloe went through the same thing. Her family also believed the lies and disowned her, so she, too, decided to start over, but in different states. The incessant accusations and gossip exhausted me, so I decided to break off all links with people from my old life, except for Chloe. She was the only one who fully understood what I had gone through. We kept in touch through social media and the occasional phone conversation, but that was it. For the past 3 years, I've been with Olivia, an amazing woman. I told her the whole story about Chloe and me, every painful detail. Surprisingly, even though they've never met, Olivia and Chloe get along great. They even share a love for the Hunger Games. Every other week, they hop on Zoom, sipping wine and snacking, chatting about books and life. It's amazing. Olivia and I have been invited to Chloe's wedding next month, which will be the first time I've seen her in 5 years. I have big plans of my own. I'm going to propose to Olivia, not at the wedding, nor even during that trip. I don't want to overshadow Chloe's big day, but the prospect of sharing my life with Olivia grows stronger by the day. So why am I telling you all of this? Because last week, something happened that shocked me to the core. A ghost from the past decided to re-emerge. Update. That day, Olivia was working from home. She does it frequently these days, when she doesn't want to deal with the terrible traffic. Her job is rather flexible. I'm not that fortunate. Olivia contacted me around lunchtime. She typically contacts me when I'm at work, so seeing her name appear on my phone in the middle of the day seemed suspicious. Her voice was unsteady as she told me what had happened. After going out for lunch at our favorite shawarma establishment, she returned home to find a letter posted to the door. "We need to talk, I'll be returning tonight." Although there was no signature, she believed it was for me because my name was on the door. Olivia was terrified by the note, so she locked all the doors and stayed inside all day. When she told me about it, I requested an early leave from work and rushed home. We stayed up late that night, waiting to see who left the note, and even though I didn't think it was necessary, I didn't say anything when Olivia grabbed a baseball bat and placed it next to the couch. She was clearly on edge, and I didn't want to make things worse. But no one came, and the night was silent. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. No strange notes, no unexpected visits, just an odd, disturbing silence. Then, on the evening of the third day, the doorbell rang, and I opened it to see a man standing there, looking exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in days, and smelling faintly of alcohol. "Hey, Alex," he began, his voice raspy and familiar. "Long time no see." A shudder rushed down my spine as soon as he spoke. I recognized the person standing in front of me as Ethan. Honestly, I didn't want to allow Ethan in. The last time we spoke, he almost hurled a beer glass at my face, so when he popped up unexpectedly, I wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet. This is how our first discussion went. "Ethan, won't you invite me in?" "Me? No. I don't think that will happen." "Ethan. Okay, fair enough, I came to apologize. I know the truth now." "Me. I accept your apology. Goodbye." I was about to slam the door, but he wouldn't give up so simply. "Ethan. Wait. Are you not going to let me explain?" "Me. Not really. An explanation could have been useful back then, before everyone I cared about turned away from me. But what good will it do now?" "Ethan. All right, you have a point. But I'd still like to apologize to Chloe. Can you provide me her contact information?" My response: "I could, but I'm not going to." "Ethan. Come on, Alex. I just want to apologize to her." "Me. I'll tell her you're attempting to contact out. If she wishes to talk, she will contact you directly, but you should keep away from her." That was all I wanted to say, so I slammed the door and went away. Through the door, I heard him cry, "Unblock your mother? She wants to speak to you." I didn't respond. Instead, I went straight to the living room, where Olivia was waiting. I told her everything that had just transpired, and we both agreed that the first step should be to phone Chloe. If anybody needed to know about Ethan's reappearance, it was her. When I called, Chloe was astonished, And she made it obvious that she didn't want Ethan to receive her contact information, which I assured her I would never give him. It took me a few days to determine what to do about my mother. Finally, I cleared her phone number and texted her a simple message. "Heard you wanted to talk?" A few minutes later, my phone buzzed with an incoming call. I let it ring and texted back. "Text only, no calls." She replied quickly, "Mom. We know you spoke with Ethan. We want you to come home." Me. "I am at home. Mom. You understand what I mean. We'd like to apologize and welcome you back to the family." Me. "I accept your apology. I am staying here. Your mother. We just want to make things right." Me. "I will think about it. Goodbye." I realize it probably sounded callous, but when the people you care about throw you away like garbage, it changes you. Right now, I'm not ready to let my old life interfere with the life I've created here. Olivia, Chloe, her fiancé, and I are all on the same page about this. For the time being, nothing has changed. We've agreed to keep the past firmly in the past. We'll talk about it again after Chloe's wedding, but for now, remaining out of contact feels like the safest option. Wedding vibes, the truth is out. Chloe's wedding was amazing. A day full of joy and love that she absolutely deserved, after everything she's been through. After some long conversations, I decided to return to my hometown to meet with my family. It wasn't an easy decision, but I felt that I needed to close this chapter, one way or another. I requested that Chloe's parents and Ethan attend the wedding. I also noticed a familiar bridesmaid sitting alone, looking uneasy and withdrawn. I couldn't pinpoint why I thought she was significant until later when I arrived at the meeting. When I arrived at the meeting, my mother immediately tried to hug me, but I gently stopped her and kept a safe distance. Before anyone could say anything, I took out my phone, turned it on the speakerphone, and placed it in my shirt pocket. "Chloe's on the line," I stated. "She's listening to everything, but her microphone is muted. If she wishes to speak, she will unmute. If she decides she is finished with this talk, she will disconnect. It is entirely her decision." Chloe's father frowned. "Why isn't she here herself?" I looked him directly in the eyes and said, "Because she informed me last week that she doesn't feel safe after what occurred 5 years ago. Could you blame her? Ethan didn't just punch me that day. He also smacked Chloe. And didn't even give her the opportunity to defend herself." Hearing that, Ethan's face became pale, and a murmur of concern swept through the room. Yet, they eventually began to describe what had happened. 2 years after the scandal, Ethan married Megan, the bridesmaid I had noticed at the wedding. Their marriage was rocky from the start, with constant arguments. During one of those fights, about 6 months ago, Megan slipped up and admitted that she had sabotaged Chloe's relationship with Ethan, only to hear about it throughout their marriage. Megan stated that she was the one who told Ethan that Chloe was having an affair with me. She claimed to have observed it but couldn't provide any evidence, and she made it all up to pull them apart. When Ethan brought this accusation to the family, everyone believed him without question. They assumed he wouldn't ruin his own wedding unless he had a good reason, and they just took Megan's word as gospel. They didn't stop to talk to me or Chloe, nor did they give us a chance to explain or defend ourselves. Now that the truth had been revealed, they wanted to apologize, make things right, and welcome us back into their lives. I sat there for a moment, contemplating what I just heard, before turning to Megan. "Let me get things straight. You wanted to be with Ethan so badly that you damaged Chloe's life to get her out of the way. You built your fleeting happiness on lies, on betraying those who trusted you. Was I just collateral damage? How does it feel to know that all you built was based on someone else's pain?" Next, I looked at Ethan. "We've grown up together, guy. Chloe, you and I felt like family even before we became one. But instead of approaching us, you simply believed her falsehoods and tore our lives apart. How could you do that?" Finally, I addressed Chloe's parents and my own. To both of you, I will pose the same question. You reared us. I believed you were aware of our identities. But when the initial complaint was leveled, you didn't even engage in a civil conversation. You did not believe we were worth the opportunity to defend ourselves. You basically assumed the worst and brushed us aside. How could you do it? Nobody said anything. They just sat there in silence. Following a lengthy pause, I continued. I know where I stand with all of you now. You made it apparent 5 years ago that you did not believe I was worth it. No phone call, no talk. You showed me my spot, but it isn't here. I cannot speak for Chloe. She will make her own decision on what happens next. If she accepts your apologies, she will contact you. But do not hold your breath. As for me, I'm finished, I'm returning to my true house, which I created after you all abandoned me. And, while I'm relieved to finally know what occurred, all of this could have been avoided if anyone here had exercised common sense 5 years ago. Maybe this will still feel like home. I walked out, blocked their phones again, and contacted Chloe to make sure she hadn't missed anything crucial. We both decided that this was the end of the line, and we'd keep out of communication with everyone involved. The next morning, as I drove out of town, I had a sense of closure. This would be the last time I ever came back here. My future was waiting for me back home, with Olivia. I already had the ring, and it was finally time to ask her to marry me. Engagement goals. A new beginning. And that was how my life turned a new page. After all the pain and loss, I found true happiness. I learned that family isn't always blood, but the people who love and accept you unconditionally. I learned that the truth always wins, even if it takes a long time. And I learned that no matter what life throws at you, you can always stand up and build a better life. My mother-in-law ruined my wedding moment. She spilled wine on my dress right before the ceremony, all with a fake, calculated smile. So, where do I even start with this mess? My life feels like a reality show gone wrong. You know, the kind where the protagonist keeps tripping over her own feet. However, in my case, my feet are entangled in a whole lot of family drama. Okay, let me back up and set the scenario. I am Ava, 36, and I am married to Liam, the most amazing, frustrating, and completely loyal man in the world. Is there a catch? Liam is a soldier. He is now deployed. Again. And this time, it seems like forever. The quiet in between times is crucial, as it can feel like a giant tomb. Liam is brave and determined, and I admire him beyond words. The other day, he unexpectedly called, offering a brief moment of connection before suggesting I connect with his mother, Meredith. I was stunned. What are you talking about? My voice was definitely sharper than I intended when I asked. He groaned, exhausted. Meredith hasn't been herself since Dad's death. Her loneliness is extreme. For real? I am. We've all struggled with this deployment's isolation. Liam's words hit me hard. This deployment has been tough, and I miss him so much it hurts. But then he proposed that Meredith and I might support each other more and spend time together. I was initially skeptical. Meredith and I? Close. We've always had a polite, distant, frigid relationship. But then I saw his point. We're both lonely and clutching on Liam. Considering becoming a buddy-buddy with my mother-in-law could help us both feel less alone. Sharing simple things could help us feel less alone. I'm considering reaching out to her, though it's scary. Oh honey, you won't believe what happened, I said Liam, desperately attempting to lighten the mood. Meredith was all I could think of. Our relationship has been tight since the wedding. I call it the wine incident. It started on my wedding day. Can you fathom the burden of planning everything? The endless matching, military-style seating charts, and flowers that threatened to bankrupt me. I struggled to be calm and not lose it. Knowing I was close. I tried to absorb those peaceful minutes before the wedding, you know? To realize I was marrying my dream man. Later, Meredith, my beautiful mother-in-law, decided to appear. She's good at pressing my buttons, very similar to a superpower. That day, it was obvious. Her plan was obvious. She was determined to cause trouble. Everything was trivial and pointless. As I prepared to feel calm and excited, Meredith, with a mischievous smile, spilled an entire glass of red wine on my wedding dress. My white wedding dress. Can you imagine? She stained this enormous crimson stain over immaculate white silk. My existence felt like a slow-motion horror film. She blamed it on clumsy hands and being flustered because her baby boy was getting married, as if that made it okay. It was dreadful. My heart broke. It's still bothering me. The whole event felt planned. Honey, you wouldn't believe what happened. I just knew she did it on purpose. Her sly eye sparkle revealed her entirely. It was intentional, I'm sure. After that, everything changed. It was like someone had ripped a hole in our relationship, revealing all this tension I hadn't noticed before. It was simple and comfy. Now every time we saw each other was dreadful. Passive-aggressive whispers and barely veiled jabs were taxing. What were once light-hearted talks became tense, uncomfortable encounters full of underlying hatred. It was like walking on eggshells. I became exhausted and drained by the incessant negativity, leading me to withdraw. I felt no urge to resist or stoke the fire. You know how much I value Liam. He spoke about it with such pain that I couldn't ignore it. I had to change things. It hurt, but I had to mend it. Part of me didn't want to, so it was hard. It ached so fresh and raw. I tried because Liam was hurting. I couldn't let things stay broken, especially because his feelings were involved, even if it meant putting myself through it again. A leap of faith, honestly. Though I wasn't sure it would work, I owed it to him and maybe even myself. "You won't believe this, honey." He told me about his intense training, weariness, and dread in the army. My heart hurt for him. He'd been through so much, and I wanted to help him in any way I could. It seemed like my duty. After years apart, I hoped Meredith had matured. I said, "Look, if it means that much to you, I'm definitely willing to try. I believe in supporting the people I care about, you know?" He smiled. "That's my girl. I know it might be tricky, given everything that happened before, but maybe we'll find we have more in common than we remember." "Yes. I'll go into it with an open mind, I promise." But I added, feeling irritated, "If Meredith tries any of her wine-throwing shenanigans again, I'm going to have a serious conversation with her. Absolutely no more sabotage. I'm not putting up with that again." His chest rumbled as he laughed. "Now, let's do this for us, me, and Meredith," he added, squeezing my hand. "Thanks, Ava." A little thank you meant everything. It felt fantastic to help him and leave my comfort zone. Naturally, I have reservations, but seeing how much it means to him makes it all worthwhile. I hope, maybe even pray, this time will be different. Cross your fingers. I told him, I'll make it right when I get back, truly meaning it. That weighty talk with Liam about his mother was heartfelt. It made me realize I needed to contact Meredith, despite my fear. Our past wasn't exactly a series of memorable events. I tried for Liam and our family. Braced, sent the message. "Meredith, Liam mentioned you might like to get together sometime. Let me know if you're interested." Her response confirmed my fears. That passive-aggressive tone and well-crafted reply. Ava, how kind of you. Liam did tell me to strive to be better." That single word hung in the air like a terrible stench. It felt like a cold rain on a hopeful summer day. Still, we started spending time together. It was excruciating at first. The tension was palpable, you could practically taste it. Every interaction was a minefield. Slowly, though, things shifted. We started to find common ground, remembering old family stories, laughing about silly things we did as kids. It wasn't a sudden transformation, but it was bearable. The old Meredith, whom I knew well, resurfaced. It was subtle, almost imperceptible to others, with snide remarks and subtly undermining observations. I felt alone in noticing it, constantly on edge, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It felt like one of those over-the-top high school movies, but it was my life, and it was infuriating. I felt like she was doing it on purpose, and it was slowly driving me mad. This awful situation lasted months, and my frustration kept growing. I was tired of playing the nice girl, pretending everything was fine, and smiling when inside I was screaming. The forced smiles and fake pleasantries felt hollow. I couldn't ignore the elephant in the room any longer, no matter how much I dreaded the confrontation. I finally had the courage to talk to Meredith one afternoon at her apartment, sipping tea that ironically tasted bitter, matching my mood. My heart was pounding like a drum solo as I tried to find the right words. It felt like forever before I could start. I frantically exclaimed, "Meredith, I can't pretend anymore. I thought things were getting better, but these repeated digs and subtle barbs hurt me." She looked at me with her usual innocent expression, that perfect little mask of, "I have no idea what you're talking about." But this time, I wasn't buying it. The carefully constructed facade felt flimsy and transparent, almost laughable. I knew I'd reached my limit and couldn't stomach it anymore. I knew this talk, however difficult, had to happen to get this off my chest, regardless of the outcome. The quiet after I spoke felt heavy with unspoken words and tension. I took a big breath, annoyed, but then I was determined. I said, "You understand. I'm exhausted from pretending. If we want to solve this, we must discuss it honestly." The situation quickly escalated, with yelling and increasing tension. I half expected Mrs. Gable next door to call the police. I realized how much resentment had built up during all that shouting. It wasn't just about that stupid spilled wine on my wedding dress. That was just the straw that broke the camel's back. It was years of little things, miscommunications, and things left unsaid. Of course, we stopped shouting, but the silence was suffocating. Everything seemed heavy, weighed down by what we'd said. I left Meredith that day feeling exhausted, like someone had sucked all my energy out of me, but I also felt free. It was like shedding a tremendous weight I'd been carrying for so long. My mother-in-law and I had a messy, raw emotional outburst that left me feeling jumbled and relieved. However, a deep sadness followed, leaving me clear-headed. Some hurts are too deep for tea and polite chit-chat to fix. After that screaming match, I sat in the living room, exhausted and drained. All that constant tension, the endless little arguments, it felt like the walls of this huge house were closing in, suffocating me with memories and unresolved issues. The days turned into a blur, and this crushing loneliness settled in everywhere. Liam's still deployed, miles and miles away, and the house feels even more desolate without him. It's a constant painful reminder of how much I miss him and how far we are apart. I'm exhausted from this constant emotional seesaw, so I started thinking about moving. I need a fresh start. It's not a decision yet, but the thought feels comforting, like an escape from this suffocating feeling. Moving to a smaller house felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. Yes, the money was a perk, but I genuinely wanted a simpler, snug, calm atmosphere. You know how it's been lately? I remember bringing it up with Liam on one of our video chats and being shocked how readily he appeared to agree. At that point, I'd only talked about the finances and how much easier it would be. I didn't want to bother him with the turmoil. He added, "Honey, I can't shake this feeling that there's more to this," looking at me attentively like he was seeing through me. Another fight with Meredith? Does this move involve her? I breathed a tremendous sigh of relief and frustration, relieved that I didn't have to pretend and frustrated that I'd even had to fake it. Yeah, I informed him. It's partly because of her, Liam. I tried. I really did. I gave everything. But I stopped, feeling like a failure. Despite my efforts, it seemed like hauling a boulder uphill, tiring, and ultimately pointless. I need a fresh start, a room to breathe, since she's so combative. Every conversation feels like walking on eggshells, a perpetual war. I'm exhausted. God bless Liam, he understood. He nodded with his kind, empathic nod on the video conversation and said he knew I tried so hard. He replied, "Ava, if it's causing you this much stress, you need to put yourself first." That was a huge relief. Why does his mother dislike me? I don't understand. He claimed trying to talk to her is like hitting a brick wall. Obviously, he loves me. He concluded, if moving is what it takes to make you happy and give us some peace, then let's do it. Hearing those words lifted a big burden. Not running away, but choosing to create a space where we could breathe. It was great to know he didn't blame me and understood. It wasn't just his support, but his words. His point wasn't to lecture or guilt me, it was genuine understanding that makes you feel recognized and valued. I was encouraged that prioritizing my well-being was necessary, not selfish. I needed a location where I could thrive, not merely exist, without anxiety. That conversation changed me. Talking to him gave me strength and purpose. Knowing I had his unconditional love and support encouraged me to face whatever came next. Moving wasn't a panacea, but it was a necessary step toward inner peace. Looking around our old living room, I dreamed of a new, warm environment without bad memories or unsaid tensions. I needed that leap of faith to create a secure area where Liam and I could be ourselves, away from all the unpleasantness in our life, especially with Meredith. 3 months later, I'm situated in my new apartment. So stylish, so me. Leaving that old place with its heavy, lingering unhappiness felt like shedding skin. I'll never forget this amazing feeling. My 36th birthday was approaching, and I was excited. For my first birthday in my new house, I wanted it to be special. I usually left the apartment the night before to let my friends and family decorate as a surprise. But this year was different. My place was too small for a huge celebration. Instead, my closest friends were already celebrating early before our flight tomorrow, creating an intimate and fitting atmosphere for this new chapter. That brought calm joy, you know? Peaceful satisfaction in this quieter, more personal celebration. I wouldn't exchange this sensation. It seemed fitting to celebrate a new beginning calmly and joyfully. It was great for marking this new period of my life, which finally felt mine. Imagine, we were jammed into my apartment, excited for our excursion. The air was full of laughter and pre-vacation enthusiasm. Everyone was excited. Then, bam! The phone vibrated. Text from Meredith. Something about calling her quickly was urgent. My gut flipped. I couldn't ignore it. It seemed unusual to go from excitement to anxiety. I excused myself, claiming to retrieve something from my room, my heart racing. Closing the door, I called her. My phone holding hand shook. I said, "Meredith, what's wrong?" She had a biting voice. It punched me. She blasted me. "What the hell is wrong with you?" She shouted about my behavior and how she'd had enough. Wow, I was shocked. I mumbled, "Excuse me? What are you talking about?" I couldn't believe she was talking to me. I was shocked and hurt. It hurt a lot. The pre-trip enthusiasm was gone, replaced with a terrible knot in my gut and growing bewilderment and hurt. What happened to make her behave that way puzzled me. It was so unlike her. I needed to process this badly. I needed a minute, just to breathe and figure out what to do next. What my problem seriously is that what this is all about? I couldn't believe her. It felt like she was attempting to divide me and my son. She sneered, "You're upset because I told him the truth." It was ridiculous. I asked, "What's up, Meredith? You're being unreasonable. I don't have the energy for this, and I'm exhausted dealing with your negativity. Your unhappiness isn't my concern. Just leave me alone. I need to enjoy this birthday weekend." She then dropped this unbelievable gut-wrenching bomb. She spoke with a mix of resentment and elation. "You won't enjoy your birthday this year. I warned you, so consider it a preemptive strike." My pulse raced against my ribs as I mumbled what on earth you were talking about, perplexed and terrified. The sheer audacity of it all was amazing. Was she actually this malicious? She smiled. A wicked, twisted look that sent shivers down my spine. So serene, her voice was almost unsettling. "After not receiving an invitation, I felt underappreciated, so I decided to make your birthday truly memorable. I couldn't wait any longer, so I went to your house and destroyed everything. The decorations, the beautiful new furniture, everything." Shattered. The words hung in the air heavy and suffocating. A wave of nausea hit me. It was like a physical blow to my birthday, marred by her invasion of my privacy and malicious cruelty. Looking back, I should thank Meredith for their terrible decorating this year. It looked like a stranger had moved in. It was that horrible that when she called and told me what she'd done, my jaw dropped. Her grin was almost audible over the phone. I was speechless trying to picture it all, but she blurted out, "Surprise, happy birthday, Ava, hope you're having a blast." And that's when I started laughing. It was such a shock that the absurdity of the whole situation hit me, and I couldn't stop. I laughed so hard it threw her, yet I could hear her perplexity. She was serious and sure she'd offended me. She exclaimed, "Why are you laughing? You should be sobbing." I finally caught my breath to respond. "Meredith, you're such a goofball. You think you're so clever. You stunned me with your unexpected birthday gift, which was probably the greatest I could have wished for. Who needs a nicely adorned house when you can get this reaction right? It makes me laugh just thinking about it. The most amazing, crazy, outrageous surprise was precisely what I needed." "Meredith, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I screamed, 'You're despicable. Absolutely despicable.' I couldn't get over it. She was so easygoing at first. What's that like?" "It was nothing. I told her it wasn't my house." "Meredith, did you think?" Wow, I was shocked. Totally speechless. It felt weird, like I was witnessing a crazy movie. I told her carefully as much as I could. I relocated 3 months ago and could hear her brain short-circuiting. Deafening silence followed. Then I realized how astonished she must have been. Sheriff Liam and his family now live in the house she broke into, making everything worse. We've only met twice, but you could tell he's the loveliest dude. You could tell he worked hard to prepare his kids. Just thinking about him and his family made my gut clench. It seemed so terrible. I think Meredith's initial amazement was turning into pure panic. I could hear her unsteady, strained voice. Like seeing a dam break. The weight of her actions was falling on her. It wasn't simply a house or vandalism. Her goal was the sheriff's home, the new sheriff who was just moving in with his family. Every trembling syllable I heard was carved with the understanding of her massive error and how devastating the ramifications could be. I heard her take a sudden, shaky breath. She was starting to realize how much danger she'd gotten herself into. The terror in her voice was almost palpable. "Oh my God. Ava?" she muttered, her voice cracking. The words hung in the air heavy with desperate panic. An odd laugh came to me. The golden sister ditched her kids for a sugar daddy, then threatened my job, but I recorded her and reported it all to CPS. Seriously, where to start? I sometimes think my life is a twisted soap opera. Not luxurious palaces and villains. Every trailer park character has a secret, a grudge, and many awful mistakes. Allow me to explain. My name is Eleanor, but everyone calls me Ellie. I don't always think positively. But my sister Bianca is different. She left her kids with me for 8 weeks, so I acted. Golden children are never as pure as their parents think. Bianca always won as a child and got away with being mean to me because she was the golden miracle child. My sister was attractive because she had lovely eyes and thick curls. Dolores, my mother, compared our looks forever. I have straight hair and dark eyes. After we were teens, my mom loved comparing us. She kept telling me to dress like Bianca and teach me makeup. If I asked her for help looking beautiful, she would bully and tease me. So we grew up resentful of each other. Bianca gravitated toward my mother's worst traits, while I rejected them. I think my mom's constant praise for her beauty turned her into a horrible person who thinks she can get away with anything. I have low self-esteem and am quiet as an adult because my mom compared us and put me down. I've been in therapy to strengthen my spine. Even though it's hard for me to stand up for myself in my relationships for the first time, I feel like my family screwed me up. I struggle to maintain healthy friendships and love connections. After learning the truth, my parents told me to let bygones be bygones, and not even Bianca was given out. I realized then how much they preferred her over me. Her only request was to take something from me. I felt like no man would ever defend me or consider me as valuable because my dad, Arthur, saw my mom mentally abuse me my whole life. Being the ugly sister meant I had no social life and spent all my time studying. I graduated high school with a 4.0 and got a full ride at my top university, which was great because my mom told me the night before I started high school that she was paying for Bianca's college since she was the oldest, but I would have to pay for community college. I cried and asked her why she didn't love me as much as she loved Bianca, and she said she did, but I spent all day excited to tell my parents about my scholarship. I suppose I was glad to have something Bianca didn't. My parents didn't mind her partying and getting bad grades in high school, and she only went to college because they could afford it. Her grades were so bad she wasn't going to a good one. After I told my parents about my scholarship, Arthur said nice job, and my mom didn't look up from her phone or respond. She ignored me for a week. I tried to ask her why she was furious at me for getting a college scholarship, but she ignored me and went into another room. Her hatred for me winning a scholarship when most parents would be thrilled was extreme. Why am I messed up and resenting her? Whatever. I realized how alone I was and how much my family wanted me to feel secluded then. Why did my mom hate me for life and make me hate myself? One of my darkest days was when I earned my scholarship and wept myself to sleep, accepting that I would never have a family who loved me like Bianca. I hated her for it. That night, I journaled my life goals until sunrise. It relieved the sting, but I still carry that mess. Instead of throwing myself a pity party and begging my parents for love and attention, I would focus on my studies as I always did and give myself something they couldn't. Stability, independence, intellect, and education. I graduated with honors, interned for a great company right out of college, and when I got home for the holidays, I would tell my family how I was doing and get occasional praises from extended family, but my parents never acknowledged or congratulated me on my adult accomplishments. I knew telling my mom about my high position at work or my salary would make her hate me more, but I told my dad, Arthur, and one year he said he was delighted. At Christmas dinner one year, my uncle congratulated me on a promotion I told him about earlier that day and a big raise at the company. He heard me talk about buying my first house and was surprised by the friendly congratulations from my uncle and other extended family members. My mom interrupted me when another cousin asked me where I was house hunting and said, "This is boring. Can we change the subject?" Then she murmured, "It's probably not even true anyway." Very supportive mother. My family enjoyed my social media post after buying my house later that year, except for my mom, Dolores, who was probably angry because my sister had a very different life than me. My parents paid for her college education after high school, but she failed out and got pregnant by her first boyfriend. My parents may have asked her to terminate the pregnancy, but she kept it and tried to work with her 4-month-old baby dad. When I saw her post about having a second child, I had to hold back tears since I knew the baby would be born into a poisonous environment since my sister and her baby dad were so bad. I encountered him around the holidays, but he never remembered my name or spoke to me. Despite not bringing anything, he brought trays of food home every year. Bianca and I didn't talk after we left our parents' house, so our relationship didn't improve. I had Bianca on social media, and when we saw one another during the holidays, she made unpleasant comments about my weight and clothes. I suppose she was projecting since I wear a lot of designer outfits and cycle through designer purses. She kept asking me what phony purse I brought this time. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they would come out when she looked me up and down and said, "I see you're dressed up again, like the stuck-up bitch you are." The rudeness was outrageous. Despite her small children, she would humiliate me in front of them with curses and everything. I don't feel bad saying my sister is trash or for what I did after she left her kids on my doorstep. After a long work week, I was relaxing in my house one weekend morning when my doorbell rang. My sisters, Daniel, 10, and Samuel, 7, were waiting on my front porch with overnight bags. They told me their mom was on vacation for 8 weeks and that I was watching them. Since my nephews were cool, quiet, and puzzled, I let them inside while I called my sister. Bianca ignored my first 10 calls, but I persisted until she answered. I told her I wouldn't watch her kids and would call CPS if she didn't pick them up right away. She dropped a bombshell while I was Googling CPS on speaker. After she threatened to contact my job and tell them I wasn't taking my bipolar medication and fire me, I hung up and thought about what to do. Stress made me think my skull might burst. A month later, I was going to Australia to visit my long-distance boyfriend Oliver. I have no idea who to call other than my mom, Dolores, and she usually sided with my sister, so I shouldn't have been surprised. I told my mom that my sister hadn't even dropped off her kids, and she stated they were old enough to come to my house alone. My mom started guilting me, claiming my sister has done a lot for me and I ought to help her one time as I never did. That drove me insane, and I screamed at her to tell me one time my sister helped me or improved my life. I informed my mom that she and my sister had never supported me and treated me like an unwashed dog in their house. If necessary, I requested my mom visit me so I could leave her in my house while I flew to Australia as my nephew's caregivers. I doubted my sister would bring her kids back from her trip because she dumped them on me. Dolores, my mom, arrived at my house cold and glared at me. In my living room, my mom informed me I was being a horrible sister again and lectured me on family support. I ignored my mom's gibberish and questioned what kind of trip my sister was on that was so essential that she would neglect her kids and leave them with someone who hated her. I told my mom everything seemed unusual and suspicious, and my sister abandoning 2 tiny kids for 8 weeks felt improper. I wanted the truth if I was participating without consent. Mom's face changed, and she said my sister wasn't on vacation. Her sugar dad flew her away. I laughed thinking she was joking, but she was serious. Because I was emotionally exhausted, I freaked out on my mom and asked how she could be okay. I told her she had a loser daughter who departed the country to see a sugar daddy instead of working to support her kids. Mom countered me and defended my sister again. Even if I had a lot of money or a beautiful house, I would always be the ugly duckling compared to Bianca, born ugly and dying ugly. I had to stop myself from seizing her shirt and shoving her out of my house after she said that. I yelled at my mom to leave, but she refused, and when I tried to get her out, she pushed me into a coffee table with one of my favorite vases, which Oliver gave me the last time he visited. I got DoorDash for everyone and let them watch movies and play video games in my living room until they passed out. When I finally reached her, I yelled at her for ruining my life and mentioned CPS again. Bianca laughed sinisterly over the phone and told me I could watch her kids or lose my job. She said I was nothing without my job and would be a loser without it. This hurt because it was true. I had a degree and a good resume, but I associated it with my work success and would do anything to keep it. I cried and asked my sister why she despised me and left her kids for a sugar daddy. She suggested she could make millions from a sugar daddy in 2 months, so I didn't care. She was probably attempting to break me down and make me feel tiny, so I gave up. Actually, it was functioning. After a final threat of contacting my employment, my sister hung up on me, and I broke down in tears again, realizing I had no power over her. In private upstairs, I called my sweetheart, Oliver, while my nephews watched a movie in the family room. I cried and told him everything after my nephews were left on my porch. I sobbed as I told him about my sister's threats, my mom's hatred, and how she trapped me. My partner, who lives across the world, made me feel loved and supported and was my only ally. He said my sister was maybe committing multiple crimes by abandoning her kids and intimidating me with professional blackmail and needed proof. He recommended me to call my sister again and urge her to repeat her warning concerning the fake medical claims, but secretly record the conversation as evidence. Oliver knew about my background with my sister and my parents and said my sister was definitely unstable and could act on her threat at any time, so I should prepare. I was terrified, but he was right. I knew my sister was insane more than anyone, so I followed his plan while being emotionally overwhelmed. Still, I wanted my nephews to feel safe and cared for. I understood what it was like to be a child in an unwanted household, and I didn't want to make these innocent little guys linked to me feel that way. I played a multiplayer video game with them downstairs and enjoyed it. When I learned how to play first-person shooters, they were shocked and laughed as I killed after kill. After a hectic weekend, I wasn't expecting to bond with them, but when we ordered pizza and competed to eat the most pepperoni, I found I adored the 2 tiny guys. They were unlike their mother. Even though I knew my sister couldn't have been a good mom, they were both polite and sweet, hilarious little guys, even though it took them a long time to open up. They always said please and thank you and cleaned up well. While hanging out with my nephews in the afternoon, I saw that they both had holes in their socks and that my older nephew's pants were too small. I found all the clothes my sister had brought for them to be too old or undersized for the boys. Again, I wasn't surprised that my sister was a cheap, irresponsible parent, so I took my nephews shopping for new clothes. I nearly stabbed myself several times at the mall because my nephews burst out of their shells and ran around excitedly. I remember being ignored as a child, so I wanted them to feel like they could have anything they wanted and that I was there for them and wanted to make them happy. When we passed a window and they wanted to go into a store, we went in and I bought them whatever they wanted. After I gave them the Switches, they both cried and hugged me, and I saw Daniel, 10, crying again on the way home and asked him if he was okay. He asked me why I was so nice to them and why they deserved it. I told him they were my boys and kids, so they deserve happiness. He started crying more and said he was mad at his mom for separating us. This hurt my heart, and I told him I was sorry. After a large dinner at home, they played Switches together all night. I left them alone in the living room to phone my sister again in my room to execute my boyfriend's plan. The phone call was easy to push toward the medical accusation, but I attempted to keep cool while wanting to call my sister every name in the book. When I mentioned CPS again, my sister freaked out and threatened me, claiming I would get fired for being a crazy secret and that nobody would know if she was lying about taking my medication. She kept telling me that nobody would believe a crazy sick like me and that I didn't deserve my work. I suspect my sister was high during this call since she sounded strung up and kept repeating odd stuff. After getting what I needed from the conversation, I hung up on my sister since she kept claiming I didn't deserve anything in life. Whatever. I ignored her statements to record the entire call. My sister was videotaped indicating she would submit bogus medical claims to my employer. I recognized how smart my partner was to advise collecting this video, and I emotionally prepared for the impact if my sister followed through on her threat. After the recording, I tried to relax and put my nephews to bed. I called CPS as soon as the line opened the next morning and explained everything. I told them my sister abandoned her children and we were estranged. I even claimed she had abandoned them under false pretenses and then used manipulation and compulsion to get me to care for them. CPS shocked me by being helpful, so I shared the recording. I don't know why I answered my mom's phone the next day, but I got into another massive phone battle with her because I was still bewildered and emotionally weak. My mom hung up when I told her I called CPS so my sister would pay for her treatment of me. After I had a terrible night, my receptionist told me that my boss had arranged an urgent meeting with me before lunch the next morning. I was apprehensive, but I knew it was coming. It was obvious that in the meeting, my two superiors and a new boss looked at me suspiciously and told me that a trustworthy family member had told them I may be unmedicated for a severe mental disorder. They told me they had been provided extensive details about my past mental breaks and were worried about me having a psychotic break at work. I was prepared for this meeting. My briefcase contained my doctor's letter and medication schedule documentation for my managers. I had over 5 years of proof that I never missed a prescription pickup date and had regular moods and medicines. Primary care physician, therapist, and psychiatrist confirmed. I briefly but comprehensively informed my supervisors of my family's problems and my sister's mental health issues and assured them the claims were unfounded and that my medical records would verify my stability. My bosses took a moment to read through all the material, but once they realized that I had medical evidence from different MDs, they looked satisfied and apologized for calling me into this meeting, stating that they had to perform their due diligence before closing this case. My one supervisor even congratulated me on a successful quarter and brags about my accomplishments to the other supervisors, making me look wonderful. I giggled at how well the conference went despite its objective and thought about my sister's silly plan failing. I smiled dumbly every time I thought about calling my sister after work to tell her her plan had failed, so I couldn't focus on my work. When I got back to my car that day, I called my sister and almost cried laughing as I told her the meeting had only taken 15 minutes since she sounded mad and idiotic on the phone and my bosses had never believed her. My sister was outraged and accused me of lying to save face after thinking I had been fired. This made me laugh harder, and I told her she had failed at firing me like everything else. Her children were upset because she could only lie and fail at 40. My sister lost it again and called me the B word and C word, stating I had betrayed her and that she was catching the first plane back to make me regret all I did to her. I laughed after the conversation, but when I got home and saw my nephews, who were happier since having DoorDash, I knew this could become worse. I only knew my sister was insane and coming home to avenge me. I realized I was worried about the future. I worried about my sister because she had little to lose and was unstable. I thought about my nephews. I considered contacting CPS wrong. I wish my sister had lost her passport abroad and never returned. I had become closer to my nephews in the past few days, so I knew their departure would ache. I loathed leaving. I didn't want them back with my sister. Because she was doing what my mom did to me, I hated her more than anyone else. Since my thoughts was racing, I checked on my sleeping nephews and grieved discreetly in the hallway after closing the guest room door. This was unfair to innocent boys. Next day was a sham. The door knock sounded like a sandbag being slapped on my front door. I opened it and saw Bianca next to a 6'5", 300-pound man. I could fit my head in one of his huge palms. I can just see my mom, Dolores, behind him, and before I could say anything to warn them to leave, the man put his hand on my shoulder and shoved me down. Bianca, my mom, and the stranger entered my house, and I fell to my floor with a shoulder injury from the man's throw. My sister brought the stranger to my house, and I yelled at him not to touch me, but he only spoke Russian. Before my sister beat CPS to my house, I didn't understand. They'll arrive about 11 a.m. Nonetheless, my sister shattered my door at 8 a.m. My nephews left the guest room sleepy after the commotion woke them. I tried to protect them, but my sister barked at the stranger to put my nephews in the car. Absolute chaos. After realizing what was happening, my nephews asked my sister to leave them with me. When I tried to take him from the giant stranger again, my oldest nephew Daniel grabbed my head and threw it into the wall. I saw stars and watched him carry my two nephews out of my house while lying on the floor. Nothing I could do. My mom cried too but went with them. Before they left my house, my sister came over as I cradled my head in my hands and spit at me directly in the face when I looked up. It was one of my darkest days and the worst thing anyone has ever done to me. They left in a huge black Suburban I had never seen my sister in. I didn't know the man, and I couldn't believe my sister had traumatized everyone. She didn't let them take anything. Without clothing, switches, or breakfast, they left. I felt terrible for them and had my first anxiety episode. I loved my nephews with all my heart and wanted to protect and care for them like I never had when I was their age, but I didn't understand how much it would hurt. However, they were afraid, shoeless, and in a car with my insane sister and a huge stranger. I hated my mom's actions. I couldn't believe she stood by while that large man threw me around in my home and pulled my nephews out of their aunt's house without a word. My family had grown so wicked, and I couldn't stop worrying about my nephews. After settling down after my anxiety attack, I knew I had to act fast because time was running out. After calming down, I called the police, who were aware of the investigation because Child Protective Services had a case against my sister. I told them everything that transpired at my home minutes before, and the officer on the phone was helpful. My voice shook as I described the stranger, but I tried to stay cool and remember the license plate. I memorized every number and letter on the Suburban's license plate because my profession is important and I'm used to observing and retaining information most miss. I told police about the guy, his car plate, and my mom and sister's clothes. I think my sister came to my house drunk that morning. She looked savage with wild eyes. She probably started using drugs when she went abroad with her sugar daddy. Something shattered in my crazy sister, and she was never so disconnected. After telling the police everything I remembered about my sister and the car they drove away in, I hung up and tried to forget, but I couldn't. I couldn't eat, nap, or watch TV. I saw my nephews' faces every time I closed my eyes and could only worry for them. I pondered why my mom always made excuses for my sister and how it made her horrible. I even thought about my sister's trip, what she did, if she had a sugar daddy, and how much he paid her. I wondered if her trip earnings were worthwhile. I considered a scenario with just me and my nephews. Now I had heart space for them. As I considered it, I wanted that result, my sister out, and just me and my nephews. I could offer them everything my sister couldn't, and if my sister and I went to court over my nephews, the judge would witness one lady with an offshore sugar daddy and another with many degrees and a penthouse office. I tried to be positive, but random gloomy concerns concerning my nephew's safety kept returning. Maybe the huge man she brought to my house was her sugar daddy. Maybe he was with my nephews. The cops contacted me while I was on my couch staring at the ceiling, overthinking and forgetful of time. The Suburban my sister left in was located after hours of searching. After calling me, my first officer was helpful and provided lots of details. He stated 3 police cars stopped the black SUV because the man was violent that morning. Despite drawing firearms, the suspect ran forward and hurt one officer in the thigh. A female cop got black-eyed and 2 officers were head punched. Sister punched cop trying to jail her. I imagined my wild sister and the gigantic stranger fighting police on the highway shoulder. I couldn't believe my family was experiencing this and not just watching reality TV. I was still in shock from the officer's account of my sister's detention when he said she wanted to talk to me. He confirmed that my sister planned to use her one call on me. She's shouting about asking for bail money. A huge mess. Even though my sister was in prison, I learned my nephews were in CPS custody, and while they were safe, I was frightened. I had a week until my Australia trip, and if I didn't travel, I'd lose thousands in bookings. Canceling this trip would have disrespected my boyfriend's family before I met them. I wanted to marry my lover, so I didn't want to do that. I called CPS to check on my nephews but was denied a meeting. I told them I was their only psychologically stable family, but they didn't care. I faced a tough new department. I was emotionally exhausted and had no choice. I prepared for my vacation and cried spontaneously thinking about my nephews and where they were through the week. My girlfriend and I had been waiting for this trip for so long, and suddenly I was distracted and anxious. The week before my departure, my worry and tension dominated our conversations. My partner was courteous and supportive as always, but I was so angry at my sister for how she had treated her nephews and me, and I couldn't believe how much my life had altered because of her one choice to visit her foolish sugar daddy. I was glad my employment was understood, but thinking about how my sister tried to fire me so soon made me feel deceived and afraid of my family. Even my dad, Arthur, was away and oblivious of all this strife, but he knew. He was spineless like my useless mother. My mother didn't care for her grandchildren since she let my sister's bad decisions put them with strangers. After 2 glasses at the airport bar on my way to Australia, I looked at photos of my nephews staying with me. Taking these silly mall photo booth photographs together made me cry again over missing them. I vowed not to cry again till I returned to America and enjoyed my time with my sweetheart and his family. Even from abroad, I couldn't let my sister ruin my life. Great trip to Australia. I was overjoyed when my lover ran to me in the airport and lifted me up princess style. I hadn't seen him in months. Returning to my boyfriend's loving embrace felt great after 2 weeks of agony. He looked after me during vacation. Meeting his parents made me like them both. Fun, active folks took me to their favorite neighborhood nature walks and views. We hiked to his favorite secret waterfall, skinny dipped, swam, laughed, and kissed for hours. I was apprehensive before leaving, but it was one of my most romantic days, and I couldn't believe how wonderfully the vacation went. After returning to the US, I went to the local police station to file charges against my sister Bianca and my mother Dolores for breaking into my home. They had the man lift me up and throw me to the side to barge in, and I wouldn't let that happen. When I went to submit the charge, I learned that CPS was investigating my sister, and I was furious that they hadn't found anything yet. I left the police station happy that my family was charged but unhappy because the CPS investigation was ongoing. I worried about my nephew's safety and knew that being with strangers, even if better than my sister, couldn't be good for them. I also couldn't stop thinking about how my sister had hauled them out of my house that morning without letting them take anything. Samuel, my youngest nephew, carried this plushy dog everywhere. A month after my sister's incarceration, CPS reached a resolution by taking both my nephews from her custody and placing them in protective custody. I was annoyed when the CPS agent explained this. I asked how that was different from what had been going on, and they said my sister would have to go to court again if she wanted custody of her kids. I questioned the CBS. I immediately filed a separate court petition to acquire custody of my nephews. I knew my custody case would be one of the toughest, so I engaged the best lawyer I could afford, regardless of time or cost. I dragged my sister to court because she broke into my home, but I would have fist-fought her in a Wendy's parking lot at that point. If I wanted custody of my nephews, I had to obey the law. That was my main goal, to get my sister out and my nephews home. The judge mentioned that I had filed a custody lawsuit against my sister for full custody of my nephews on the first day of our trial. My sister's public defender hadn't told her earlier, so she learned in court. My sister has never handled bad news well, and when the judge revealed my custody allegations against her, she snapped. Despite being in a courtroom, my sister cautiously angled toward me, screamed my name, and then pounced like a hyena. She scratched my face and tried to pull out my hair. The bailiff quickly pulled her away from me, but she bit my forearm hard before he did. The bite looked bad and got infected, and it was one of the worst aches I had ever felt. I knew my sister had sealed her destiny after everything settled down in front of the judge. My sister was imprisoned for all her offenses after 2 years. Her appeal chances were poor because she was serving life without parole for many offenses. Dolores, my mother, evaded prison by testifying against my sister and threw her under the bus. I never dropped the breaking and entering accusations. The best part was seeing my mom blame my sister for everything while screaming crocodile tears. Even after a lifetime of government aid, I couldn't believe my mom betrayed her perfect golden child. Staring at my mom on the stand that day, I knew I would never see her again. Never wanted to see her again. A lifetime of observing her and my sister's toxicity exhausted me. My sister made my life a never-ending court battle, and I wanted a normal life. My nephew's birth father and his family sued me for full custody, prolonging the process. I didn't care. My sister's imprisonment meant no force on earth could keep me from them. After almost 2 years of court battles, I regained full custody of Daniel and Samuel. The smile and hug they gave me when they got home to find their bedrooms decorated for them will never leave me. In my younger nephew Samuel's bedroom, he rushed to show me his rediscovered Switch. I surprised him with his plush doggy and hugged him tightly when he collapsed. My oldest nephew Daniel joined us, and both boys cried into my hair and told me they missed me. My oldest son grinned at me with tears in his eyes and said, "I knew it, Auntie. You would return for us, I knew." In the company of my two favorite boys, I found my family, not my birth family. It was perfect. My future sister-in-law caused my miscarriage, yet was still accepted. During my next pregnancy, she mocked me and ruined the joy. Let me tell you what happened, gentlemen. If not for my life, you wouldn't believe this story. Some days I feel like I'm in a Lifetime movie. Extremely dark and twisted. My ex-sister-in-law killed my first baby. Yes, you read correctly. Still, she was invited to our next pregnancy announcement. Yeah, right? Insane. Then it gets crazier because a wedding, kidnapping, and legal trouble are involved. I'm shocked to say this about my family, not how I saw my life. 5 years ago, Caleb and I went on a blind date. Isabella was hesitant about the date. You know those scary stories? I forgot my worries when I met Caleb. He made me feel like the only girl in the room with his charm and attention. He noticed how my eyes fluttered when I flirted and how my lips pouted when I liked something. I thought it was adorable and pure. I was smitten from the start and thought I would never fall. He joked that his family was insane on the date. I joked that we're all insane and didn't take it seriously. Oops. 2 years later, I was walking down the aisle to marry him. Interestingly, our first relationship issue arose on our wedding day. This was my first time meeting his brother's girlfriend, Serafina. The first time I saw her, I wore white and had professional makeup. This was after Caleb and I had uttered our vows, so I was still high on serotonin and had drunk some. I danced to Serafina to introduce myself. I wasn't going to comment about her outfit, which was near to white, because I'm non-confrontational. I moved to hug and greet her, but she pushed me away and looked disgusted. She told me I was embarrassed and didn't like attention. I kept dancing, and she told me I was glad Caleb had such low standards because if he were more like his brother Ethan, he would have slapped me for even considering him. Like what? I don't know why you'd brag about your partner hitting a woman, but I kept dancing and ignored her, which is why she did what she did. Maybe she had mental issues, but she returned a few minutes later with a glass of wine. It destroyed my wedding dress when she flung it. She then abruptly said she knew Caleb and I wanted kids and prayed I never got any. It was random. Why did she dislike me? I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to be seen or ruin my day. I gathered myself, went out back, called my friend Madeline, had her bring me a spare white dress, changed into it, and went back out into the floor to dance. Nancy's negativity wouldn't ruin my day. I didn't tell anyone what she did since I didn't want her to ruin my day. I now regret that choice. Caleb and I started trying for a baby soon after our wedding. We had always wanted one, and now that we were married, we were ready. A few months later, I was pregnant. Then calamity hit. After Serafina tripped me and I fell belly first against the stair railing, I miscarried. Ugh. Though I should have been upset, I thought it was an accident. Caleb and I hadn't told anyone since my pregnancy hadn't started showing. I now think she knew. She continued asking cryptic questions and making me drink beer. Both ways, it was heartbreaking. The worst part was that following our next doctor's appointment, they did tests and found it unlikely I'd get pregnant again. I saw Caleb cry for the first time that day. No one knew what happened, but the next time I saw Serafina, she was particularly happy and started saying things about loss and how terrible it is. Not seeing 2 and 2 is still puzzling me. She killed my baby and was so proud of herself that she joked and laughed about it to me while I had no idea. A few months later, the universe smiled down on us again, and I got pregnant again. Caleb and I cried, and he was on his knees kissing my belly. Before I knew it, he was calling in sick to work so he could take me out to eat. My baby needs food, he said. And this baby needs food too. After a few months, Caleb and I hadn't told anyone or seen anyone from either of our families, but we had something planned. With the help of my best friend Madeline, we put together a beautiful nursery for our baby daughter. After reaching the 12-week milestone, which felt like a big achievement, we decided to share our news with our families. We invited them over for an intimate dinner at our home. At dinner time, our home was filled with family warmth and chatter. Ethan and Serafina behaved like lovesick teenagers, constantly grabbing at each other, exchanging kisses and making sounds that were impossible to ignore, especially with everyone present. I felt uncomfortable, and I knew I wasn't alone. Despite this awkwardness, I was determined not to let it derail our SP. As everyone settled in for dinner, Caleb and I exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing the time had come. We stood up, and Caleb cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "We have something important to share with all of you," he said, excitedly. I showed everyone the ultrasound images I'd been collecting, declaring with a huge smile, "We're expecting?" After hearing what we had to say, the room went wild. Everyone jumped up and ran to embrace us, congratulate us, and share in our joy. Caleb's parents, Vivian and Henry, were especially excited. This would be their first grandchild, and I could see their pride and joy in their eyes. They knew how hard we'd work. She asked, her voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down her face. I nodded, smiling through my own tears. "Yes, Mom. More than okay." My brother and his wife hugged Caleb and me, celebrating our parenthood. They were eager to help and provide first-time parenting advice. I admitted to being scared and overthinking every decision. My brother assured me that he felt the same before my niece was born, and his wife nodded. At that time, only family love and support mattered. Everything was coming into place as Caleb and I realized our dreams in the company of our loved ones. Serafina stood out in the evening because she remained motionless in her chair, glaring at us with unmistakable hostility. I couldn't help feeling unsettled by it. When Ethan came over to congratulate me, I quietly asked him why. The evening progressed to the living room for dessert and drinks. I abstained from alcohol, and Caleb did too. We got comfortable, and the conversation naturally drifted to babies and pregnancy. I shared details about the nursery we were designing for Charlotte, feeling proud. Serafina remained quiet, barely participating. She said our room was too bright for a baby to sleep in, suggesting we hadn't addressed the practicalities. Although I patiently mentioned that we would install blackout curtains to darken the room for baby sleep, she hardly regarded my statement. She then asked why we chose yellow over a neutral color scheme. Surprised, I informed her that yellow is just a color and has nothing to do with gender. She then examined our beautifully organized baby clothes in drawers. She mocked them, saying her son had never liked them and that we should have contacted other parents before buying cheap knockoffs. She was dismissive and condescending, which startled me. Before that, I'd been courteous, anticipating she'd be frank, but this crossed a line. I lost control. "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, frustrated. Caleb and I had worked hard to make our baby's life perfect, so her words stunned me. She clearly didn't want to give counsel. Instead, she appeared to be purposefully undermining the evening's joy. My mother, Vivian, and mother-in-law entered the nursery as Serafina was ready to respond, beaming at the room. Their enthusiastic praise of how wonderful everything looked temporarily eased the tension. I wouldn't ignore Serafina's issue. I again asked, "What exactly did you mean by that?" My mother and mother-in-law noticed the tension and knew something was amiss. Mom asked what was up. Serafina had criticized the room and termed our carefully picked baby clothes cheap, so I explained. Both women looked stunned that someone would be so overtly disparaging, especially during such a precious occasion. My mother-in-law laughed and asked Serafina, "Is this true?" She seemed surprised by the sudden confrontation and tried to downplay her earlier comments. She told me the textiles were too rough and suggested softer ones, but my mother and mother-in-law didn't trust her. They shook their heads and laughed quietly, saying the clothing felt nice. Serafina soon retracted, saying that as a mother, she knew better and that I should be open to criticism. My mother spoke hard yet calmly before I could react. "Well, we're mothers too," she said. And we'd never say that to her. "You should know how hard it is being a first-time mother." My mother-in-law also helped. "This isn't appropriate behavior," Serafina said. "There's a difference between offering advice and being needlessly critical." Her face flushed as she realized she was outnumbered and wrong. She was plainly offended but said little. She had a fit and left the nursery. I followed her out to prevent an escalation. Serafina went straight to Ethan, who was still talking with the family in the living room. Without explanation, she said she was leaving immediately. Ethan looked bewildered but didn't dispute her decision, sensing her anxiety. He apologized to everyone, congratulated Caleb and me on the pregnancy again, and left with Serafina. After our announcement dinner, Ethan phoned Caleb and me to apologize for Serafina's actions. After my mother-in-law chastised him for bringing Serafina to such a private family event, he discovered everything. I immediately forgiven Ethan because I realized it wasn't his fault. He felt worried and sought to explain Serafina's wrong behavior. Ethan said Serafina suffered pregnancy trauma. At 16, Serafina fell pregnant with her son. After marriage, they tried to have more children but ran into problems. Their mental health suffered after years of infertility, which led to their divorce. Ethan says Serafina was sensitive to other women's pregnancy, which may explain her unpleasant reaction to our celebration. I understood Serafina's challenges as a woman. I understood her grief and disappointment and knew they had caused emotional wounds. Though I sympathized with her circumstances, her comments during our dinner announcement were unpleasant and inappropriate. So I decided it would be best to maintain some distance from her at future family gatherings to protect the positive atmosphere I wanted to preserve around our growing family. Ethan and Serafina continued dating, and on the day I delivered Charlotte, Ethan called and asked Caleb if he could bring Serafina to visit our newborn. Although we had reservations, Caleb and I reluctantly agreed, hoping perhaps things would be different this time. Unfortunately, this proved to be a mistake. As soon as Serafina saw our baby, she immediately commented on how little hair our newborn had, suggesting this indicated her hair would remain extremely thin as she grew up. Her words felt like a direct attack, and I could see the irritation on Caleb's face as well. This comment was another unnecessary and insensitive remark during what should have been a purely joyful moment. Ethan, sensing the tension in the room, didn't allow Serafina to stay long. After offering brief congratulations, they quickly departed. This year, Ethan shocked everyone by announcing his engagement to Serafina. The news received mixed reactions, particularly from my mother-in-law. She openly expressed disappointment with Ethan's decision to marry Serafina, having never wanted her to become part of the family. Apparently, my mother-in-law and Serafina had been clashing for months. Knowing my mother-in-law is typically warm and kind-hearted, I suspected Serafina's behavior was likely causing their ongoing tension. When Caleb called Ethan to discuss the sudden engagement, believing everything was moving too quickly, Ethan confessed that Serafina was actually 4 months pregnant. Apparently, Ethan had only discovered this 2 months earlier and had kept it secret as they feared judgment before getting married. Ethan explained that he wanted to marry Serafina before their baby arrived, which seemed reasonable given their circumstances. However, during the wedding preparations, Serafina threw a tantrum while trying on wedding gowns because she couldn't fit into any of them. She had gained weight during her pregnancy, making it difficult to wear her dream dress. Ethan attempted to convince her to choose something more comfortable, but she refused to compromise. Ultimately, she demanded that Ethan change their wedding date. Originally planned to occur before the baby's arrival, it was now postponed until a month after the baby's due date so Serafina could lose some pregnancy weight. Despite the frustration the scheduled change might have caused everyone, I understood that this was Ethan and Serafina's special day, and they deserved to choose a date that made them comfortable. A month ago, Serafina delivered her daughter, and Caleb and I had even visited the hospital to congratulate the new parents. For their upcoming wedding, Caleb was selected as Ethan's best man. We weren't comfortable leaving Charlotte behind for the entire day, so we decided to bring our daughter with us. My mother-in-law and I discussed childcare arrangements and agreed we could manage looking after Charlotte between us. I initially considered hiring a hotel babysitter, but with increasing concerns about child abductions, I felt safer having a trusted family member watch Charlotte during the reception. I planned to avoid drinking and would retire early to our room anyway, ensuring Charlotte received proper care throughout the event. However, about a week before the wedding, Serafina called me. During our conversation, she asked if I would be bringing Charlotte to the wedding. I confirmed our plans and began explaining our childcare arrangements for the evening. To my surprise, Serafina interrupted me and stated she didn't want Charlotte at the wedding. Shocked, I asked why. Serafina explained that she only wanted her miracle baby to be the center of attention, claiming that Charlotte's presence would divert attention away from her child. I tried reasoning that everyone had already met Charlotte, and nobody could possibly steal attention from Serafina on her wedding day, but Serafina remained adamant and grew increasingly upset. She warned that if I couldn't respect her boundaries, I wouldn't be welcome at the wedding. The situation eventually escalated into a major argument involving Serafina, Ethan, Caleb, and my mother-in-law. Ethan contacted me, apologizing for Serafina's behavior and clarifying that I was still very much invited to the wedding. He urged me not to take Serafina's words too seriously and assured me that bringing Charlotte was absolutely fine. I felt furious with Serafina and considered skipping their wedding entirely, but I knew supporting Caleb and attending his brother's wedding was important. So I decided to set aside my feelings and attend, focusing on making the best of the situation for the sake of family harmony. This brings us to the incident that occurred during Ethan and Serafina's ceremony. Several relatives couldn't resist admiring Charlotte, commenting on how adorable she looked. Serafina occasionally shot me disapproving glances whenever our eyes met. She clearly still resented me bringing Charlotte to her wedding, even though her baby unquestionably remained the star attraction, and I made zero effort to seek attention. When the celebration moved to the reception area, my mother-in-law, Caleb, and I took turns watching Charlotte in our hotel room, exactly as planned. Although my mother-in-law became somewhat tipsy as the evening progressed, Caleb and I remained completely sober, focusing entirely on caring for Charlotte. Midway through the reception, I noticed my mother-in-law, who was supposed to be with Charlotte at that moment, frantically searching for me. Something about her demeanor made my heart race, and I rushed over to discover what was wrong. Caleb, sensing trouble, followed closely behind. My mother-in-law's voice trembled as she whispered that Charlotte was missing. My heart plummeted. Caleb demanded clarification, since he had just left our daughter in her care. That's when my mother-in-law admitted that Serafina had entered the room shortly after he left. They chatted briefly, and at one point my mother-in-law needed to use the bathroom. But when she returned, both Charlotte and Serafina had vanished. Caleb and I, confused and panicked, immediately found Ethan and asked him where Serafina was and why she would do something so alarming. Ethan seemed equally shocked by the situation. Amidst the celebrations and crowds, we alerted hotel staff to search for Charlotte and Serafina. The staff responded immediately, but neither could be found after an hour of searching. I called the police. A hotel employee informed us that Charlotte and Serafina had been found behind the hotel. We rushed outside, feeling dreadful. We found Serafina sitting in a chair, holding Charlotte and smoking with her other hand. Her baby was in a carrier beside her. I cried as I examined Charlotte. Caleb demanded to know why she had done this. My mother-in-law, now completely sober and frantic, screamed at Serafina, explaining she had absolutely no right to take our daughter without permission, and had deliberately disappeared while my mother-in-law was in the bathroom. Serafina simply smirked as she turned toward me, remarking that if I was so worried about my daughter, perhaps I should have listened to her request and not brought her to the wedding. I was stunned, realizing she had deliberately abducted my daughter. She wanted me to panic, searching desperately for my child, just to frighten me and teach me a lesson, hoping I would surrender to her demands in the future. Ethan tried calming everyone, suggesting this might be a misunderstanding. At this point, the police asked if I still wanted to press charges. Looking at Serafina's expression, which showed no remorse or apology for her actions, I decided to proceed with kidnapping charges to ensure she never threatened my family again. Serafina's eyes widened with disbelief as she protested, but police took her into custody immediately. Ethan begged me to reconsider, but my mother-in-law told him his wife's actions were unforgivable. My sister excluded me from her bachelorette party, then asked me to babysit. I said no, but she still dumped her kids at my door and left. You won't believe this shout, all right? Basically, I was not invited to my sister's bachelorette party since it was for close friends only. However, she later requested me to watch her children instead. I mean, are you serious? I was nice enough to raise her children for free, but I couldn't even join in on the fun. The arrogance, to be honest. I made the decision to show her the truth. It was usually that way while I was growing up. By the way, my sister is Tiffany, and my name is Violet. Little things at the beginning. I had to share my lunch if she didn't bring it to school. I was the one who stayed up late to help her do any schoolwork that was due the following day. It was a major issue and caused problems in my home when she would have tantrums over things, and my parents would encourage me to be the bigger person and let it go. Nothing altered as we grew older. I somehow ended up being Tiffany's unofficial babysitter for her 2 young children. If I didn't have anything else to do, she would drop them off without much notice. Too bad if I had plans. I could find time if I was busy. It seems like it has been going on forever. I endured it for years. Then she became engaged. I had come to terms with the fact that I would most likely be asked to do a ton of things for her wedding. She would count on me to run errands, go dress shopping, assist with planning, and, of course, keep the kids whenever she needed me. I had anticipated all of that. The bachelorette party scenario was something I wasn't expecting. I was looking through Instagram one day when I came across a post from a buddy of ours. A big group of women were celebrating and chatting about how delighted they were as it counted down to Tiffany's bachelorette vacation. Confused, I gazed at my screen. Regarding this excursion, I had not heard anything. I figured I would hear about it shortly and it was just being arranged. A couple of days went by, no invitation, not a word about it. I therefore chose to ask Tiffany, Hey, are you doing a bachelorette trip? Tiffany? Oh yeah, it's just going to be a small group, only my closest friends. Best friends? Her only sister was me? Her bridal party was supposed to have included me. My response, oh, I just assumed I'd be invited. Tiffany, I didn't think you'd be into it. We're having a fun girls' weekend. I didn't want you to feel out of place. Not at home? Even so, what did that mean? As soon as she saw my expression, she said, Violet, you know it's nothing personal. I just want a certain vibe, you know. I pretended to understand and nodded, but I was hurting on the inside. It hurt that she didn't even think about inviting me, even though I didn't want to go on their trip enough to beg. I convinced myself it wasn't a huge problem and swallowed it down. She was free to throw her party. I had no intention of making a fuss over it. I assumed that would be the last of it. I was mistaken. Tiffany, who never calls unless she needs something, called me 2 days before the trip. I answered, already figuring out where this was headed. Tiffany. Hey, so I have a huge favor to ask. I remained silent as I waited. Tiffany. This weekend, I need you to watch the kids. I'm in serious trouble because our sitter just canceled. She told me that her vacation was just for close friends, so I almost laughed, but now she was expecting me to drop everything and watch the kids so she could go, so I let her continue. Tiffany. It would help me so much. You know how hard it is to find a sitter at the last minute, and I know you love spending time with them. The guilt trip was there. I wanted to say no right away, but then I had an idea, so I told her I would get back to her later instead of answering her right away, and she appeared relieved. Tiffany. Sis, thank you. I was sure I could rely on you. I went online and made a last-minute reservation for a beachfront resort after hanging up without making any commitments. Payback time, Betech. Tiffany called again the night before she was scheduled to depart. Tiffany said, so we're good for tomorrow, right? I inhaled deeply and spoke in an informal tone. You. Oh, I forgot to text you. I actually booked a trip for myself this weekend. I won't be around to babysit. Quiet. Tiffany. Wait, what? What do you mean you booked a trip? You never go anywhere? I disregarded the remark. You. Yeah, I figured it was time to do something fun for myself. Hope you figure things out. She began to splutter. Tiffany. But wait. What? You can't just leave. What am I supposed to do with the kids? You. Not sure. Maybe ask one of your close friends? As if I had slapped her, she gasped. Tiffany. Oh my God, you're being so petty right now. I gave a shrug. You. Not trying to be, just prioritizing myself, like you did before. I told her I had to leave before she could continue. After that, I packed my bags, switched off my phone's notifications, and went to bed. I woke up early the following morning, packed my belongings, and headed out. My phone began to explode with voicemails, missed calls, and angry texts as I was on the beach sipping champagne and listening to the waves. The initial one. Tiffany? Where are you? I'm at your house. The following. You said you'd help me, said Tiffany. Then Janice, my mother, called. I let the voicemail go, then she called repeatedly. At last, I responded. Mother. Violet, Tiffany is outside your house with the kids. What is going on? I sipped my beverage. My response. I told her I wouldn't be home. I have my own plans this weekend. Mama. Wait, so she expected you to babysit? You. Yep. Without even asking me first. Quiet. Then. Mom. I see. I didn't get a shout from her. She didn't point out my selfishness to me. She also sounded, for the first time in her life, weary of Tiffany's actions. That's wonderful to hear. My phone is still vibrating on the table as I sit by the ocean and watch the sunset. Tiffany is still yelling and calling me non-stop outside my house. I'm not sure if I should respond. After I finish my drink, perhaps. After a few minutes of silence, my phone began to ring again, but this time it wasn't Tiffany, it was my dad, Richard. My dad never calls unless something serious is happening. I sighed, picked it up and braced myself. I sat there watching the waves roll in, feeling the warm breeze on my face. The sound of the ocean drowned out the buzzing of my phone, but I could still see the notifications piling up. Where are you? Asked Dad. I could detect the sharpness in his tone, even though his voice was quiet. Me. On the shore. Taking a rest. Dad. Tiffany and the children are crying in front of your house. She claims that you left them behind. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Me. I didn't leave anyone behind. I never consented to be a babysitter. Dad. She had plans this weekend, as you are aware. She required your assistance. I was expected to constantly step up, no matter what, and there it was, the standard speech. Me. I was not invited on her trip. I was close enough to be her free babysitter, but she didn't think I was close enough to be there. Number not now. Dad was silent for a while. Father. I understand that you're upset, but family takes care of each other. I gave a little chuckle. Me. Is Tiffany looking after me? Has she ever? Or am I simply supposed to give up everything for her at any time? More silence, followed by an unexpected development. Father. Your mother and I are on our way to get the kids. I straightened my posture in my chair. Me. You're heading to Tiffany's house? Hold on. No, your house, said Dad. After leaving the children there, she departed. Anger began to slowly swell in my breast. Tiffany had left her children outside my house, thinking that someone, anybody, would watch them. She had not made other plans or recruited another babysitter, so she simply left them there and went. I took another sip of my drink while clenching my jaw. Me. How long ago? Dad. Roughly 20 minutes, I'm already halfway there with your mom. She truly believed that I would give in, that I would go home in a panic and accept responsibility like I always did, but this time, I let out a sharp breath. Me. All okay. Tell me when you get them. After hanging up, I tried to calm myself by staring out at the water and thinking about how horrible it was for the kids, who didn't deserve this and didn't know their mother was using them as pawns in some absurd guilt trip. I thought about calling Tiffany, but I knew what she would say. She would play the victim, turn this around on me, and tell everyone that I was the selfish, cruel sister who made her leave her kids on a doorstep because she had no other option. It wasn't worth it. My dad texted me 15 minutes later, saying, "Dad, we have them." I released a breath I didn't know I was holding, and then he contacted me again, saying, "Dad, we're taking them to our house." My mom, Janice, had always found ways to make things better for Tiffany, but something about this had pushed her over the edge. Your mother is furious. That made me stop. Mom was furious. That was new. Before I could give it much thought, another message arrived, this time from Tiffany. "How could you do that to me?" asked Tiffany. I rolled my eyes and continued to read, but now I had the problem. Tiffany replied, "You know I had nowhere else to go." "What else was I supposed to do?" asked Tiffany. "Tiffany, you really are making a big deal out of a trip. You're self-centered and petty." And last, the message. "You're dead to me," said Tiffany. This wasn't over yet, but I wasn't going to let her spoil my weekend, so I locked my phone and put it away after staring at the screen for a moment. As I reclined on my lounge chair, I allowed Tiffany's irate text to remain unread. Everything was bathed in rich orange and gold hues as the sun descended over the ocean. The waves were calm, steady, and rhythmic. Something bothered me even though I should have been at ease. Tiffany wasn't one to take things lightly. She was always adept at assigning blame and manipulating circumstances to her advantage, and this was the kind of thing she would cling to for years. I let out a sigh, sipped my drink slowly, then picked up my phone once more. 42 messages remain unread. Some from my mother, most from Tiffany. I started by quickly reading Mom's most recent text. "Mother. We have the kids. Mother. Tiffany isn't answering our calls. Mama. Call me when you can." I scowled. Why wasn't Tiffany responding to them? She kept sending me texts, but was she ignoring them? That was nonsensical. After a moment of hesitation, I clicked on her name. The texts were just what I had anticipated. Tiffany said, "I hope you're happy you ruined everything." Tiffany said, "You're so bitter it's disgusting." Tiffany said, "You embarrassed me in front of everyone." Tiffany said, "I hope you're enjoying yourself while I'm falling apart." Nothing fresh. The standard guilt tripping. A new message appeared just as I was ready to put my phone away once more. Tiffany said, "I told my friends what you did. They all agree you're an awful sister. No wonder you don't have many close friends." I gave a quick breath. It was there. Throughout my entire life, I had been the trustworthy, responsible, and good sibling. I had to be the bigger person, and Tiffany was used to that. She had to make me the bad guy now that I wasn't going out of my way for her. I put my phone away and locked it. Allow her to provide her version. I didn't give a damn. I believed I didn't, anyhow. My phone buzzed once more about an hour later, right as I was wrapping up supper at the resort's outdoor eatery. I let out a sigh, anticipating more irate texts. It wasn't Tiffany, though. My neighbor was the one. "Your neighbor. Hey, are you home? There's someone banging on your front door." I felt sick to my stomach. I instantly typed back. "Who is it?" I exclaimed. "Your neighbor. I think it's Tiffany. She's yelling your name." She was, of course. I tightened my jaw. Tiffany was at my house, most likely prepared to yell at me face to face, after realizing that our parents wouldn't give in as they normally did. Me. I'm not in the city. Neighbor. She is unhappy about that, yes. You want me to do what? I inhaled deeply. Ignore her, I say. She's waking up the entire street, says the neighbor. Rachel was obviously dramatic, but this was something different. What was she trying to do, make a scene and get me to go home quickly? If that was her goal, it wouldn't work, so I rubbed my temples. After 15 minutes, my dad sent me another SMS. Dad. Tiffany just arrived at our house and is requesting that the children return. I scowled since it didn't make sense that she had left them there, gone away, and disregarded their calls before demanding their return. Next, another text. Something's wrong, Dad? She's acting weird. Tiffany was a lot of things, but she wasn't reckless with her children. She was entitled and manipulative, but she was also strategic. If she abandoned them, it was to make a point, but now that she was going back, something wasn't right. My phone then buzzed once more, this time with a message from my neighbor. Tiffany left her neighbor, but about 5 minutes later, a man came looking for her. My stomach turned over. What guy am I? The tall, somewhat rough-looking neighbor knocked a few times, glanced around, and then walked away. Tiffany only surrounded herself with individuals who could help her in some manner. She didn't date guys like that. Who is this person and why was he looking for her? I gazed at my phone, feeling my pulse quicken up. I went back to Tiffany's previous message, which read, Tiffany, I hope you're having fun while I'm falling apart. Tiffany was erratic, but this time she had gone from angry to desperate in a matter of hours. She had abandoned her children, then demanded their return, and now some random guy was showing up at my house looking for her. I had thought she was just being dramatic, but now I wasn't sure, and I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something wasn't right. My instinct told me that I couldn't ignore this, so I contacted Tiffany, something I hadn't done in years, despite my best efforts to ignore it and enjoy my weekend. She didn't respond. Voicemail when I tried again. I debated while staring at my phone, and then I called my dad, who answered right away. Me. She just left you, Dad. What took place? Dad. Sigh. She suddenly appeared and demanded that the children be returned. Until she clarified the situation, your mother told her no. Tiffany snapped. Yelling, sobbing, and declaring our collective opposition to her. Me. Did she explain her initial reason for leaving them? Dad. Not at all. However, she insisted that she needed to make a change before it was too late. I clenched my fingers around my phone. Me. Did she mention the issue she needed to resolve? Dad. No, she also forbade me from calling the police. She claimed to be in control of it. I checked the time, and it was late, but I had a bad feeling this wasn't finished, and I was right. That didn't seem like Tiffany, who always made sure others saw her as the victim and would call the police if she had any reason to do so. My mom called at around 2 in the morning, and I answered right away when I heard my phone vibrate noisily on the nightstand. Me. What's the matter? Mom. Tiffany is back at our place, and that individual is as well. I leapt from my bed. Me. What? Did he follow her there? Mom. Yes. Outside, they are arguing. I quickly put on my clothes, picked up my bag, and hurried to leave the resort. Me. Make a police call. Mom. Tiffany keeps warning us not to, but your father did it already. I was already in the vehicle and driving quickly on the freeway. My response, I'm coming home. Mom. What? Don't, please? I had already hung up though, since I needed to see for myself that Tiffany had pulled our entire family into whatever problem she was in. One of the officers was standing between them, attempting to defuse the situation, and I parked and got out, feeling my heart pound in my chest. By the time I pulled up to our parents' house, 2 police cars were outside, and Tiffany was sobbing hysterically on the front porch while the man, whom I could now see clearly, was pacing on the sidewalk and shouting something at her. He was tall, rough-looking, and angry, and I didn't recognize him. Mom hurried over when she first seen me. Mom. You weren't supposed to arrive. Too late, I said. I glanced at the man, then at Tiffany. Me. Who's that? Mom gave a headshake. Parents. We don't know. I looked at Tiffany. Me. Who's that, Tiffany? Tiffany wouldn't give me a look. Instead, the man turned to face me. Man. You're the sister, aren't you? The one who abandoned her. I was taken aback and retreated. Me. Pardon me. Mocking voice of a man. I need a weekend to myself. I don't have time to help my own sister. My blood froze. Me. Did you mention me to him, Tiffany? The man chuckled, but Tiffany refused to look at me. Man. She did, of course. She put the responsibility on you. Said that she was stranded in this dilemma because of you. I tightened my jaw. What mess, I asked myself. Man. The money. The ground seemed to have been torn out from under me. Me. How much money? The man snorted. Mail. The $10,000 she owes me. My heart ceased, and I looked at Tiffany. My response. Tell me he's lying. Tiffany's eyes were bloodshot and her face was pallid when she finally looked up. Tiffany. She whispered. For the wedding, I needed the money. I gazed at her. Me. You took out a loan from him? Why? She shook her head and wiped her cheeks. Tiffany said, I thought I could pay it back before he came looking. The man chuckled once again. Guy. Yeah, well, you thought wrong. I looked back at him. So you're a loan shark? I asked. Male. I prefer businessman. I took a deep breath. Me. What did you think? Would you get paid more quickly if you came here and caused a scene? He gave a shrug. Man. I couldn't get her to return my calls. Her excuses ran out, so here we are. I gave Tiffany another glance. Me. You left the kids in my house for what reason? Tiffany sobbed while covering her face. According to Tiffany, I didn't want them to be around if things got bad. I shut my eyes. She had taken advantage of me, tried to have me watch her children so she could deal with a loan shark behind my back, and then abandoned them anyway. She had put us all in danger because she didn't want to be held accountable for her own behavior. I was done. After obtaining statements, the police ultimately escorted the man away. Our parents weren't amenable to Tiffany's attempts at apology. Father. You put your kids in danger, Tiffany? Mama. You put all of us in danger. Your mother. And you tried to blame your sister for your mistake. Tiffany continued to cry, stating that she was at a loss for what to do. Silently, I stood there. I had no feelings. I had lost my anger. I wasn't shocked at all. I was simply worn out. My response? Figured it out, Tiffany. Her eyes were big as she gazed up at me. You're just going to walk away? Asked Tiffany. Me? Yes. I didn't feel compelled to make things right for her for the first time in my life. This mess was her fault. It would need to be cleaned by her. I turned, made my way back to my vehicle, and departed. For weeks Tiffany and I didn't communicate. Later, I learned that in order to pay off the debt, my parents made her sell some of her wedding pleasures. Although it was far smaller than she had initially intended, the wedding still took place. The bridal party did not include me. They didn't even invite me. And to be honest, I didn't mind that. I prioritized myself for the first time in my life.